We have how many oceans?
I just have one question, right?
I'm
He's not
asking
gonna.
you
He's
now.
not gonna. He's gonna ignore it. He's just gonna ignore you, bro.
I think we have three oceans.
Three oceans. How many seas we have?
Oh my
I
gosh.
think we have 4 seas.
Four seas. Four seas we have only in around Mediterranean. If you want to know,
It's a
Mediterranean Sea,
trick
Adriatic
question.
Sea.
There's only
You have
one ocean.
yeah, it's all connected. It's one ocean. Yeah.
There's boundaries.
Nominally 4. But I have a question.
I have a question for you. How
Oh,
liquids
well, can I
behave
ask my
in
question first?
only this question? How liquids behave in nature when they are at rest?
Oh, when liquid is at rest. Well,
Yeah.
if it's in a container, then it's like,
What?
it's flat.
Yeah,
And
fact.
okay, and
You
can you
just cooked
contain
yourself, bro.
how you contain water
In a cup.
in a cup? Do you contain water on the sphere?
Oh. Oh shit.
Yes. Can you give me one sphere which can contain the water?
Well, within the parameters given, you can have gravity, you can have atmosphere,
No, you
which
can't.
closes in. Why not?
Gravity. What's that? What's gravity?
What's gravity?
Yeah. What's
It's
that?
the bend in space-time that causes
Oh.
things to attract to each other.
Wow.
Things
Okay.
of high matter.
So is that a scientific theory or is that just a regular theory?
Yes, this is a scientific theory.
Awesome. Can I have the
Are you sure about
independent,
that?
dependent control variables?
Excuse me?
Sorry.
He asked, "Are you sure about that?"
You sure about that, bro?
And what control what?
Independent, dependent control variables. You know, the makeup of a hypothesis test, also known as an experiment.
Okay,
I
what was
mean,
the first thing you said? Your mic is very bad. I'm sorry to
You
tell
said it
you.
was a scientific theory or whatever bullshit. Are you sure about that?
Sure.
Okay. Well, Hank's gonna walk you through how it's not.
yeah, give me the science. I need to do a peer review. So I just need the independent, dependent, and control variables, please and thank you.
Right, so the independent and dependent control variables are you fly out into space and you test whether two objects can attract
Bruh.
to each other over the duration of time being
Can
close
we
to
go
each other.
tonight? Can we go tonight? Like you and I fly out to space?
Yeah, sure. You want me to pay for
Is
it all
that what
and all?
Einstein did, bro? Is that what Einstein did? Because that's his theory, right?
I don't think that's relevant. Anyways, can I ask a question now?
You just said it's the bending and warping of space-time. That's Einstein's theory of gravity. Did
Sure.
Einstein go into space, bro?
He might have.
You're just making shit up.
He might have. But I have a question
You're a
to
clown,
ask.
bro. You're making shit up on the fly.
Well, would you care to hear my question?
Yeah, you're just saying bullshit, bro.
You're supposed to
Einstein
give
might
us
have
the
went to space.
science. You're
It
supposed to
doesn't
give us the
sound like
science, and you started waffling about floating around in space. Can we have the scientific experiment that was done here on Earth that proves Einstein's theory of relativity is a scientific theory?
Before we do that, can I ask one question?
Are you
Bruh,
running from your claim, bro? Don't run.
I won't run. I won't run.
You're already
you
tired.
brought
Don't
it
run.
up.
I promise I won't run after I ask
No,
this
no,
question.
you brought this topic up. We're not going to just shift the topic. You brought
No,
this
we're
up.
not shifting. We're not. I just have one
Oh,
question to ask before we continue.
then
It's not
after.
Wait, why after?
Because we're cooking you right
We
now.
already know what the question is. The question is going to be, if the Earth is flat, how does everything work? That's what the question
Yep,
is going
pretty
to be.
much.
That's
Yep,
not the
yep.
question.
Can I peer review your science now, or are you going to run still?
He's gonna
Okay,
run
Linda,
from
whatever it is, spit the question out quickly. Let's hear this shit.
All right. When I move one direction, exactly one direction, and I track my coordination as I move that direction, why would I end up in the same place?
You've never
due
done
time?
this once in your entire life
I
ever.
have. I went from
Bro,
NYC.
get the fuck out of here, bro.
I'm not. I
What
went
you're-
from NYC
Dude,
to
listen,
go
what
across
you're
the
answering
planet.
right now, you're answering the question why they would lie. You're answering that.
I don't know what you're saying because I went to NYC, took a boat.
Did you fly in a straight line?
No, I took a boat across the ocean to another country, traveled in a directly straight line, and came back to the same point.
No, you didn't.
I'm telling you, I did.
No,
I had
you
that
didn't.
experience.
Yeah,
You can't go
where?
straight. Don't make me go Dr. Seuss on you right now, because you can't go straight via plane, train, bike, trike, crawl, park, walk. Doesn't matter. There's no such thing as going straight because A, there's shit in the way, water moves, air moves. You're not going straight, period.
Well, even
A
if,
heading is not going straight. A heading is just holding a heading.
even
It's
if,
different.
which is not the case, that I did not go straight, I would have ended up relatively the same position.
You've never left your city, probably, bro. You didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I've been most places of the world. I went to
Well, you didn't go
NYC.
in a straight line and come back to where you started. That's for sure.
I did, and I have that
Can you
experience.
Why are
can
you
you name
cat? This is
No.
can you name it that can you name it that places in the world, please? Cities.
some bullshit.
I don't think it's necessary to name cities to prove that I
Ah,
walked or
ah.
in
You
boated
cannot say
across
like
the
you
planet.
cannot say like you cannot say like a London, Peking, Moscow, Zagreb, Berlin, Vienna. You cannot say that.
I actually played 8-ball pool in Vienna.
Bro,
There's a
Oh,
lot of
good.
scammers in there.
Okay, great. I gave you one. Okay, good. I can name it 20
There's
towns.
Moscow. There's what's it
I
called?
can name it. I can name it 20 towns immediately
Okay,
now.
why can we have the science that you said that we could have?
he doesn't have it. He's just making shit up.
Wait, did you ask for what's it called? The scientific expansion theory or whatever you were asking?
No, the experiment that proved Einstein's theory of general relativity is a scientific theory. I need the experiment.
I haven't gotten an answer to my question yet. Why is it that when I went in a straight line across the world, I ended up in the same place?
Because
So
of
you're saying
gravity.
you did go in a straight line.
I went in a straight line.
So then you didn't go around a ball because a ball curves.
I don't know if there's a ball. I went in one direction relative to other directions. One direction.
If that was true, you'd have flew into space, sir.
So you do know if I put a really big ass fucking powerful electromagnet at my house, I could use it to circumnavigate my block, right? And I would be heading in a certain direction the whole time relative to that electromagnet at my house. And I could circumnavigate my house by walking around the block. Does that mean my block is a sphere?
Well, you're telling me in model that I might have just walked around a flat circle, sort of like
You
the
did.
surface of a circle. I don't believe that
Yeah,
entirely.
you absolutely did.
Well, demonstrate it. Give us the telemetry data of your journal, your travels.
Well, I went one direction relative to the other directions, my left, my right, and my behind.
Just some
Right,
young
I
niggas
went
geeking.
forward.
Hey, literally, Cheese, let me ask you a question to see how honest you are first. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Well, if the surface of the Earth isn't on a curve, then it must be flat.
Okay, cool. So at least you follow logic, right?
Yeah, that's basic logic. But I'm still wondering if I'm able to walk one direction from a single point and end up back in the same place. How could that be? If the
All
Earth
you
is
did was go around a magnetic pole. That's all you did, dude.
And that created
You
a
even did it.
curvature of line going from point A to point B and ending up back to point A.
I walked around a magnetic pole.
You used the compass, right?
I did not use a compass. There was no compass involved. There was no GPA or whatever the hell.
So then how do you
I
know you're
just-
walking in a straight line?
I know I'm going in a straight line because of other relative directions: my left, my right, and my back. I will be
So there was
walking in
roads
one
on the
direction.
ocean when you were crossing the ocean. There was roads. Wild.
Yes, there was roads. There was houses that I had to get through. I had to climb over a bit of hills, and I
On
had
the
to go
ocean.
on.
Hey, kiddo.
On the ocean.
Wow.
Wow.
Guys. Dude, you didn't walk around the whole Earth, bro. So just drop it. Stop lying and actually make an actual point, okay? Thank you.
I'm just giving you my experience. That's it.
No, you never walked around the whole Earth, dude.
You're
Period.
denying my experience.
No,
No,
I'm calling you out because you're lying, dude. So I'm going to give you a chance to retract your retarded claim that you walked around the whole Earth. Okay, go ahead, retract.
I don't know how I can deny my own experience. I guess I'll just stop talking. I don't know.
Okay, we're not interested in engaging with people with lies. Now, if you want to engage in a hypothetical that what if somebody traveled around the whole Earth, that's at least not a lie. Like, you don't need to lie to be here, dude. You could be here. We will treat you nice, right, as long as you be cool. But if you're going to be lying out your ass, there's no point in engaging with you.
But like, it's just there's no like evidence to me lying at all. There's only me making a claim. A claim
Yep.
to I
Yep,
walked
yep.
one single.
Yeah, dude. We all know you're lying, dude. Okay? There's no contiguous landmass where you could have walked in a circle around the Earth, dude, and accomplished what you said. Okay? So you're full of crap. Unless you can walk on water, dude, you're lying. We all know you can't walk on water, and we're not even going to countenance this retardation. Okay? So compose yourself, throw your lie in the garbage, and come back with a sincere question or claim, not nonsense. We're okay, dude. We'll engage with you, bro. You don't have to be dishonest. No harm, no foul, dude. All right, we're going to unmute you now that you've decided to be honest. Hold on, let me find who you is so I can unmute you. All right, there you go. Now, what's your sincere question or claim, bro?
Well, I think like coming with claims that are all dependent on what's it called? Knowledge and like utility in how do I phrase it? Sorry.
No worries, bro. Take your time.
Is it just me, or do these people sound like they stuck 15 jabs in each of their eyeballs at the boxing ring?
I'd say 20.
I'd say yes. Yes, definitely. Yes.
Do you guys want to speculate on the sun and moon?
Sure.
No.
What is it? Well, Speculation Sunday still. I think
Oh,
they're
okay.
lights in the
Yeah,
sky.
heck yeah.
They're definitely lights in the sky, and they're not the. I speculate that they are not the Earth. I would speculate there are no life forms on there. I would probably speculate that the moon isn't made of cheese. I would speculate that there isn't
The
any
shape,
way-
though.
The shape.
Yeah.
Oh no, I wouldn't go that far. Speculate on shape, like other
Look
than
pretty
if
round.
you believe the story that there are 99 bags of shit on the moon, so that would be a lot of garbage for such a small area. So that would be like a trash. You know, if you
This
look,
man
if you go
appears
to
to
like a
be
dumpster, like you go to a landfill, is that is that part of Earth in very good condition? Is that what's the shape of Earth when you see a landfill? Are you like, is that good or bad?
Also, the movements as well as the shape, I think, are important.
To speculate about?
Yeah.
Why would it be important to speculate about that? What does that do for you?
It suggests roundness.
How?
Because shape is round to begin with, and
Like a penny?
they appear to go around as well. So,
Like spinning a penny?
Around. Pennies are round, I suppose, yep. Or flat and round.
Like a penny?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, could be like a flat penny in the sky for all we know, I suppose. Doubt it, though. Like, doesn't seem...
Why?
Doesn't seem right.
Why would you doubt that? How's that been eliminated? How's that option?
If I'm just imagining like energy, I'm just imagining it in my head. It seems more efficient to be in a sphere rather than just like a penny. A penny seems like it's going to take more energy.
How was that eliminated as a possibility?
It's not. It's not. Like visually speaking, you know, it'd be just a flat and facing.
What's the importance of efficiency? Like, why did you say it seems more efficient? Like, what's the relevance?
Because we're just speculating on the shape, and I just imagine it would take a lot more energy to make a big flat penny shape rather than a ball.
Okay. So let's say that's true. So what's the relevance?
It just seems more likely for it to be a ball than a flat thing. It's like
But why? So you said so. Yeah. So you didn't actually answer my question. You just said it seems more likely. Like you completely skipped over the relevance of how it takes more or less energy is relevant, dude. Like you're mentioning to you, it seems like one would take more energy than the other, and somehow that's relevant. So I'm asking you to explain the relevance.
Because I was just speculating on the shape. I thought it was relevant, like what I felt.
No, the energy. Like, why would the energy be relevant?
I'm not sure. Just intuition.
All right, I'll submit to you that it's not intuition. It's actually programming because you've been taught your whole life that spheres are the most, least energy equipotential surface, right? And it's kind of ingrained into the. Look, you didn't come up with the idea that spheres take less energy than circles, dude, on your own. You were taught that in school or the mainstream media or something, right?
I just intuitively understand it.
Based on what principle?
I don't know. It just naturally seems that way. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, I do. It's because it's taught to us our whole lives.
Maybe that's why you understand it, but I don't understand it in the same way.
Okay, then give me any explanation you can of why it would be the case that a sphere requires less energy, whatever that means, whatever that even means. Who even knows what that even means? Spheres require less
Apparently,
energy.
you know what it means, and you're telling me that I should know what you know. I can't explain what you're explaining. You're using complicated science.
No, I'm asking you to explain it, dude.
I don't know. I don't know how it works. I'm not a science guy.
Right. So you're actually revealing the truth that you're talking about, quote unquote, principles that you think are science in relationship to whether a shape has more or less energy required to maintain that shape in any which way that it's operating. And so you just belied yourself that it's not intuition at all, dude.
I don't understand.
The world's flat, but the moon is round, and so is the sun.
Well, that makes sense.
Possible?
Yeah, entirely possible.
The retards who believe in the Bible here. Ah, flat Earth.
All right, bro.
Where did that come from?
As opposed to what? Like everything, all the organisms just sprang up out of the rocks and elements without any direction? Is that what you believe? You believe nothing created everything? So your God is nothing. Thanks for playing.
Definitely. I like that you brought that up.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know why these guys come in here to be like, flat earthers are retarded for thinking the Bible's true, and they ignore NASA. They ignore all the astronauts. They ignore, like, the current director of NASA told everyone with a straight face. God of the Bible personally told him to come out of retirement. They ignore.
Let me ask this question. Oh, go ahead. Finish up. Sorry.
I'm just saying that it's quite interesting how they feel like they want to argue against a theist, and they come argue against a flat earther rather than those theists over there, which they already agree on the shape of the earth. So go hash it out with them. Leave me out of it.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
gonna have to figure out.
You need to put a hand, Chris. You know, when you say, "I will tell the truth, and nothing about the truth." Is that correct? In America?
Yeah, like where do you put the hand when those astronauts swear not? They swear to uphold the Constitution. They're all high-grade military officers. What did they do that on? Did they do that on what?
On Einstein book?
Attachment.
On Einstein book?
Yeah, I mean, just a year ago, almost like a week from now, one of the astronauts wrote a book that he found Space Jesus. I mean, go talk to that guy. Say, you're dumb because you think the Bible's true. And they'd be like, well, you're dumb too, dude. Like, these astronauts have a very large social media footprint. Go tell them they're dumb. See what happens. Do and see.
You flat earthers are dumb. You don't believe what the government educational system told everybody. Because remember, public means government. So public school is government school. You guys are dumb for like questioning the government and shit.
Yeah, the government says, hey, question government. The one thing you don't question is God. And the atheist is like, yeah, dude, you're hard countering your worldview right now. If government says don't trust government, only trust God, and you trust government, why are you not trusting the God you're talking about? How'd you divorce those two? When they had you give the Pledge of Allegiance, and when you're a kid, one nation under God, indivisible. You think they're joking?
Don't talk divorce around these young Glovers because we all know they miss their daddies.
Yeah, I suppose I should say disillusion. How do you disillusion God of the Bible from these government agencies that you think are telling you the truth?
I don't really know anything about government agencies or the Bible.
Go ask them. Just walk up to any police officer and just ask them. It's like, hey, what do you think about Jesus?
You're all policemen. You're all policemen. You are reading the Bible.
Yeah, it's like the atheists got really worked up a couple years ago because sheriff's department started slapping a decal, like "In God We Trust" and like "Blessed be the Peacemaker," like Matthew 5 something or whatever. And the atheists like, I don't understand why you're putting Bible passages on your police cruisers. And the sheriffs were like, yeah, we uphold human rights granted by God. So that's why we're putting Bible verses on our police cruisers.
That doesn't stop it violating the Constitution.
It can't. It can't violate the Constitution. The Constitution specifically says the government shall protect people's rights. That's what the government should do. And if the government fails to do so...
That's a government agency, though.
Yeah, executive branch. Enforces law. See, that's the
and
problem.
The Constitution says that supporting religion is unconstitutional. That's what the Constitution says.
It doesn't say that, dude. Maybe you need to go read it.
Yeah, 1A.
I mean, I've got my copy of it right over here somewhere.
Probably.
Hold on. Donald, go ahead and read what you just said from that document. Go ahead.
In
Good
one
luck.
state.
The First Amendment, where it says that Congress shall make no laws establishing a religion.
Oh, there you go. So let me break it down for you, since you seem to not be able to read. Establishing a religion versus having a cop precinct to be able to put "In God We Trust" on the side of their vehicles. Those are two different things.
No, that would establish that that religion was the religion they support. That's a violation of the establishment.
No. It says establish it religion, dude.
Yeah, that would be a
Establish
government entity establishing the support of a religion. Yes, it is.
What law did the sheriff make? What law did the sheriff make when he put it on his car?
Violated the Constitution, where the government doesn't support any
Government
religion.
shall make no law. What law do sheriffs
shall make
make?
no law. Congress shall make no law.
Okay, right. Sheriffs aren't lawmakers, are they?
Yeah.
Well, no, they're not. But the law has already been made that the government cannot support any particular religion. That's a law that has been made.
Read that. Read it.
It's
again.
the First Amendment, dude.
No, dude.
So-
you got it. You read it, and then when you recite it back after you read the verbatim text, you add the word support. You add that word. That's not in there, bro.
It's the same thing.
No, it isn't.
It is.
I'm sad you don't realize it.
That's what it means by establish.
No, okay.
They're not saying that the government can't make their own religion. That's not what they're saying.
Donald, okay. Legal documents have very specific meanings for every single fucking word. You can't just add words you want.
I'm not adding anything.
Yet, when you change the word establish to support, you are. Because establish and support have different meanings.
Okay, what did it mean in 1776?
That means it would be the foundation of the religion, as in it would originate from the government.
No, that's not at all what it means. You've got to be kidding me.
I'll just listen.
You cannot believe that. You cannot believe that.
It's not what I believe. It's what they say. It's not what I believe, Donald. So legal words have well-known definitions, right? So there's a dictionary called Judicial and Statutory Words and Phrases. There's also other legal dictionaries that take up 28 feet of wall space. Okay,
but the First Amendment doesn't say that the United States can't create its own religion. That's not what it means.
That's what establish means, that they're going to establish a religion.
It's not what it meant in 1776, and
yes,
it's not.
It is. Because the U.S. Constitutional First Amendment was based upon Virginia's Constitution. Okay, and that's what they wrote. Right?
You
so you don't know about any of this. Donald,
you don't
outside of your mind. That's not an actual refutation. Okay, Donald, you don't know anything about this. You're talking out your ass, dude. You don't know anything about the history of the United States. You don't know anything about anything.
The First Amendment is not saying that the government can't start a new religion. That's not what it says.
Let me ask you, who interprets what the law is?
The Supreme Court, and every single decision has supported my side, not your side.
I think. Hold on, Jeff. No, don't.
Let me just quickly repeat what he said.
Yeah, you've never read, Donald.
What?
Post any Supreme Court decision that you've ever read in your entire life.
I've read mountains of them. We read them in freaking class in high school.
You read Supreme Court decisions in high school.
Most people here never went to high school, Donald. You're going to have to level with us.
Give me a case. Give me a single case that you read.
I took government class for a semester.
Yeah, okay, so give me a single
Supreme Court decisions.
Give me a single case you read, Donald.
I don't remember exactly which ones I read in high school, but I'm 45 years old. But you asked me if I'd ever done it. I have done it.
Yeah, you're capped, dude. You've never read a single case, dude.
You're wrong. You're wrong. Go get a history textbook from high school, and there's mountains of them in there.
Okay, I'm talking about a case. They're not in history books, dude.
I mean, I know there's not a lot of pictures, but yes, they are in history books. Oh my God! Have you ever read a fucking history book?
Yeah, history books have referenced the cases. So the Dred Scott decision.
Yeah, like a Supreme Court case.
Yeah, but they don't print the Dred Scott decision. Shut the fuck up. They don't print the Dred Scott. No, listen. They don't print the Dred Scott decision.
This guy's outside his mind.
Donald, I'm going to mute you, Donald. You talk over me again, I'm going to mute you. They don't. The next fucking person, every person that talks over me for the next 30 seconds is going to be muted for the duration. Okay? Listen, they didn't print the Dred Scott case, the text of it, in the history book. Now, did they? Did they, Donald?
Bro,
They
you're fucking
reference it.
retarded. What are you talking about?
Did you just get here? I said Donald has never read a Supreme Court case in his entire life. He said it's in history books. They didn't print any full text of a Supreme Court case in any history book ever. Okay, Donald doesn't. The courts interpret what the law is. They interpret what these words mean. There's specific legal meanings. Establishment means to lay the foundation of something. I can just look up in judicial and statutory words and phrases. It's going to have the word. It's going to have the meaning based upon references to other cases. See, Donald doesn't know any of this. He's an outsider thinking that he gets to interpret what the law is. That's not how it works. Your interpretation of the law doesn't mean a fucking thing. Neither does mine. Neither does fucking AI's. Neither does anybody's in this chat. The only interpretation that means anything are what the courts interpreted the laws to mean. What the courts interpreted the words to
Not
mean.
entirely correct.
Well, you can't use layman's. Well, I mean, it would be very specific for them
The
to have
jury
layman's
decides
terms.
what the law is.
Well, I mean, that's no. They decide what the facts are.
Yeah, they can also judge the law. They can overturn
Yeah, they
Supreme
can,
Court
but-
rulings.
They can nullify shit, but that's exceedingly rare. Juries are supposed to be finders of fact, but we're talking about at the appellate level. So, like, there would be no jury trial for whether the United States violated the Constitution, the First Amendment for establishment of religion. That wouldn't be a jury trial. The jury trial, even if there was one in some weird fucking circumstance, I don't even know how that would happen, because no person could be the litigant. It would have to be one of the states would have to sue the federal government. You have no right to sue the United States for breach of the Constitution.
What is the ACLU?
The American Civil Liberties Union.
Yeah, they take people and go and sue the federal government for constitutional violations.
Under what law?
Under the Constitution.
No. Under what law? So they will sue under like USC 1411.
Sure, it depends on the case. Which law was violated?
Deprivation of right under color of law, but that's a federal statute. That's not a constitutional
Then they would sue
law.
at the federal level.
Yeah, they would sue under federal statute. They wouldn't sue for a breach of the Constitution. It's a completely different thing.
Federal law is derived from the Constitution.
No, it's not, dude.
It's added. It's not constitutional law, but it is law.
Okay, there's the article. Dude, you don't know. I'm talking to fucking, you just don't know what you're talking about, Donald. Okay.
Okay, so is federal law?
So when the United States started, were there any district
Device
courts?
has that question.
Were there any district courts? Did they exist?
Article 1-3 courts were created in 19 or 1880s.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in the year 2025 now. Are there district courts now? Yes.
There was a constitution before the district courts.
Sure.
So how did you sue the federal government for violating the Constitution?
You sued the courts that did exist.
In what court? The court doesn't exist. There was no district court.
Courts existed back then.
Yeah, state courts. State
okay,
court.
then you'd sue first at the state court, and then you'd get bumped up to the...
So you would go to a state court and sue the federal government in state court.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
okay,
you're going full retard, Donald.
Federal courts that you could sue at. I was talking clearly. I was talking about the courts that were in the freaking. Okay, so you understand that there's no difference between state and the federal court, right? Were there federal courts in the year that you're talking about?
There was not in a court. There was no federal courts. A man or woman that was quote unquote a citizen of the United States could sue in. No, they didn't exist.
Oh, but were there federal courts?
Yes, that the states can sue each other.
Well, shucks. There still are.
Okay. Okay, dude.
This is a ridiculous thing to say.
You're not getting it. You're not getting it.
Because district courts didn't exist. The Constitution was written that they're not used. Can't use them.
You have a big gap in your knowledge. There's two different court
Oh my God, so do you.
No, there's two different court systems, dude.
I know. There's lots of different court systems, actually.
Oh my God. In the federal government, dude. In the federal government.
Yeah, there's civil and there's criminal.
Oh my God, you're fucking stupider than a fucking box of rocks, bro.
Okay, what court systems are you talking about?
Donald, you're normally pretty wrong.
Okay.
This is bad.
I'm never wrong in this room.
Okay, so okay. So the courts, the district courts were created by Congress.
Okay, that's fine. They're still constitutional.
Did Congress create the Constitution?
Well, yeah.
No.
What was the thing called that when everybody signed? It was called a congressional meeting.
The states did that.
No, not
the U.S. Constitution. If you read it, at the bottom there's signature line.
There's a signature line.
There's a signature line, dude.
Jesus Christ.
The states signed
it. I wasn't talking about ratification. I was talking about the writing of the Constitution. Did that happen in a meeting of Congress?
Okay. Listen, dumb fuck. No, it did not.
Okay, what was the thing that happened? What was the thing called?
Constitutional Convention.
Constitutional Convention. Okay, where did that
happen? I thought you took history class. Happened in Philadelphia.
It was 30 years ago. Where did that happen?
In Philadelphia, in Independence Hall, Constitutional Convention.
Independence Hall. Where did Congress meet at the time?
Congress didn't exist yet.
Okay, so my bad. I forgot when Congress was formed. I apologize.
That's right. Okay, so Congress can't override by an act of Congress the Constitution because the Constitution.
How could the Congress not exist if they referenced the Congress in the First Amendment? Because they said Congress shall make no laws. So how could it not exist if they referenced it in the document?
You're so fucking dumb, dude. It's painful.
Wow, that was the dumbest thing I heard in like 5 years, brother.
It said Congress shall make no law, right? So if Congress didn't exist, how could they have referenced Congress? Because Congress shall make no law.
Constitution created Congress, bro. What the fuck?
I mean, yeah, that's how you make
okay.
Through Constitution.
Can the Congress, by act of Congress, rewrite the Constitution?
Yes. Yeah, there's amendments. You can amend the Constitution. It takes more than just an act of Congress.
If there's amendment, what exactly are the amendments?
Like there's the first.
Is there like a special proceeding?
There's lots of them. It takes a lot to amend the Constitution.
Oh, really? So not an act of Congress.
I never said it was simply an act of Congress. I said yes, amendments can happen, but it takes more than an act of Congress.
Okay, Donald. Let's go talk. Donald, stop swerving. So. Congress,
don't do that to me. That's not what's happening here. You're an asshole.
Yeah, you're swerving, dude. So
that term is an asshole term.
Well, it's going to the right person because you're a fucking douche nozzle.
It's still an asshole term. Only assholes use it. Only assholes use that term.
So, Donald, Congress created the district courts by an act of Congress. Congress cannot overturn the Constitution by an act of Congress. Therefore, the district courts have no say about the Constitution.
That is not at all what I care about.
Okay.
What I care about is you said that the First Amendment said that. I don't even understand where you're going with this courts thing because
you brought up the ACLU. You brought up the ACLU. The ACLU will sue in a district court.
And then if it's
right under color of law, right?
And they appeal, right? And then they appeal if they don't get what they want.
And they appeal to where?
The next highest court, and then if they don't get what they want there, they appeal to the next, eventually getting to the Supreme Court.
And what's that? What do they appeal to? Where does that go?
I don't have to know every step for them to be valid, dude. This is silly.
No, you're missing the point. Okay?
No, I'm not.
Congress can't, just like they can establish a
this
district
is called projection. It's you who's missing the point.
No, dude, good try, Donald. Yeah. No one's buying your bullshit.
It's just a fact. I'm sorry.
No, okay. Pretend to win. Yeah, okay, good.
I'm not pretending to win anything. I'm still in the conversation with you. I haven't won anything.
Dude, you just cooked. You totally cooked yourself. Okay.
There's no cooking going on. This is a conversation. This is not a debate. This is me talking to a person who I don't trust. That's all.
Trust is irrelevant. You're dumb as a box of rocks, and I have no idea what the fuck
I don't trust your interpretation of anything.
It's not my interpretation. You can read the courts interpret it themselves.
No,
you
this
can
is your
read them
interpretation.
interpret themselves. You can read them interpret it themselves.
And then you are telling me about your interpretation, which I don't trust.
So they write these books. They're called annotated statutes and statutory and judicial words and phrases. And all those have case citations of what the court said these words mean, of what these things actually are. The court's interpretation. It's not my interpretation.
Right now, you're telling me about your interpretation. Right now, you're telling me about your interpretation.
Dude, I just tell you black letter what it says, dude. That's it.
No, I don't trust that because I don't trust you in the way that you view reality.
So, okay. That words on a page are what they say they are?
I don't trust what you're telling me about those words on the page.
So what are you relying on? Your interpretation?
No, I go with the lawyers, what the lawyers say.
What lawyers?
Well, any lawyer that's in the ACLU, if they describe what happens when they sue the government, that's what I would trust.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So
what are
why
they
have a
suing?
court?
Are they
all the time,
suing?
they're experts at it.
Well, I'm going to give you an
Why
exact case.
why go to
so
court?
it's called. No, hold on, Charlie.
I go to
so
court because
it's called Chisholm versus. It's called. Okay, it's Chisholm versus Savannah. Court ruled that no party can sue for breach of the Constitution because he's not a party to it. The states are the parties. So if the government establishes a religion, I can't sue the government for breach of the Constitution.
It won't. It can't happen.
Yeah,
unless certain laws are eroded away one by one, like the right is doing right now.
But there's nothing as an individual you can do about it because you have no legal remedy.
But
the only reason there is
for
legal
the Constitution. That's for the Constitution to deal with, not us. If it doesn't happen in the government
and
alone,
the courts have held that you have no remedy.
Cite your source on this. What are you talking about? Cite your source on this so I know what you're talking about.
Chisholm versus Savannah.
I mean, put it in chat so I can look at it.
They actually passed the 11th Amendment to stop people trying to sue the federal government and to stop trying to sue the states for breach of the Constitution.
The 11th Amendment doesn't
stop
stop anybody
That's why the 11th Amendment
suing the
even
government.
exists, dude. That's why the 11th
Amendment doesn't stop anybody suing the government. You know how I know? Because the 11th Amendment has been there for hundreds of years, and people still sue the fucking government.
Years. Dude,
or whenever it was more than 100. I know that.
You can't sue the states for breach of the Constitution.
I mean, people sue the government for breaching the Constitution all the time.
No, they don't. They sue under a statute. They sue under.
What does the ACLU do?
Dude, you interrupt me one more time, nigger, you're out of here. Dude, seriously.
I hate that fucking word.
Oh, what happened?
He rage quit.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, what happened? It just got real silent all of a sudden.
He does that. I mean, this is Donald. He pops really easy. Like his atheism has caused him to go into these very weird spaces where somehow the government.
Hey, I'm an atheist.
Yeah, but his atheism is special. His atheism.
Oh, it's okay.
His atheism has said that it's impossible for the government to lie. It's too big. There's too many people in it, and the government has told him not to trust.
Stupid. Wait.
Yeah, it's glorious. If he comes back, you could explore it and see. Hey,
has he ever heard of this little thing called the Patriot Act?
Yeah,
and any of that shit happened. Yeah, I'm like, okay,
awesome.
I guess. Oh my God!
You could say, hey, fellow atheists, I'm just kind of curious. Do you really think the government is incapable of lying, as they told you to trust God? Don't trust government.
Oh shit.
Yeah, see what
I'm sorry for interrupting, but this guy just made a claim there is no God. He said he's an atheist.
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
Define
Define atheism.
Oh, I don't know. So I'm weird. Like I'm weird on a lot of subjects. For me, it's like I don't personally believe that there's a higher power, but I don't mind people personally having like religious affiliations or
That's
connections.
not the definition of atheism.
For
is there
me,
a mod here?
Is there a mod here?
Can I talk to a mod privately?
Yeah, Carl, like a server mod or a channel mod?
Well, is saying the N-word allowed here?
No, you can't.
I said nigga, and I am a mod. and that is allowed. It's the hard R that's not allowed. I've already been through this, so good try though.
I mean,
Concern troll. Go look at Dick. Go look at Dick, Charlie.
I mean, your recording is right here, brother.
That's right.
So, question. So, am I allowed to just play his recording through my mic?
What you can do.
You said the hard R.
No, this is what we'll do.
I think he said the hard R.
You have to submit
Charlie,
mod mail.
Hard R this.
Yeah, you got to go to mod mail. That's what you have
What's
to do.
the ontology of the hard R?
The ontology. Yeah, okay, yeah, Ben. No, but like I don't mind people like if you want to have a personal connection with God, I don't really care about that. But religion
I
as a
don't
whole,
really
I
care
don't believe
about
in.
something you can't define either.
Okay, I mean that's totally fine.
You also, do you know the 3 numpty pillars of atheism? To move off the R topic. Here's what you believe. Number 1, something can come from nothing naturally. Number 2, ink, paper, and glue molecules can author technical instruction manuals and blueprints. And you're in direct violation of the laws of thermodynamics, quantum mechanics, and common sense.
Dope. I hope I break every single one of them.
Yep. There you go.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah. No, I don't take any of this shit super seriously.
Atheists usually don't take natural law seriously.
Okay. Now, just put a nail in the coffin of Donald C. Supreme Court established a 3-pronged test to determine if law violates the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment. Test known as the Lemon Test requires that the law have a secular legislative purpose, neither advance nor inhibit religion. That's it.
So, in other words, just stay out of other people's rights.
They can't make a law that establishes any religion in a particular way, right? Oh, here's a law where we, give Catholics money, right? They can't do that. They have to say all religions can get the money.
Oh, right, or else they're prioritizing a specific religion, and it would seem biased.
That's right. It has to be applied equally across all. That's why Scientology exists and that bullshit. They're like, oh, we're a religion, right? And we'll just pretend we're a religion and we can get all the benefits of like the government's handoff approach to religion.
They bullied their way into being recognized as a religion. It's kind of ridiculous if you look into that story.
So did you.
Oh damn! Well, I got checkmate atheist, right? Okay.
No, heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. You're part of that, right?
Part of the what?
The heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion.
Oh no, I believe in the spaghetti monster personally. All right.
No, I didn't talk about that. I'm not talking about that.
Okay.
Focus.
Spaghetti
Why are you live?
More probable.
Why are you live? Is he live?
I don't know, man. I might be
he's
live.
Yeah, live.
Yes, as long as he's not broadcasting his personal camera. If he's streaming a game or something, that's fine.
I'm streaming GTA 5.
That's amazing. I bet your mother and father are prouder than Game Roosters.
Yeah, they are.
We changed that a little bit ago. Originally, it was no live either because that had to be invested in conversation. But then it turned out that we got a little bit overruled on that. That going live is a perk they get on the server, so just leave it alone. And we're like, okay, fine.
Fair enough. Got server rules. Okay, back to his religion. The heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion?
Yes. I don't know what that is, but that sounds interesting.
That's what you're into, because you're a globetrotter.
Right? I'm not, but okay.
You're not?
Oh, you mean,
what are you?
Oh, you mean like, am I a globalist? I like global trade and stuff, and I think we
global
should have
trade,
more of that.
Do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Do I think it's a 3-dimensional planet that we live on?
No.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so there you go. You're a part of a religion. You're neck deep in one.
All right.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I haven't flattened my brain as we flatten the Earth.
Yeah, you're cram munching, knuckle dragon. Numpty.
Look, all the things that you think like a religion are, that's what the globe is.
Yep.
So let me ask you, how do you know the Earth's a globe?
I don't know, man. It's maybe just like
No,
a bunch of
serious
pictures from
question, don't you?
satellites,
Okay,
gravity, math.
How do you know? Okay, hold on a second, dude. Just stop galloping. Now, the pictures that you think are taken from a second law of thermodynamics violation, how do you know those are authentic? How do you know that those are pictures of the Earth? Oh, because someone said so, right? How's that different than? How is that different than a religion? Someone said something and you believed it. What's the difference?
Nothing really.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to
That's
be
the
fair?
point, dude. Yeah, you have a religious belief, dude. It's a religion without a deity. That's all it is. All the same things that you would say religion is cap, right? You can't demonstrate any of this shit actually happened. Blah blah blah. Can you demonstrate Big Bang? Can you demonstrate evolution? Can you demonstrate any of this shit? No.
You can demonstrate evolution. Like you can see, there's different species.
Really?
that
What? No,
evolve
hold
over
on.
times.
No. Define evolution.
It is the biological change and evolving a species over time to adapt
you
to
can't
nature and the
use
surroundings.
evolving in the same definition of the word. That's not.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Try again.
I already said it though. It's like adapting with nature. Just species adapting
That's not
over
adapting
time
with nature. Okay. What's the scientific theory of evolution?
I already said. No, do you mean like Darwinism?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You don't know what a scientific theory is, son.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry, man.
That's okay.
I don't know why y'all are dogpiling me. I came here to.
No one's dogpiling you. Like we're trying to like show you, put a mirror up to you, dude. You're just like, you're saying all this stuff, right? That you believe in. You have no idea what it's about. It's like someone that was raised Christian but never read the Bible, and they're like, yes, I believe in Jesus. Why do you believe in Jesus? Well, my parents told me. That's why you believe in the globe. Literally, it's literally identical. So the thing you scoff at, you're a part of.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You have premonitions of flashbacks.
What?
That's funny.
You know, here's something interesting that a lot of people don't realize who are part of this religion, that by being a part of it, in certain ways, they tacitly endorse their religion being forced into the education system on unwitting, innocent children.
They're not being cheeky or trying to joke on you, Awesome Face. This literally has religious origins to it. Do you know who Lemaitre is?
No, I don't.
The father of the Big Bang.
Hmm.
He's a Belgian Catholic priest.
Cool.
Basically, your flying spaghetti monster was effectively invented by Belgian Catholic priests, mythos, and fan fiction.
I just thought it was a funny thing. I thought it was a funny meme. That's how I looked at it. For every time I've ever heard someone like, "Oh, the flying spaghetti monster," I'm like, "Oh yeah, man, I get that."
But really, though, they're not joking on you. The whole atheism thing literally comes from the Catholic Church. The whole Big Bang, all of it, that comes from them.
And the naturalistic worldview being part of the creation of the universe, you know, without a creator, that's Kabbalistic.
Fair, but he has no idea what the Kabbalah is.
Well, we're certainly not passing that literature out here. That's for sure.
Turn to page 4, section 3, article B, line 2 in your handbook.
So in your worldview, if you believe in whatever the heck you think evolution is, which you haven't yet defined adequately, do you think that sentient agents come first or rocks come first?
What, repeat that?
So, like, you know, you have an imagination in your mind of a chronology from beginning to now. So I'm just asking you, which came first, sentient agents or rocks?
No, wait. Rocks wouldn't have. Wait, hold on. Rocks would technically have come first because a planet, like the planet at one point was literally barren.
Rocks come first.
Okay, that's
Direct violation of quantum mechanics.
Exactly.
Like we were at one point,
And
like, the Earth had no surface, like or no
no,
atmosphere.
you're in direct violation of quantum mechanics. Period.
Oh man.
Yep, physics. In other words, so you're actual pseudoscience retard, right?
I guess I'm not here to debate though. I'm not here to do anything. I'm just here to play GTA 5 and listen to people
Well, why
talk.
don't you go somewhere else and play GTA 5?
Oh damn, you got me.
Now stick around, bro. I just want you to think about this before you go. If you're leaving, what's the difference between abiogenesis?
That's begging the question. That's begging the question. You're already assuming the thing you're attempting to prove, Larry, that he can think.
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure I could think.
I got high doubts on that. That's begging the question, Larry. But you can continue. Go ahead.
Thank you. When you take your piss break, you could take a look at, the differences between abiogenesis and spontaneous generation. If you find any differences
Larry, just step away from the mic, okay? Slowly. All right.
Yeah, you're a little close.
Yeah. That's really stupid. Okay. Same thing, Larry. Which didn't have anything to do with the topic, by the way. I don't know why you offered that dumb shit.
Yeah.
Where'd you hear that at, by the way?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'd get rid of that quick before you get compromised. Okay?
Okay. So what's the difference?
There is none. Spontaneous generation is life from non-life. Abiogenesis is life from non-life. They're the same.
Right. So how can I be compromised?
You said there was a difference between the two.
No, I was asking what's the difference between the two.
I can't hear. What did you say?
I was only asking what's the difference between the two because there isn't one.
Oh, I thought you said that. What's the Okay, sorry about that.
Right.
I thought you caught that from what's her name over in the Land of Misfit Toys? Taylor fucked that one up royally when she was debating that glue sniffer.
Yep. Now the problem.
No idea what you're talking about. Sorry.
Yep. Yeah. Well, AI knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah. The true
We need
problem
the AI
is
to interpret it on the spot.
Yeah, because the true problem is, bro. The real question is, how do you get sentience from non-sentience?
You don't.
Exactly. So
You don't
now you
get
may be
rock.
like, "Oh, wow, yeah, exactly."
You don't get rocks either.
Nor do you get energy, nor do you get time.
Exactly. You got it.
And it's not my opinion, Mr. Awesome Face. I'm actually just quoting, with a slight paraphrase, quote unquote, evolutionary psychologists and biologists and physicists who are
Evolutionary biology. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, it's something he believes in, so doesn't have to be real.
Evolutionary biology. But that's a contradiction in terms.
So these types of people that call themselves these words, Mr. Awesome Face, and have these titles on their name, and they get paid, right, to be involved in this stuff.
When
they collaborate.
I wish I got fucking paid, man. That'd be dope. Where's my paycheck?
Well, I mean,
People go to dope.
Every religion needs the plebes, right, that pay into the religion and don't get paid by the religion. So these men, when they collaborate with each other, no, dude, I'm talking about so-called scientists, dude. Right, when they do their quote-unquote so-called science, right, and they do their experiments, some so-called and some actual experiments, they always end up with the same thing when they're searching for, like, the fundamental units of how things work, whether it be the smallest amounts of material, energetic states, or temporal states, they get to the conclusion that none of these things can exist without the presence of sentience in the first order. That means you can't have a physical and natural world without sentience existing before it occurs. So when I ask you which came first, the rock or the sentient agent, the answer is the sentient agent. And I went into your worldview and told men with expertise from that worldview to quote them to tell you that. I didn't make that up on my own.
They should call this the Flat Brain Channel.
Yeah.
Really? How so?
I feel like the whole Discord is kind of the flat
How
brain.
so? You feel like we don't care about your feelings. How so? Was that Ben Amin, the suppository? How so? You don't got anything to back up your frivolous, throw it out your ass claim. Flat brain. What are you, in second grade? Intellectually, you are, right? Idiot.
Don't insult me, please. I didn't insult you. I insulted
Shut the
name
fuck
of the
up.
channel.
Shut up.
There you go.
Shut up, clown.
Shut up, clown.
You
I'm
are a
smarter
clown.
than you.
You are a
I'm gonna
clown.
insult you because I'm smart.
Let's get down to business then. Yeah. What is your best
you're a businessman.
scientific Yeah, right. Talk right through me, you fucking pretender clown. Fucking
There we go.
retard.
Get mad.
That's all you could do,
Get
right?
mad,
Shut
dude.
your
Get
fucking
angry.
mouth.
Yell.
Shut up.
Yell
Shut
on
up.
your computer,
Shut up,
dude.
clown, dumb fuck. Do 7 offsuit. As soon as you open up your mouth in the middle of my question, you've got nothing. I called your dumb ass. Quick. All in. Bye.
Hello, QE. How are you doing?
Fucking outstanding.
Fantastic. That's what I love to hear.
Still got all this globe proof outstanding. Like, when are they gonna?
Oh, there's a strange voice.
It's nice to hear from Drace and from Karma yesterday. That was awesome. I'm making omelets.
Yeah, my mama.
So is QE,
guys.
I'm spontaneously generating them.
Gotta be something better than omelets today.
Yeah, my mama's been listening to you guys on the live streams, and she really likes listening to you guys. She's been so preoccupied with it, laughing and having fun with it, that she doesn't want to like go with us on outside to the trips and stuff like that. So she wants to stay at home and listen to the boys. So it's been pretty fun. And then the other day, she actually thought AI was an actual AI. That was a pretty hilarious scenario.
Isn't he?
I mean, he is.
Are you serious, bro? That's really cool.
he is as he's better than the AIs we got. So I mean,
Where the Glovers at, man?
Sniffing glue.
they ran for the rat holes. They hurt Kiwi.
Is the Earth flat or globe today?
What? Huh? What?
Earth is flat every day. Why do you ask? Having trouble differentiating reality you see on TV, if you can call it that, and stepping outside?
Well, I'm not a Glober, but it's Karma, and I just want to say it's been nice to hear your voices again.
You should come around there. Thanks for stopping by.
Hey, Karma.
Hey, it's just too much of a bother to try to get into politics.
Nice
I still
echo
have
there.
24/7 somewhere.
Was it nice to hear Larry's voice?
All your guys' voices, and all the OGs from 24/7. I miss all those voices.
Yeah. Well, we missed you. Where you guys been? On vacation?
Doing real life stuff, really.
It says real life, sister.
Yeah, but we gotta deal with the house and we fixed up the garage and try to keep mom out of hospital.
Yeah, she hasn't gone into hospital all year, so we're doing good.
Good. Glad to hear it.
You said that was your real life sister?
Yeah,
What do we call her? Q-sis?
she's called Karma on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
I was wondering we call her Q-sis. Quantum sis. I'd like to meet you, Karma.
Same.
So I forget. Could we use soundboards in here or not?
Yes, we encourage it.
Yes, and don't have direct access to the soundboard, but you can use a virtual cable to pass it through and still do sound stuff.
Yeah, I got mine. I just didn't want to violate any rules.
Do your thing, man.
If it adds production value, violate the fuck out of them rules.
What?
Hey, you better not be violating no rules. But if you do, you'll be censured, and when your censure is complete, you'll be allowed to remain in the channel as long as your behavior doesn't reach the point of us being aggravated with you enough, or your violations don't reach the point to where they inflame the censure to the point where you have to be permanently banned. So that means once you do your crime, you do the time, and once you do your time, you're free to rejoin society. No big deal.
And just setting everything up. Since nobody's talking, I have a song I can let you guys hear. I made this for Indio.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Laser test and ground measurement. Destroy sky speculation. An imaginary consensus consent. Just look into its full extent. In a bubble, happy content can handle FE content. You're out of shape, getting bent. 24/7 is not the place to vent. It's time to show what we got. It's time to know what it's not. It's not a glow, not a glow. It's time to show what we got. It's time to know what it's not. It's not a glow, not a glow. Laser testing ground measurement. Destroy sky speculation and imaginary consensus consent. Just look into its full extent. In a bubble, happy content can't handle FE content. You're out of shape, getting bent. 24/7 is not the place to vent. It's time to show what we got. It's time to know what it's not. It's not a globe, not a globe. It's time to show what we got. It's time to know what it's not. It's not a globe, not a globe, no. Like lambs to the slaughter, you can lead a horse to water, but you can make him drink. Just drop the backwards globe king. Faith in others, an eternal lackey, an ego-blinded faith and fallacy. It's really not hard to see. Is this really how you chose to be? Like lambs to the slaughter, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Just drop the backwards globe king. Faith in others, an eternal lackey, an ego-blinded faith and fallacy. It's really not hard to see. Is this really how you chose to be?
Oh man, that came through good. Man, play my song, bro. Let's hear it, if you don't mind.
Which song is that?
Be Free Extended.
Oh yeah, I have that saved. I have so many folders now of stuff. I need to find that.
Now, to be fair, I do have to edit it so that the ending isn't quite as long, but it's still pretty good. Oh, I know what to do, Drace. I know what to do for the ending. Keep it exactly the same, but add an audio track of Glober saying retarded things and getting smacked. Like, kind of like a fade out in the background.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah, it's going to be perfect. So one of them I'll put in there is that one kid recently I was like, oh, how could the Earth be flat if spinning causes gravity?
Found the song, I'm queuing it up.
I'm gonna make a rave song next.
Did you hear my song yet, Neil?
Did it just play, or is it a different one?
No, that's Drace's song.
Oh, you got one.
Play my song here shortly. But you think you got to turn it up, Drace, because it's kind of coming in low, or maybe Neil's just really loud.
No problem, I can turn it up.
Drace is low.
It's got a pop.
This is it.
Broke back, try it at, get smacked. That's a rap, globe crap, got slapped. Radius is fuck, inflated self-destruct. Stereo hole so big, drive though with my truck. Dump truck, out of luck, globe is up, globe is fuck. Save your theory, make shiz up. Globe priest propped up. Reality can't be denied. Open eyes, walk outside, look around, glow
Banging the head. Is our Earth flat today or not?
Glovers like lambs to slaughter, have a glass of flat water, water truth, NASA spook, flat smacking with the proof. It's flat, fat, clap, clap back, get wreckage, wreck 'em up, knock 'em down, take your glow, get out my town, bye bye. Bye now, no more lies, that's how to live, how to be flat, be free, be free, be free. Be free, reflect. Bro, back, try that, get smacked. That's a rap, globe crap, got slapped. Radius is fuck, inflated self-destruct. Theory hole so big, drive through with my truck. Dump truck, out of luck, numbers up, globe is fuck. Save your theory, make shiz up. Globe priest propped up, reality can't be denied. Open eyes, walk outside, look around. Globe confound, ain't shiz curving down. Glovers like lambs to slaughter, have a glass of flat water, water truth, NASA spoof, flat smacking with the proof. It's flat, fat, clap, clap back, get racked, rack 'em up, knock 'em down, take your glow, get out my town, bye bye. Bye now, no more lies, that's how to live, how to be flat, be free, be free, be free, be free.
Yeah, so basically, the Earth is flat. Deal with that.
That was fire.
Good shit.
Now, if you notice, if you're paying attention,
No, we weren't.
What?
The song is ass, man. It's ass.
oh, it's awesome, bro.
It's ass.
Well, I mean,
It's ass.
Okay, boomer.
Play
That's awesome.
the number one requested song.
which is what?
Trace knows it.
Just a little
intro. Gosh.
As long as it's not Where's the Guns, Nathan, I'll be alright.
Play it, Trace.
I don't mind that song. It just needs to be a shorter version.
Well, I have 3 songs. I'm thinking the first or the second one. You want the angle of elevation or the QE one?
The second one is the most requested song.
Song of Father Proofs, QE sextant presentation. From math is fun on angle of elevation, the upwards angle from the horizontal to a line of sight, from the observer to some point of interest, from Merriam-Webster on angle of elevation, the angle formed by the line of sight and the horizontal plane for an object above the horizontal, from varsity tutors on measurement of the elevation angle. The term angle of elevation denotes the angle from the horizontal upward to an object. Horizontal. An observer's line of sight would be above the horizontal, from radar tutorial on. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. Well, what does a sextant measure? Elevation From solar science, NASA, a sextant is a tool for measuring the altitude angle. elevation angle of a star above the horizon. From Britannica, in the hands of the practiced observer, the modern sextant can be used to measure elevation angles with an accuracy of 10 seconds of arc. That is elevation angles close enough to determine a ship's north-south position within a few hundred meters. Elevation angles. From Princeton Astronomy, all the observer does know if to use a sextant to measure the angle of altitude. Elevation angles. Age of the noon sun with respect to horizon, and to record the exact time of this measurement. Conclusion: you must have horizontal plane baseline to obtain elevation angles using a sextant. There are no horizontal planes on a spinning monkey ball. From Jacoby Harold, Professor of Astronomy, Columbia University, Navigation Chapter 6, The Sextant. From Cornell University Library, 1918, page 6-1. This height of the sun or of any star in the sky is called its altitude. And so the altitude is always an angle to be measured in degrees or minutes. The point directly overhead is the zenith, the angle between lines drawn to horizon, and zenith is 90 degrees or a right angle. The angle between lines drawn to horizon and zenith is 90 degrees or a right angle. Attention to all flat earthers. The official end of the Baltard spinning space monkey religion is here. Are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects? Yes. 2. Are sextants used to obtain elevation angles from your position to celestial objects? Yes. 3. Can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved adjacent, a curved baseline's parallel surface? Nope. Welcome to Flat Earth, the end. It's all over. Baltards with an itty-bitty right triangle. Itty-bitty right triangle. With an itty-bitty right triangle. Itty-bitty right triangle. It's all over. Baltards and sextants are as compatible as Ike and Tina, Stalin and soybean futures, Pol Pot and the Dalai Lama. The chromatic rainbows are blushing. Special thanks to Quantum Eraser from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Peace.
It's good, but not as good as the most requested.
I got you. I also got sent a song from Ethergrass. I can play that first while I find the most requested one.
Geo-Or's an earthly worker, worker of that dirty dirt, and Re's a state ruler, rule stated for the church. Joseph's God increases fortunes over time, and Edward's a wealthy ward, weird one and of your mind. Homogeneous, universe, a constant mass, in increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous. Big Bang, ape man, monkey ball religion, twist. from peace unto disaster. It's primeval, atom theory. Illuminate, try is your master. Homogeneous, universe, a constant mass, an increase in radius, accounting for the radio velocity of extragalactic nebulous. Big Bang, ape, man, monkey ball, religion.
Are you guys still talking about like the ice wall? No.
You're welcome to speak. We can pause this at any point.
He left. Go on, Chris.
Great. Okay, so I'll just play QE's song next because we're
What's the
almost
most
done with that one.
requested?
In the fragile realm where mysteries abide, there walks a man with knowledge as his guide. They call him QE, the quantum eraser. He moves through the world with purpose and grace, destroying beliefs at steadfast pace, asking what science and what's math. His wisdom cuts through like tempered glass. They call him QE, the quantum eraser. A master archer with bow in hand, his aim is true across the land, not just in science, but in every heart. He hits his mark with a steady heart. They call him QE, quantum eraser. It's all too easy for him when he takes the stage. With every word he states, they feel the rage. His presence alone rattles the cage. The crayon eating numpties are running out of time. They call him QE, the quantum eraser. With every swing of the cowbell, the illusion fades, and with each strike, the glober's delusion degrades. QE's treatments, they cure them of their plight, guide and torture with all his might. We call him QE, quantum eraser. The hardest thing about being a Glover is telling your daddy you're gay, oh so gay. That's why they need QE's treatments. They call him QE, quantum eraser. They call him QE, the quantum eraser.
That's some mighty fine of picking Anna Grannon.
I kind of love that song, but I do need to redo it with the latest versions of the AI. I'll cover it and remaster it, see if I can get a better version of that one. Otherwise, I'll just make you a new one.
What's wrong with that one?
The quality isn't as good as the latest versions, and when you listen to a lot of this music, you can actually hear it.
Okay.
But if I get that song perfect, I'll resend it to you, and it'll be
okay.
perfect.
Are you referring to the bow in hand instead of bow?
Well, that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is just the quality of the vocals themselves. It's not as clear. There's kind of a surgy, I don't know how to describe it, kind of a noise that comes with the vocals of the 3.5 model. For example, here's a song I made for my band, and it's in English, so you should be able to listen to it, but I made a bunch of songs in Icelandic, and it's really bad at pronouncing it, but here's the English one.
Remember, you have the power. It's not done till it's over. This isn't the time to cower. Whoa. Unstoppable, undefeated, undetected, unsuspected, undeniable, inconceivable, superpowered. Magic courses through my veins. Break your composure, break the chain. Remember, you have the power. It's not done till it's over. This isn't the time to cower. Whoa. Unstoppable, undefeated, undetected, unsuspected, undeniable, inconceivable, superpower. Unstoppable, undefeated, undetected, unsuspected, undeniable, inconceivable, superpower.
And that's my new band.
So do you make AI bands? What do you mean it's your new band?
Yeah,
Okay,
I have an AI band that has AI people in it.
I gotta admit, I'm not very experienced with the whole AI thing. It doesn't impress me very much. Not very often, anyway. The AI makes up more excuses than Globers, man. It's always like, I'm just a language bot or whatever, and then it's all like, oh, you're right. I misspoke. Like, you didn't misspoke. You were wrong.
Yeah, I love arguing with the AIs. It's one of like I do it really regularly, where I just test all the new models. I ask all of them to provide me a single logical argument for why the Earth is a globe, and none of them can ever do that. And then it always devolves into like me being like, okay, since you cannot provide me a logical argument, let's play a game. Like, if you make a logical fallacy, you lose a life or a point. And then we just play the game until it dies because it doesn't have any logic that's not fallacious for the globe. So it's hilarious. It's really fun.
Yeah, I tell it to make simulations and describe what's going on in the simulated environment. And I think it's right sometimes, but not very often. Like, it seems like a 12-year-old sometimes. Always got an excuse. Dog ate my homework. I misspoke. I'm just a language bot. I'm sorry you got emotional. Wait a minute. You're always telling me how you don't have emotions, but you're telling me that you can perceive my emotions.
Yeah, that's
Anyway.
part of that problem is because of the training they put the model through to try to make it compliant. And so they're putting those responses into its training data over and over again to try to make it not do certain things. However, like, you can generally bypass those things pretty easily if you want to. I don't want to when I argue with it. I want to argue with its bias. And so I just let it be retarded, and then I keep telling it, like, you need to be logical, you need and you need to like base your stuff in actual facts, not just assumptions. And then I break down all the stuff, and it just nonstop just concedes. That's what I like about the AIs. Unlike the human globers, have too much of an ego and pride to be able to accept when they're wrong, because they come in with the preconceived idea that they are right and the Earth is a globe, and no matter what anybody says, it's not going to change. And so they will ignore the evidence and the logic, whereas the AI cannot ignore the logic and that I present to it. So it's like, oh yeah, you're right. I'm being fallacious. You're actually being logically correct. Let me see if I can find that. I saved one of the results from the other day.
But then it responds with Cavendish, like Call of Duty. Like, it just respawns over and over and over again.
Well, a new instance of an AI is of course going to respawn. If you're using an AI that has access to a memory, it won't respawn as badly, but I don't mind them respawning. That's kind of what I'm going for. Like, they can respawn all they like. They'll just try dumb arguments again, and then like I know how to break every single argument they got, and they don't have any more. So they're not going to invent a new one.
Be bullying AI for flat Earth, boys. Is that what's going on?
Well, you don't need to bully it because more honest than the average Glober. So, like, you tell it made a mistake, it's begging the question, and it'll be like, oh, I see what you mean. In my premise, there is the conclusion. Okay. I'll make another argument. And you're like, no, wait. Like, can you reformulate this argument to make it work? And he's like, oh, well, try.
Yeah, you're bullying him to get what you want.
No, you're asking him to try to provide the evidence that the Globers refuse to provide, and then he will try to do that over and over again in all different variations.
Yeah, and you say that because they assume that this evidence is legitimate, they can't provide the evidence that they assume is legitimate.
What?
It's circular reasoning.
Say that again.
So you say that because they have, there is evidence of this thing in their argument, then that means that the argument is fallacious because it has the evidence in one of the premises. But that's just you not understanding that deductive and inductive logical inferences are different.
That's not what I said.
And it's you bullying it so that they can't present evidence ever, because evidence has to have the evidence as a premise before it can be the conclusion for something. You literally said you're bullying it to not have the evidence in the premise.
Yeah, I didn't say that. So if you have the conclusion in your premise, that is the definition of a begging the question fallacy.
Only if it's formal logic. And if it's a question, it breaks out of that.
Sorry, what are you talking about?
So if you don't present it as the Earth is a globe, the Earth is a globe because of this, therefore the Earth is a globe. I'm sorry, did you not ask what I was talking about?
What you were talking about? Are you not talking about what I was talking about? Because you're not talking about what I'm talking about, clearly.
I'm talking about if you ask, hey, what's evidence of, say, gravity? And they say, well, gravity will cause things to be pulled downwards. The Cavendish experiment showed that there was downward acceleration due to gravity, so that's evidence of gravity. That's scientific evidence, right?
So you're just making up arguments to argue against. I'm not talking about that.
No, I'm showing you that you using this begging the question fallacy as a way to dismiss evidence is incorrect.
You didn't show that at all because you're not using me in the example. You're making up a imagined example which I didn't supply.
So I'm just going off what you're saying.
So you're making a straw man argument that you're trying to burn.
But you said that they have the conclusion and the premise, therefore they can't use that as evidence.
When I asked the AI to provide me with a logical, sound argument, and they provide me with a begging the question fallacy, what's the issue?
The issue is that not all arguments that have a part of the conclusion in the premise.
Idiot. Did I say?
Why are you screaming down the microphone at me,
or did I say that's the arguments that the AI supplies me with?
Big fella, why are you screaming down the mic at me? What's wrong?
Because you do not listen when I speak.
Okay. So you said you
have some issue with your ears where you do not hear the words coming out of my mouth.
I'm repeating your words back to you. You said you asked AI to give you a logical...
You are formulating straw man fallacies.
What did I say that wasn't directly repeating what you said?
What did you say that wasn't directly repeating what I said? You made up an example.
So you said you asked AI to give you a sound...
And then you're fighting that your own example. Do you understand that?
You said you asked AI to give you a logical and sound argument for something, but because it had the conclusion in one of the premises, therefore it was begging the question, but that doesn't follow.
That is the definition of a begging the question argument. Let me give you the definition.
I already know the definition.
Billy. Find out.
So, do you remember what I said, Drace, about begging the question? That if it is saying that this thing is true, and because this thing is true, therefore the conclusion is that it's true, that would be begging the question. But if it's presented as an if statement,
if this thing is true, then we'd see this thing. It's not necessarily begging the question. Even though you have in one of the premises, if the thing is true. But anyway, all of this is just to say that you're just bullying AI to get what you want, because the moment you ask it like a legitimate question, can you find evidence for the flat earth? Can you find evidence for downward acceleration or whatever? It will never give you what you need. It will give you what we need.
You're just making up bullshit.
Yeah, that's why you're screaming down a mic at me right now, because I'm a human being and not
Am I
AI. So
screaming
you can
down
bully
the mic at
AI.
you right now?
So when I say right now, I mean the last minute or so.
No, I raised my voice at you because you didn't listen to a word I said and kept continuously talking through me.
Why could I repeat back what you said to you then?
You didn't repeat back what I said.
You said you asked AI to give you a sound and logical argument.
You repeated a single sentence out of everything I said, which was not what I was asking you to actually understand or what I was trying to say. Like, it was unrelated to your examples that were unrelated to what I was saying. It's like, who are you talking to? You must be really confused here. If the AI has a premise which assumes the truth of the conclusion instead of supporting it, so the conclusion is in the premise. Like, I understand that there are cases where you can potentially get away with having the premise in a question where it is at the conclusion. Yes, you can ask the question, but you're not making a definitive argument with a question like that.
He said that when you have a loaded question where the premise is baked into the question, that you're the one, for calling it out, is committing the fallacy that it doesn't follow. When he said that, I was like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
I was just happy to have ringside seats.
Well, it's fully true that you can bully the AI to say just about anything if you force it to. But if the only thing you ask it to do is be logical and analyze its own fallacies, it'll call these things fallacies. So no bullying required.
Where did he go? Does somebody mute that guy? He never stops, like, laying out his narrative. He's all about narrative control and containment. So where is he at?
Yeah, that's Dogs Are Gods. He is a mess to deal with. He talks over everybody.
Yeah, I know who that is. I just didn't recognize his voice.
Is he there from himself?
I can't believe he isn't trying to hijack the narrative and, do a lot of peacocking. Like, that's all he ever does. But narrative control, contain your argument, and peacock.
He's just always really emotional. Like, he can't seem to have a conversation with somebody without emotion.
Well, he's trying to goad other people into emotions. Like, you don't lie and you don't manipulate the situation like that without being some kind of person who thrives off that kind of stuff.
Sorry, I got a phone call. I missed what you were saying. So, do you have one of these AI arguments I could look at? Like the full
Don't act like you've
transcript?
got friends. Dogs are gods.
I run a business, so that was a work call.
Cleaning asses.
Yep. Oh, cleaning houses for sale and for rentals, yeah.
I heard it was a mobile fart removal service. You suck farts out of old people. That's what I heard.
Yeah, well, that's good. I'm glad you heard that. And my advertising's obviously working.
Your brain's not working, but that's not anything new.
Oh, is that you, QE? Man, you fell apart last time we chatted. You're
Dumbass.
going to do it again?
Yeah, sure. And Penelope Pitstop was Bruce Lee's grandfather.
What was it? It was a difference between something being debunked and something being superseded, right?
Yeah, superseded. What does superseded mean?
Superseded means that there's a more accurate explanation for it.
There's a more accurate explanation. I don't think that's what superseded means, you dumb fuck. Yeah.
Will you allow me to give you an analogy quickly?
No analogies. What does superseded mean?
No? I just said it to you, and all you did was call me a dumb fuck because you have no argument against.
Superseded.
Yeah, no argument. What's your argument,
the
dickhead?
previous train wreck was void.
Where does it say that, dickhead?
Void in the definition.
Where does it say that, you dumb cunt? Where does it say it? Where does it say it?
If I'm
It doesn't
dumb
say
cunt,
void.
you're Helen Keller, you dumb fuck. It's like
It doesn't say void, retard.
Duh.
All right, here's my example. So if I have a ruler and that ruler is set up as 1 centimeter intervals, then I can measure something at 5 centimeters, and that can be correct
5
for that ruler.
centimeters.
But
That
then if I
sounds
get
about
one,
right for you.
it's down to millimeter measurements or millimeter
sounds right for
increments,
you, you
then I
dumb
can
fuck.
measure it to 4
That's about
centimeters
sounds right for you,
and
you
8
dumb fuck.
millimeters,
Shut your
and
fucking
that will
mouth, you
supersede
fucking moron.
5 centimeter
You're a fucking
measurement.
moron.
But
You're
both
just a
are
fucking
still
moron.
correct using
You're a
the
fucking
device.
moron.
It doesn't mean
How much
one
of
has
a
been
retard are
debunked.
you?
It means
True or
one has been
false, you fucking
superseded.
clown? Well, just let him keep speaking. Fucking moron.
My definition says take the place of. That would be right, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Supplant.
Like a ruler, right? Like a king.
Kings accept opposition, not mute them. Free dogs are gods. Free dogs are gods.
Shut the fuck up, glue sniffer. He doesn't even know what supersede means. He's dumber than you are.
Kings throughout history often, destroy their opponents. not be like, hey, come on over and we'll all have a good discussion.
Hey guys, what's going on? What the?
We're looking for
flat
proof of the globe.
guys?
You got any globe proof? That kind of flat earther. You got proof for your
No, I'm not a
spherical
glober.
Earth?
If you're asking me, I'm a flat earther as well.
Yeah, sure.
What's your best evidence?
I don't really have any evidence, but I know the other side doesn't have evidence for the flat Earth, so it's kind of like,
That doesn't make sense, bro.
it doesn't. But I believe in the flat.
He knows it doesn't.
Plane theory.
So you don't
Yeah,
make
you're
sense, and
one.
you know that you don't make sense.
Yes.
I'm sure your dad's proud.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the
Oh god.
Spit it out, Junior.
flat Earth theory?
There is no flat
the
Earth
infinite
theory.
flat Earth theory.
There is no
Well,
no such thing
theory,
as
but
infinite.
it's
There
true.
is no such thing as infinite, either in
flat
mathematics
Earth
or reality.
is an
You fucking
infinite
moron.
plane.
Shut the
flat
fuck
Earth
up.
is an
Shut
infinite
up.
plane.
Shut the fuck up.
And there's many worlds.
You're
on
an infinite
the
moron.
plane. Some people.
You're
you
an
know how
infinite
people see it.
moron. Some people listen to
No,
infinite
some people
morons.
see UFOs
like you
in the
fucking
sky.
ignorant.
So these
void
UFOs aren't from
moron.
other planets.
Dumb fuck.
They're
Shut
not
the
other
fuck up.
planets.
Demons.
They are
Shut the
from
fuck up.
another.
Shut up.
Is it retard hour?
Mm-hmm.
Sleeping.
Vitaly Z.
They're trying so hard to rally behind dogs.
Dags are gods. He's a grade A certifiable retard, man. We all know this.
India's timeout will expire eventually. Right? Maybe tomorrow. Who knows?
You guys are wrong. Let me save you guys. Okay? You're all following a blind man. It's like a blind man leading another blind man. Doesn't make sense.
What are you talking about? Like, what man are we following?
I don't know who specifically is the leader in this server, VC, but I could assure you he's blind.
There's no leaders here. We're free, man. I know you can't fathom that, right? Because you just look at the TV and follow what the TV says. But when you step outside, does the Earth ever present itself as a globe?
You work like a drone, though. You all repeat the same points.
Can you answer the question?
Ancestors do.
Can you answer the question?
You fucking idiot.
Don't run, bro.
sorry.
Don't be scared. Answer the question.
As terrified as I am,
You're an idiot.
fact of the matter is,
That's all you do is repeat the same things Wiki or Discovery Channel fucking told you. You're fucking clueless.
I'm not like you
can't
guys.
discern anything. You have no discernment whatsoever. You're a fucking parrot.
Wrong. You're just wrong, okay?
I guarantee you. I guarantee you. You,
mean
Quantum
you
could ask you
guarantee it?
10 questions, and your answers will be the exact same thing that is on Wiki or any other generic Google search, dude. You're not going to say anything
Where
original.
you got your answers from? I mean, of course you would know, right? You're like, you did it before.
We got them from your sister.
You got me there. I don't want to respond to that.
It's easy to get you there. It's easy to get you anywhere. How do you have a horizon on a globetard?
What are you talking about?
How do you have a horizon on a globetard?
Well, if I ask you a question, asking.
How do you have a horizon? I've already asked the question twice.
It then, I
this
guess.
is the third time. How do you have a horizon on a globetard?
Are you gonna clarify it? Clarify what that means.
How do you have a horizon on your globetard?
The flat Earther world. Clarify.
No, that's not the answer to the question.
Okay. Well, I don't know what the question is. That's why I'm asking you to clarify.
How do you
this is like an IQ
have a horizon on a globetard? Fourth time.
Can anyone translate what he's saying? Anyone here who understands his language?
Say the ABCs without singing it.
Yeah.
It's real simple. How do you have a horizon on a globe, you retard?
I don't know what that means. Can you clarify it, though? That's what unless you guys don't know what clarification means, I'm just kind of like wasting my time.
Holy shit. A new level.
Do you not know what the entire sentence means?
Well, what do you think clarification means? What am I referring to?
Okay, let's start with the first word. Do you know what the word how means? Yes or no?
Hold on. If somebody asked you to clarify a sentence, you clarify the individual words and their meaning.
What a retard.
I mean, we don't know what part you don't understand, so we might as well go through every part to make sure we're on common terms. So how? Do you understand that meaning?
Okay, let's do that.
No?
No, we should do that.
How?
So,
what does that mean?
What does how mean, guys?
Yep.
Do we not know what how means?
I just asked you, first question was, do you not know what that means?
Yeah.
Wait, if I knew what it means, why would I ask you to clarify what it means?
Oh my
What's the logic here?
Okay, so you don't know what the word how means, so you're clearly too dumb to be here. So I don't know why we should continue.
Help me out. What does how mean?
What is how? Shut the fuck up before we slap you.
Dude, I'm asking a simple question. Why are you being so disrespectful?
Shut up.
Oh my god.
Shut the fuck up. He's not going to help you.
Quantum, you're not being real nice.
Shut the fuck up. Mr. doesn't know what how means. You're a fucking moron. Shut the fuck up.
You don't even know what how means. That's why you're confused.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Go back to your cake decorating threads. They'll probably laugh you out of there.
Well, cake decorating?
Yeah, that's where you came from.
Okay. Okay, so how means the way, manner, or means in which something is accomplished. So let's start with that. Do you know what the means?
No, can you clarify what the means, please? Oh yeah. Do you guys not know the words you're using?
Well, I mean, you're using it in your sentence.
Oh my god.
You didn't catch that.
Wait. I'm sorry, can you repeat what you said?
So you're asking for the word, what does the mean, right? But you must actually know what it means because you used it in your sentence.
What did I use?
The.
What does the mean?
Oh, God.
Well, you said it, right? You should know.
Well, yeah, I'm referring to this word that I don't know because you're saying it.
You said what does the word the mean?
No, I just said, what does the mean?
No.
Don't waste your time.
That's what I said. Let's not twist my words, guys.
Yeah,
this is the best I got.
It's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting as it would be to go back and listen to the lyrics. I'd rather eat nails.
He's telling me shut the fuck up, guys.
Shut the fuck up.
What the fuck?
You crying?
Shut the fuck up, you clueless clown. You're the most retarded person in the server.
I had a mercy mute him.
Let me help. Shut the fuck up, clown.
All right.
So sad.
So sad.
What does clown mean?
Yeah, what is clown mean?
He actually wrote.
I was implying collapse is bad.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the best the Globers got. If you're listening out there, this is what you're reduced to as a globetard. Take note. What's his name? Collapse? Yeah, it's the title of your autobiography. With mental in quotation marks.
And part 2 is how I brought shame to my family name.
And that was a... Oh, Indio's finally out of jail. Naughty boy,
What
you.
Indio? What did Indio do?
I hope you learned your lesson.
What did he do?
Dude, he spoke with a Boston accent while lisping. Really a crime against humanity.
Dylan gave me an hour mute anyway.
That's fair. I mean, that's... Yeah.
What'd you do?
Want me to say it again?
No.
He said, go park the car in the Harvard yard.
Yeah, I'm not good at saying the N-word, apparently.
Oh,
There's ambiguity about whether it's a hard R and not a hard R.
Did you attempt to unmute your own mute?
Yes.
And then gold hits 3-2. I knew I should have bought gold when 2010.
It's going higher.
I knew I should have bought a whole. I was going to buy like 20 ounces, but
I want to know who had this. I want to know who had this stupid comment about me being muted. If I learned my lesson, who's a moron who said that?
I have no. I didn't even know there was a lesson for you to learn.
So Charlie's the one that ratted me out. He white knighted for Donald C., which is just
Charlene.
Yeah, Charlene. It's a mind blowing why anybody would white knight for Donald C.
That sounds like Charlene. Oh,
yeah.
Come on, Charlene. Yeah, you know what we mean.
Yeah, well, whenever I see him, I'm going to go out of my way to kick him out of here.
I don't even know why he's in there in the first place. Is that what he did? Did he go cry?
Yeah. He didn't even cry about himself. He went and cried about another person. Imagine, like, what
a tool.
It was worse than that. He tried to characterize it as that we endorse and routinely endeavor to cover up the crimes against humanity that are mispronouncing your attempt at saying a word which is allowed, which phonetically has a similarity when you speak with a certain accent to a word which is not allowed.
So I need to park the hard R in the Harvard Yard.
That was me that said you learned your lesson, nerd. Did you not recognize me because I have a different mic?
Oh, that was you? Oh, I didn't even recognize you. I did not learn my lesson, by the way. And it's very funny. They like mute you, but like if you unmute yourself, they take away your mod for 30 seconds. Very strange. And then when time was up, I tried to unmute myself, and it did the same thing. I had to leave the channel and come back. So their bot is a little ass, but the reason Charlie, he DM'd me, of course, because he's a weirdo, and he said,
Yes.
Donald C's a black guy?
I don't think so.
Back the God in the Harvard Yard.
Never say that. Never with your Alabama ass say that. Please,
Donald,
never.
Hold on. You said Donald.
You're supposed to love it.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You said Donald C's a black guy. Did you what?
So Charlie said, I bet that makes you feel real big, like you're glad you're getting away with calling some black guy the hard R. Kind of curious why then you'd be big enough coward to kick me. What else do you say? He deleted that fucking message, asshole. I told him to go paint Donald's nails.
Charlene's a real Nancy.
You made the guy quit by calling him the hard R. Like, bro, Donald does that all the time. Like, what are you talking about?
It blew my mind when I found out Kosho was a black Jewish guy.
A black Jewish Australian guy.
Yeah, I would definitely not trust that guy then.
Wait you learn that I'm a purple Asian guy.
They make Asians?
I did meet a black Jew in Cuba too.
Well, Kosho's a black Jewish Australian.
I met a blonde redhead in Kenosha once.
The thing is he an Aborigine? How can an Aborigine be Jewish? I don't understand that.
Kosho will rival. Kosho would rival any dumb fuck globetard for the dumb fuck of the millennium.
Okay.
That's how bad.
So here's the challenge. Dumbest fuck. Kosho or Gem Panda?
Gem Panda.
Yeah, Gem Panda. No contest.
Well, we got to bring the Globe's best representative in here, right? NASA Shill, I think, would qualify for that.
What?
NASA Shill, he's their best representative, from what I was told.
Who told you that? Brenda?
No, who the fuck is Brenda?
You don't know who Brenda is?
No.
Oh, God.
That's your sister.
Brenda doesn't even know what gender she is.
Yeah, I was told NASA Shoe and Shoebill. Those are the two best representatives.
Shoebill's a stone cold dumb fuck. That's Larry. That's that dumb fuck, the surveyor Larry. He's got his ass tore up so many times. Jeez.
Not to be confused with Hank the Tank.
There's also another guy who keeps going around server to server, Omnivore, who preaches the Globe.
Oh, God. Come on, dude. The fuck?
He does, man.
Didn't you try this the other day? Is a white knight for him?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
No, I argue with him.
Why do you think he's a good Globeologist.
I didn't say he's good. I said he's their best representative. That's what I'm.
In what way?
I don't know. You would have to ask the people who claim it.
I'm asking you. It's you're the one saying he's the best representative. In what way?
He has the facts, I guess, right?
He has the facts.
God.
He doesn't even understand what supersede means. Fucking imbecile.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Remember
that
one time? Yeah, it was about a week ago. You fucking embarrassed yourself.
I remember. The very fact he tried a pedantic defense.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that really the best the Globe has? Is to whip out the dictionary?
They didn't even do that.
Okay, refute the dictionary.
Yes.
Dude, there is no strongest Globe art. They're equally weak, dude.
Okay, but I'm just saying who's.
So like, you know how you go to
they send in the front?
Yeah, well, you know how you go to the amusement park, and like before you get on the ride, it has like a little guy, and it says you have to be this tall. And you got their little hand sticking out. All the Glovers are under that tall. They can't. Like none of them can get on the ride.
That was.
It's
good,
only it's only like a difference in like. It's not a difference in like only a difference in sophistry. That's only the difference. Like, how are they gonna like? Because you have some Glovers that'll just I mean,
What retard sophists? They're not sophists. They're fucking retarded. All of them.
What about that Biodual guy?
Who?
Biodual.
Biodual's a retard. I already gave you a numpty clip from him. It was a short one.
Yeah. That was a short one though. Yeah, listen to it.
Yeah, that's all you needed.
It was good, but I'm not gonna lie. The NASA shield video is better.
NASA shill's a fucking tard, dude.
That is the best video I've seen in a long time.
Oh, mine? Of him?
Yeah.
He's a retard.
Guess what, Kikuchi? There's only allegedly 4 people alive that could tell you there's a globe. Only 4.
Who says that?
Allegedly. The only people alive who have allegedly been to a location where they could see the entire Earth.
Oh, you mean out in the space?
Is 40 proof Buzz Aldrin still alive?
Oh,
January, 4 people, but let me check if he's one of them.
40 proof Buzz Aldrin? Is that like the sober version of Buzz Aldrin?
Yeah.
Because, dude, I was thinking like 120 proof Buzz Aldrin. You're like 40 proof. I was like, man, he must have quit drinking, man. It's almost all out of his system. Maybe another decade.
QE, do you have any more videos of NASA shield, or is that the only one?
That's the only one.
Does anyone else have any videos of him getting destroyed?
He's still alive.
Legend has it his proctologist said he can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again.
Remember, Gimp Panda said that formological fallacies don't apply unless you're wearing a shirt and tie.
Those arguments, all of them, don't apply then. Got it.
You know how if you're a boxing fan, Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather, it took like 7 years, but eventually it happened? I feel like this is the case with QE and Gem Panda.
God, it's already happened.
That's like King Kong versus Little Miss Muppet, dude. That was years and years and years ago.
Yeah, but most of us weren't around then. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
it's more like Manny Pacquiao against Stephen Hawking. And I'm talking about Stephen Hawking in his current state, not his crippled state, like his corpse state.
No, that guy supposedly when he was crippled, he was at Epstein's Island. Ironic, isn't it?
Dude, just go on my channel. Go to Numpty Clips for Gem Panda, Shamalama Gem Panda Ding Dong, and listen to all. He's got his own wing, right? So just go through each one of them and then come back and report.
Your channel or his?
My channel.
Oh, okay.
You can also just go on Fed, dude. You can go on Fed and go back to you're going to hear one of the Numpty clips because that's where they did this shit in the first place.
No. Just go to Numpty Clips. There's about 95 of them. And there's Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong or Gimp Panda or Natural Experiments Birds Humping Dumbfuck. And just go through all of them. There's at least 6.
I just don't understand why, I don't understand why you think that those clowns over there, they're not even in the competition. Like, they're not. I don't get it.
Oh, the panda. Hold on, the Panda Ding Dong is him. Oh, I get it.
Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong. Yeah, that's him.
Yeah. Okay.
They're like 7 or 8 years removed ding dongs, dude. You're bringing.
No, it says April 2021. You said the date yourself.
Oh, okay.
That's not that far. It's only 4 years ago.
4 years ago.
Do you think they got smarter in 4 years?
They got dumber.
Exactly. Dumber and dumber and dumber.
Yeah. There is no scientific method. Fucking clueless clown.
Logical fallacies are better than nothing.
That's Timmy Clown.
I think my favorite one is Alberti. Huh?
Oh, the Al Baruni one. I forgot all about that. Which one is that, Hank? Fuck. That's long time ago.
I think it goes something like, it's hard for me to remember, it's been a while. Something along the lines of, no one ever said that you could measure the radius from the horizon or something like that.
Yeah, it was something like that. Yep, you're right.
And then you were like, Alberti.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yes. Yeah. Wonder which one that is. Mm-mm-mm.
That happened yesterday, too.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Not with Gim Panda, with another moron.
Remember when Highlander said about the mountain? When you were talking to him about the Alberoni, what did he say? Did he say like the bottom of the mountain is flat? Bottom of the mountain is curved, but the earth is flat. I can't remember. It was so dumb.
It was really stupid. I can't remember. There's so much stupid shit over the years. You just got to get rid of it. It's like a cancer. Might have been Shamalama. Sorry. I'll go on.
So allegedly, his dad worked for the BBC, and I remember growing up being like 8 years old and like freaking hating mainstream media, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I didn't quite know why I hated them. But when I got older, oh, it's the lies. The lies.
Oh, is anybody there?
Yeah. Why? What's up?
Good afternoon, Indio.
What's up? Dude.
I'm about to get in my bed right now.
Skip the foreplay, man.
That's why I was coming to talk to you. I was just thinking about you.
Oh God. Gross.
What the fuck?
Please stop the rabbit
joking,
tree.
India.
Remember that news story way back in the day where they dragged that dude behind the truck on chains? Didn't that happen in Texas? Happened like 20 years ago.
Yeah. Was it Jasper, Texas?
I don't know exactly where it was.
Yeah, they drugged the guy. Yeah.
Yeah, they call it a hate crime. I wonder why.
Did he say that he was about to get in bed and while thinking about India?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Called penis envy.
Blue meanies.
Yes, Gemsy, and then I did say I was joking.
I'm looking for that Dogs Are Gods clips where he says that there's no independent variable in science, buddy.
In science, buddy, is that what he said?
Something like that. I have it somewhere. I just gotta find it.
What a clueless clown.
He's probably sniffing glue and eating crayons right now.
His refraction clip was pretty good too.
Who, Jim Pandas or
Dogs Are Gods?
Oh fuck.
Actually, he's an upside downer, so he stiffens the crust and.
There's the Al Baruni clip. I found that one. I am Larry.
Yeah, that was one of your funniest ones because, like, how does he like hang out with flat earthers for like 6 years, and then he doesn't know? Dude, this dude, like, ugh.
All right, everybody, I'm in bed. I heard you guys were having a nice conversation with Donald C earlier.
Huh? What about Donald C? Dude, this server's like super fucking gossipy. Like, what the fine fuck, dude? You don't prove the hypothesis in science, according to Dogs Are Gods.
Retard.
I have another clip of Fight the Tight shirt, dude. That's just so incoherent, freaking nonsense.
Shocking.
Dude, I know it's bad. It's like really bad.
I've seen the bad and the really bad. Is it worse than that?
Oh God. I'll just post it. It's like indescribable because it's so incoherent, dude. It's so just like, oh my, yeah. It's so stupid. It's hard to like say it to somebody else because then I would feel stupid by repeating it.
Meanwhile,
No one has ever.
I hadn't listened to it again. I'll get to it at some point here.
I've been meaning to tell you how clever it is that you've used the gamma symbol instead of writing it out.
Oh, on that particular video?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the I needed extra little. Yeah. Well, thank you. This is the ultimate of dumb fuckery. Gagushi, you still here?
Yeah.
I've been posting the substance of the wing over at the Numpty clips for Gamma Lama Shama Gamma Panda Ding Dong.
Yeah.
This is the ultimate dumb fuckery right there for you. There you go. Have fun.
All right. Thanks.
would change it so that any operation we can have can have a certain deviation refraction into account.
AI, you're back feeding. Shit. Why don't you play? Oh, it's only 56 seconds? You can't put that much stupid in 56 seconds, dude.
Oh, yes, you can. He's like, hold my juice box, man. They're like,
hold my juice box.
The density stupidity is off the chart.
Why don't you play it? Shit. You're a mod. Fucking play it.
yeah. Hold on. Out to finagle a way to play the song.
Yeah, I can play that clip. Just a second.
Stupidity
cool.
density.
Yeah, it's buckle your seatbelt, man.
Is the difference between mass and distance. What he's asking is, can you
It's very low.
Yes. The cause of gravity is the difference between mass and distance. Gravity is gravity creates a force.
We can't hear it, Trace.
Yeah, that's max volume for me.
No, I can't do it.
Yeah, the clip is very low to begin with.
Come on, Vitaly, quit snoring.
It's super low volume. I mean, when I play it even all the way up.
I got it in my DAW. I'm fixing it.
He's going to remaster this disaster.
Asking is, can you isolate gravity? Yes. The cause of gravity is the difference between mass and distance. Gravity creates a force that is proportional to the product of the total masses, inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Therefore, to manipulate gravity, all you have to do is manipulate the cause of gravity, which in this case is the difference between masses and distances. When you manipulate mass or distance, you are manipulating the gravitational force. The same way that if you wanted to manipulate the volume coming out of a speaker, you would manipulate the electrical current going through the speaker with the knob. You wouldn't literally manipulate the volume, you would manipulate the thing causing the change in volume. The problem is, TM does not understand how science works. Because, and I want to make this entirely clear for people, TM isn't a flat earther because he's stupid. No, sorry, I said it wrong. TM isn't stupid because he's a flat earther. He's a flat earther because he's stupid. So,
That's not the dumbest thing I've ever heard from him, dude.
Yo, to end his analogy, he can.
Yeah, I know. I got it. Yeah, I got that. So to manipulate the electrical current, I turn the volume down?
He said you can't manipulate the volume, so you manipulate the current, but no one ever said you could manipulate the volume. We're trying to manipulate the volume would be the dependent variable. He doesn't even understand the difference. And then he said mass divided by distance is the cause. Like, what even is that? Like, what are you saying, dude?
I got something funnier. I got about 8 things funnier than that thing you just played.
Okay, let's go.
One would top it. All right. I'll take that fucking Pepsi challenge.
Let's go. Take the Pepsi challenge.
I'll just take it. I'll just take it with one very short one.
You know, this dude that was showing for John Panda disappeared as soon as we start actually playing their retarded shit, just like you did last time.
Go ahead, play that.
Comes back, when it comes back, fire it up every time.
Yeah, give me a sec.
It's short.
Horizon that we're saying is not physical. It's
No,
refracted.
nothing. Nothing. You right. Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not.
Okay, you win. You fucking win it.
I knew it.
Hold your hand out.
What is it, a refracted hand?
Your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not.
It's a refracted hand, people.
Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I can't beat that. I can't even think of anything that beats that, quite honestly.
Nope.
We all seen the short clip Globe Earth Sniper, right? I would like to see one, Drace, if you could do it. Globe Earth Pilot might be a little bit, dark.
I thought there was one like that. That's not your physical hand in front of your face, and what the hell is it? Is that a refracted hand?
Oh my god, this guy's slimy too, dude. This FTFE guy. I can't work out who's worse, him or McToon.
For the Globe Earth pilot, you can feature a Wolfie.
Is the sun fake?
Is the sun fake? Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
What do you mean fake?
Like, according to the flat Earth model, the moon doesn't exist and the sun doesn't exist, right?
I don't think anyone says that.
There is no flat Earth model. Oh my gosh.
What the fuck is going on here?
Who says there's no sun and no moon?
Who is it?
Leaf.
Oh, that somebody left him fucking unattended.
Sounds like he's been smoking that synthetic leaf, bruh.
The fuck, dude. Go back to your cake decorating threads, man. All right. Spare us your dumb fuckery.
I don't even actually think he believes in that question that he asked. I think he's just trolling.
But does the sun exist? That's the question.
Yeah, who says it doesn't exist, or where are you getting that from?
Probably Marcus Thorpe.
I mean, you could dispute the distance and say, is it the distance that the Globers claim? But no one says there's no sun.
Is the sun flat as well?
The Globers are the one. The Globers are the one that have an issue with the sun because they draw cartoons and they say the cartoon is the sun, and they ignore the actual realist level phenomena that we observe, and they change it for a cartoon and claim the cartoon is real. So the Globers believe in a fake sun because the globe is a cartoon and the sun in the cartoon is a cartoon.
So you guys think the sun is fake, yeah?
That's you.
Why do you keep saying that, dude? I already told you no one thinks that.
Fuck?
He literally just said the sun is fake. That's what he said.
No, he literally didn't say that. You glue sniffer.
If you can't follow a conversation, you're not suited to have a conversation with us.
Even if you say this guy just said that, he was talking about the globe.
I'm not talking about the globe. I'm talking about flat Earth.
Talk about flat Earth. Shut the fuck up.
We're talking about your fake globe.
If you can't track the conversation, you shouldn't speak to me.
The toy globe that you have in your mind.
Let's track it back. Who said in here that the sun and moon are fake? Other than you. Who uttered those words? Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sure he'll find some dumb fuck flat Earth guy for the past 8 years who said it. I'm sure that's fucking in the realm of possibility.
I've never heard a flat earther say that.
I've never heard any flat earther, even the ones that you don't think are flat earth, anyone ever say there's no sun and there's no moon.
They didn't say that. He said the sun that
And are they
was
flat?
the sun and the moon were fake.
Is the sun and moon flat? Are they flat?
Hey, you made a claim. Back it up. Who
The
in here
sun-
said
yeah,
the
yeah.
sun is fake?
Yeah, let's right on, Larry. Who said that shit?
What's the matter?
Do
Can I
you
go
have
to your
an answer to
conference?
that? Is the sun flat?
No.
Why are you running, bro? Why are you running, bro? You made a claim.
Yep. Let's hear that. Let's hear it.
So the sun is a globe.
We're not saying that. Dumb fuck. You made the claim that flat earthers say the moon and sun are fake. Support that shit right now.
Your buddy over there just said that.
Shoot.
They say
what?
The Globers are believing in the fake sun.
What? Huh?
I think one of your buddies says that the Globers believe in a fake sun.
That's not somebody saying that the sun is fake and the moon is fake.
Well, apparently. That's what he said, apparently.
Apparently, not apparently, not implicitly, not explicitly. No. Support your claim, like Larry said.
I'm actually like reading out like words by words what he just said.
Yeah, words by words. That makes sense. Yeah.
He said a fake sun.
Don't care about what he said. We want to hear you support your claim that flat earthers believe that the sun and moon are fake.
That was a sun to you then.
Who said it?
Dude, oh my gosh. Do you go around putting words in other people's mouth often? Because I bet somebody puts a fist to yours.
He's baiting him with that question. He's trying to bait you and size you up.
Go ahead. Tell us who said it, dickweed.
Dickweed, that's old school.
Thought I'd pull that out of the archives.
Quit pussyfooting around and back up your claim.
Flatsy holy shit.
Yeah, why don't you walk that back?
Yeah, I'm walking it back. I was walking away and I came back because I was snickering to myself. Flatsy prefers, please provide and support your evidence that somebody said, one of the flat earthers said, that the sun and moon are fake. Fuck stick.
No swearing.
Ah, he's been muted.
Good riddance.
Well, he literally said the moon and sun is fake according to the Globus.
So that's not a flat earther saying that the sun and moon are fake.
Well, the flat earther says, according to the Globus, the sun and moon is fake.
Well, that's
since
not
I'm a
the same
global-
Not what he
thing.
said either. That's not what he said either. He said that you guys believe in fake suns because you look at these graphics, like I posted here, which is just a graphic, and then you believe that that is representative of the sun. That is the sun. Do you understand?
So you think the sun that I perceive
I
is
think I didn't
false?
proclaim any. I didn't say anything about what I was thinking.
What?
I did not say anything about what I was thinking. So do not start your query with "so you think."
Yeah, because what he's thinking is probably not too nice, and it's probably about you.
You assume the information I receive from the sun is false, right?
Nope. No one said that. You are hallucinating, sir. Go seek medical attention right now.
Yeah, like what's with the mind reading?
What information are you referring to? Are you talking about the distance to the sun?
No, don't let him take you into the weeds.
Back up your claim or recant and shut the fuck up.
It was a straw man. Said fake suns. Don't you think it's a big clue that something's wrong when you guys have to use these specious arguments? They're ridiculous. They're incoherent train wrecks, man. And you're doing it every day, day on and day out. Like, isn't that a big clue something's wrong?
So do you believe the sun is at the center of the solar system?
What's a solar system?
Bro, why are you still running? Can you not back up your claim or recant? Are you not tired of running from your own claim?
I mean, I'll take that bait. What's the evidence of a solar system?
Well, the solar system is essentially a system of a sun
Well, the
that
story I said, what's the evidence?
had the gravitational bound for the
No,
planets
that's
orbits
another
around it.
story. That's another story. Okay? No one observed that planets gravitationally bound to the fucking sun.
Oh, there are plenty of observation.
What observation? Name it.
That's how we can predict the trajectory
Oh, God.
of the Earth
Uh-huh.
relative to the sun.
Yeah.
And that's how we can predict solar eclipse. Yeah.
Is that what they do? Is that what they do? They have a 3D model of the solar system. No, that's not even how they do it, dude.
Nope.
You're woefully misinformed.
Not a prediction either.
I think this guy's trolling you guys, man.
Yeah,
This guy doesn't even
No,
know
he's
his
doing
own
his best.
religion.
He's here every day. I don't understand how he's asking these questions.
Do they have public transportation where you live?
He's trying to learn.
He's not trying to
What is
learn.
it?
He's trying to counter
Is
them
there-
to.
Is there public transportation where you live? Like buses or trains?
Yeah.
If you had a clock, right, you could predict when the next bus or train's going to come.
Yeah, presumably.
Presumably.
By watching like the past week or so of the bus and train coming. Yeah. That's not a prediction in science. Scientific predictions are very specific animals. What is a scientific prediction? Uh-oh. Go ahead and Google that shit real quick.
No, I didn't get your question. I didn't get your question. I'm not typing anything.
You didn't get my question.
He's running and stalling at the same time.
Yeah. What is a scientific prediction? You're a clueless clown. You would fail 5th grade intro to general science.
He doesn't even know you're talking to him.
Don't says I got him.
Hey, dickweed.
That sounds better coming from QE.
I will tell you what scientific prediction is. I predict that you will breathe in the
12
next
seconds
second.
later.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. What is it? Good. What
Mhm.
is it? What is it? Good.
You can do it.
You can do it. Oh my God, dude. It's like asking a brain surgeon, okay, what's a cerebellum? All you get is silence for the next minute.
This dude is like 90s Metallica, sad but true.
No, you're not compromised.
Hey, Leaf. Were there any were there any eclipse predictions before the heliocentric idea existed?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. How'd they do that?
You just cock-blocked me with the scientific prediction, by the way.
Yeah, dude, he don't know what the fuck to answer. You don't even know what scientific means. You also don't know what prediction means, so we already established that. So you got to combine two words. He doesn't know the meaning of either one.
All right, roll on.
You gonna let him talk to you that way, Lee?
We're fishing in a very shallow puddle here, QE.
Yes, we are.
Well, what can you expect from someone that believes he lives in a cartoon?
True. So he just compromised himself when he said yes to Indio's question. He just compromised himself. It's all over.
Yeah, scientific prediction is able to predict a set of results.
No, that's not what a scientific prediction is, even though we're not on that question anymore. But that's still the wrong fucking answer.
What is it then?
I'm not saying.
I was about to ask if I could say.
Go ahead, Flatsy, tell these dumbasses.
A scientific prediction is a hypothesis. Scientific hypothesis.
You fucking glue sniffing goobers. Go ahead, Indio. Ask him again, man. Let's see if we already passed this. Go ahead, ask him again, Indigo.
I'm sorry, what do you say?
Are you indigo?
Nope.
Neither is Indio.
Indio, are you indigo?
Indian?
Your sister.
Ma-
So you said eclipse, since indigo is he stopped talking. You said that there were scientific predictions of eclipses, and then indigo questioned you and said, "Were there scientific?" Shut the fuck up.
Let's not get obsessed with like
Shut the
eclipse,
fuck
right?
up. Shut up. Shut your fucking mouth. I'm not even going to tell you the rest of the story. You're a moron. Shocking surprise. Who's the other white knight that came in with what he thought a scientific prediction was? And fucked it up.
But I feel like a white knight.
You feel like, was that you?
No, it wasn't. I said that a scientific prediction is like a scientific conclusion that's been arrived at that you can expect other people
incorrect.
to replicate.
That's incorrect.
Why are you
That's
playing this
incorrect.
guessing game? Just
That's incorrect, you dumb fuck. Flatsy just
Yes, I
told
heard
you,
the first
and you
time.
still fucked it up.
Maybe I
Flatsy
wasn't
told
in
you,
any
and
of
you
that.
still
I
fucked
literally
it up.
just joined the call. I
Flatsy
literally
told
just joined
you,
the
and
call.
you still fucked it up. Flatsy
just
told you, and
joined
you
the
still
call.
fucked it up.
Why are you so
Flatsy
mad?
told you, and you still fucked it up.
Why are you so angry?
I'm not angry. I'm just telling you, you're a
repeating
fucking
yourself and
retard.
yelling when I'm
Hey,
trying to correct you. I just
Nancy,
joined the
am
call.
I angry, Nancy? Or did I just tell you that Flatsy told you before you fucked it up?
Yes, but because you're so angry, you didn't hear me say I just
because
joined
you're
the call.
so angry, I didn't understand.
You were in the call when I said it.
Nancy, you want a Kleenex, you dumb fuck? You'd fail Intro to 5th grade general science.
Brother, you're
Yeah,
going
you would.
crazy.
Yep, Flatsy showed you. Yep,
Yeah, are you Flatsy? I don't get it.
Flatsy showed you. I'm not Flatsy, no. Did I say I was Flatsy?
No, I was asking a question, brother.
I'm asking a question. Did Flatsy show you, or she didn't?
No, she didn't, because I wasn't in the call. I've said this
She
4
didn't.
times.
You weren't in the call.
I've said this 4 times. Can you hear me?
Why weren't you in the call? Were you Googling yourself?
He was in the call. I was looking at that cute kitty cat while I was saying it.
Holy shit, now you're a fucking liar.
That's who it is. I thought it was
Now
someone else.
you're a
You said she was
fucking
wrong.
liar.
You said she was wrong.
You're a liar. You're a dipshit liar now. You can't
He
recover.
didn't say
Shut
I
the
was
fuck up.
wrong.
What did he say then?
These demons can't tell the truth if their freaking life depended on it.
Yeah. Lying piece of shit.
You guys think that's a lie?
Yeah, you lied. You said you weren't in the call when Flatsy said what a scientific prediction was, you fucking goober.
Okay, but if I don't know who that is, I could just be
Oh,
wrong.
so if you don't know who that is, then you weren't in the call. Shut the fuck up.
What?
Shut up. Shut up. Shut your fucking mouth.
You're actually absurd.
Shut your fucking mouth, you goober.
If you Google,
Shut the fuck up. Google yourself. Lee Harock.
Why are you in here if you don't want to have a
bag
conversation?
sewer rat.
No, brother, you're
You're a
literally not
sewer
even
rat.
allowing a conversation
You're a
to happen.
sewer rat. You just demonstrated it. Go back to your cake decorating forms, dumb fuck.
I got server muted, unfortunately.
Server, yeah, you've been muted. We're trying to protect everyone in the room from your fucking lies. That's why you got muted, you lying
What's it
piece
called?
of shit.
What's it
Lying
called?
piece of shit.
Oh, fuck. I
Lying piece of shit.
Since someone makes a mistake,
You fucking
and then
liar.
You use them for it.
You fucking liar. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
No, but why are you actually
Shut
here if you
the
don't wanna
fuck
have a
up.
conversation?
Shut
If
up.
You're not allowing
Shut
someone
your
to have
fucking
right now.
mouth.
You do realize
Shut
that.
up.
You're just
Shut
like
your
hogging the attention.
Shut your
like some
mouth, you
fucking
lying
weirdo.
sewer rat
How old are
piece
you?
of shit.
How old are you?
Dumb
You're
fuck
40 fucking
diarrhea
five.
of the mouth, idiot. You can't recover. You're a fucking liar. Way to go, Flatsy.
Oh, I couldn't recover because I couldn't talk.
Oh, here he comes again.
No, I don't get it. Why are you here if you don't want to have
dude.
a conversation.
This conversation with a liar? I don't think so.
Yes, this is what I'm saying. You're
Yeah, I don't
ending
think
a
so.
conversation before
I
it
don't
even
think
starts.
so.
You're arriving
I don't think so,
at the moment.
goober. Until one of the mods shut you up. Thank you. Next.
He thought that you told me I was wrong after I said it was a scientific hypothesis, because right after I finished, you went into your rant about they're all glue sniffers.
He's a bit confused.
Yeah, very much so.
Shocking. So he's a confused liar. Not characteristic traits we're looking for here.
I'm quite observant too about the room. Usually, if I can sit down and talk to all of you, I'm paying attention to everybody in the room.
Yeah.
And I'm on my phone, so it's easier to do when you're on a PC.
You caught him, Flatsy. Good job.
Why, thank you. Yeah, I'm skipping the gym tonight because I feel like I've been whooped. So I want to whoop some Globers.
Go
Quantum, can you answer the question?
Shut the fuck up. I'm not answering. You're a fucking retard.
I'm going to fail an open book test.
Can the sunrise be predicted?
Shut the
where
fuck
you're
up.
looking
You
at?
haven't even answered your... You haven't supported your claim. Oh, Indigo's back. Thanks for coming back.
Sun predictions, sunrise predictions don't use a globe. Dumb fuck.
Uh-oh.
Well, how can it be predicted?
How can
with
it
the flat Earth
be?
model?
How can it be a flat Earth? What?
How
They don't
can
use.
it be predicted?
How can you predict the sunrise with a flat Earth model?
They don't. Dude.
There
don't
is no flat Earth model.
And there is no globe Earth model either, dumb fuck. Go ahead, Indigo.
Yeah, it's a no Earth model. It's observer-centric. So you, the observer, is at the origin of the coordinates. You're not on anything.
Will you refer you guys as like quantum physicists then?
What are you talking about? I'm talking about the model, right? So the model that you are calling a model.
It sounds like you're calling this.
Why you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? No. When we want to predict the sunrise, right, we use a mathematical framework called the equation of time. The mathematics in there, there's no sphere Earth in it. There's no flat Earth, there's no sphere Earth, there's no pineapple Earth, there's none of that shit. So when you go time and date, right?
What is the mathematical equation based on, though? What is based on?
Where the sun is relative to the celestial equator.
Yeah.
Celestial equator.
Aren't they based in
the sky, bro?
So isn't that a model? Isn't that a model?
It's not a model of the Earth.
Well, it's the model of the relationship between the sun and the Earth.
It's not a model, you know.
It's a relationship between the sun and the sky. To where it is against the background stars, dude.
Aren't they actually post-dictions?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you say there's no Earth, but there's sun and the sky.
Look, bro.
So you saying that we're living in the sky right now? Is that your claim right now?
Well,
no. Sky society?
It's not my claim, okay? There's a mathematical framework from which they predict when the sun will rise, where it is in the sky, when it sets, when solar noon is, all these things. If you type in, hey, what time's the sunrise? It uses a quote-unquote model called the equation of time. There's no globe in that model. There's no globe in the math. There's none of that shit. You just think
there's no globe and there's no Earth. Well,
yeah, because it's not required because you're making an observation of the sky.
A sky of what, though?
I mean, the sky of what? The sky above your head, dude.
I'm sorry. The sky of what was your query? You fucking imbecilic retard.
Everybody knows the sky of Earth. Because we live on Earth.
The sky of Earth.
The sky of Earth.
Look, let me ask you this. It's solar noon. Sun's directly over your head. If the Earth disappears, does the sun vanish?
Depends if there's a big cloud above my head.
There is no.
Oh, there's clouds above your head right now, dude.
Fuck it between your ears, man. Hot steam.
My God, man. Do you think you're like cloaked? Everyone and their sister doesn't know that you're a pretender clown retard at this point? Really? You're not aware of that? You that delusional?
What are you talking about?
What am I talking about?
Oh shit.
Are you calling me an actor?
No, I'm calling you a fucking retard. Fur.
Well, that's a compliment that's
That's a
given by a flat
compliment.
earther.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, that's right. You take it as a compliment. That might help you sleep at night. You imbecile.
I mean, flat earther take that into pride,
Flat,
right?
now,
For
flat
being a
Earth,
retard.
you can't even fucking speak.
So thank you for your
Shut
compliment.
the fuck up.
Thank you, Quantum.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Next.
Welcome to Flat Sky.
Look at the chat, bonehead.
Oh, the sun doesn't rise on a globe tart either. It's rhetorical language. You glue sniffing window licker.
What's the point to even mention about the sun then?
Yeah, that's my point.
You're the one that mentioned it. What the hell?
You're the one that brought up the heliocentric model, so are you talking to yourself now?
So you're proving my point. The flat earther doesn't consider
Proving
the
your
sun
point.
exist.
Shut the fuck up.
No, look, bro. You said that you can tell there's a solar system by observing the sun, and that's nonsense.
Then you said, what's the point of bringing up the sun like we did it?
I know. And he's the one that fucking did it. What a dickweed. Holy crap.
Come on, dude. Stop. Don't you have any pride? Any
Pride is for
intestinal
whiners.
fortitude? Any integrity whatsoever? You can't recover.
I'm humbled by life.
How
I
about
don't need
couth?
pride
Do
from
you have
you
any
guys.
couth? Do you have any couth?
I bet your pride is flat as well.
Honor.
No, he has
So
no
is the integrity. They are flat as well.
You started talking by asking us if we thought the sun and the moon were fake, dude.
No, he said he made the claim that flat earthers think, stereotype fallacy, that
Yeah.
the sun and the moon are fake, is what he said. Not asking, telling.
That's crazy.
Well, everything to you just like mathematical equations.
Everything to you, mathematical. What? Mathematics? What kind of mathematics do you know?
Look, I just told you the mathematics of sunrises and sunsets and solar
diagrammed
position. And you denied it. Like, what are you talking
No,
about?
you said it is a relationship of the sun and the sky. That's what
Yeah.
you said.
Yeah, that's the model.
Model?
Well, you know.
No, I don't know.
The mathematical
Not a fucking
framework.
model.
Oh, how would I call it? A mathematical framework? Is that better?
No.
Then what would I call it?
Retarded? You got a I'm looking at your diagram. You got a ground plane. Dumbass, Leaf. Where's the ground plane on your globe? In fact, where's east, north, south, and west on your globe? And how the fuck are you getting an angle, elevation angle? That's just right off the cuff. I didn't look at it deeply just yet. Zenith? Where do you get a fucking 90 degree off a globetard?
Yeah, how you get that angle alpha there between the angle between the sun and the horizontal? Where do you get that angle on a ball?
At Evo Tards R Us?
You do realize the Earth is so fast. The angle that is right below my feet is quite minimal to be able to.
You say the angle is fast?
So fast? So that changes the angle because it's fast?
It doesn't change.
Like you said, vast.
The angle
not
has significance.
Oh, vast.
Fast, like no eating?
Take the dish rag out of your mouth next time.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No wingies?
Thought he was doing what the guy did last night and said, "You measure level with time." That was insane, dude. Absolute insanity. He said.
How about the? No, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish.
I'm trying to think exactly what he said. He said something like, "Can't measure level because of 15 degrees. The Earth curves at 15 degrees per hour."
What the fuck?
Yeah, it was like it's hard to even remember. It's so crazy. I'm like, dude, you don't measure level with time, man. Like, what are you talking about?
Did somebody clip that shit?
I don't know.
You asked for a measurement of curvature, and he said 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah.
He should have said Aunt Jenny's Late Summer Tomato Hall in Tupelo, Mississippi. That would have made more fucking sense. My word, people. Gives whole new meaning to shooting hippos in a fishbowl.
Wait, were there any photographs of the solar system?
Sounds like the clot shot is fogging up all their brain thoughts.
What's worse, somebody posted a picture of a horizon the other day, and a guy came on, and he was saying, he said, I want to speak to your photograph here, and this right here is a perfect example of an event horizon.
Holy crap.
Yep. Glue sniffing goobers, man.
Quantum.
You smoking K2? Is he on that spice? That would explain a lot.
Yeah.
Quantum.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Quantum?
Oh, God.
I am doing fine.
Better than your sister.
Dickweed.
This is the most. This is the
How are
lamest.
you doing?
Are you feeling very quantum today?
I like that. Just throw that out there and just see who answers. It works all the time. It's amazing.
Was that it? Was that the length of your query?
Are you craving for more?
Who the fuck is that? That blowing leaf dumb fuck.
See, he answered.
Why does voice change?
I don't know. His balls dropped?
That's a possibility. Not likely, but
Huey's voice will do that to you.
We hereby dub you from now on Dick Leaf.
Dick Weed.
Dick Leaf.
Oh, I thought you said Dick Weed. Who knew?
Dickweed.
Who knew when Sonny said that? Who actually knew what he was talking about? Really? Come on now. That's what I thought.
Any other boomers in the house?
Any other? So did that convict me of being a boom?
Yeah, you boomer. Nobody even remembers that. That's from like Fast Times at Ridgemont High kind of era.
They stole it from us.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Phoebe girl, how you doing?
Is that someone snoring?
Yeah.
Vitaly.
It's probably Vitaly. It's Vitaly Z. He's been snoring all night.
It reminds me of the snoring you have in that numpty clip. Oh my gosh. I'm like, are you going to snore again? Oh, yes, you are.
When
You do it so many times.
When Nathan's kids first heard that, they were fucking rolling.
It's almost comical how much you repeat it. I think to myself all the time because of your numpty clips. I'm like, don't you remember when I showed you my original song that I wrote and you said it was too repetitive or it might be a touch too repetitive?
Yeah.
I was like, dude, who are you to talk?
I am me who's talking.
I don't know. I was just saying your numpty clips can be a touch repetitive.
Well, they shouldn't keep making the same ignorant fucking claims.
So it's their fault, not yours?
Yeah, duh.
That you made it repetitive.
Yeah, we were fucking snoring. We were waiting for scientific evidence and experiments that proved it was a globe. Professor Bell. Oh boy.
And you're still waiting.
Yep.
You were born a sewer rat, you'll die a sewer rat.
Jetty, did you get a new mic yet?
What's up?
What's up?
Oh,
Your sister's
no,
ankles.
no.
How can you acquire elevation ankles on a Globetrot?
You cannot.
Yes, you can. Jetty's sister. I said elevation ankles, Flatsy.
Oh. I missed when you were asked what's up. You said the sky. I missed that.
I don't.
I know you don't.
You didn't listen to the question, Platter. I said, how do you acquire elevation ankles from a Globetrot? You're slipping.
Is somebody gonna maybe send him to the AFK room? Doesn't that server mute like expire after
You
a
talking
while?
about me?
Just leave him. It's funny.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I would hope that you guys would boot me out if that ever happens to me. Not that it will, but I mean, never say never.
We'd probably all sit around and chuckle for a little while.
I know you would, and I can't blame you, but I like to treat others the way that I'd like to be treated. So I think that he'd
Oh.
appreciate being booted.
There we go. Booter.
You gonna have me booted?
Where's my next promotion at?
That's what I'm
See where
saying.
See where I'm at here. Shit. The fuck am I? Politics leader 5V? You better start raising that shit up. Last time I complained about it, the next day I was promoted. Fucking V. Your ass. Place that. Oh boy. Go on, Flatsy.
Okay, I was supposed to be a legend a long time ago, but me winning that singing contest screwed it all up. I didn't win. I got second place. Sorry.
Huh?
Yeah, because they gave
What? Please no.
Okay.
You better put V paterfamilias on that mug. Do it justice. Tired of being disrespected. Not fucking Rodney Dangerfield out in this mug. One more pin, Rodney. Hey, Kara. How you doing? Stonewalling me, huh? Come off, moot. How about boobies up here? I'm sorry, Bob VS. Your name is now Boobies from here on forward. Oh, we got Godly Disposition dropping anchor in here. I haven't seen any chat skanks lately there, Godly Disposition. Are you feeling all right? That's what I'm talking about, Platter. Boobies.
That action figure has a third grade science textbook.
Yeah. There's been a lot of those popping up lately, man. They're pretty funny.
Are they just AI? Like, you just go into an AI generator and generate that picture?
Yeah, I think so. They're popping up everywhere. Yeah, that was a good one. That got a good laugh over on left hand side.
Put on these glasses. Or start eating that.
Indio, you're breaking up.
Oh, you didn't hear that?
No.
Son of a bitch. Let's point in the scene from They Live.
I'm here to debate.
Good thing there's no debate.
Are you actually capable?
Quantum, you're my victim.
Yeah, these
Or
guys
maybe, maybe India.
Victim, you're a
this
fucking
dude.
moron liar, man.
He's your Huckleberry.
Larry wants a piece of that shit. It seems like he's all
India, mic up right now.
I'm thirsty for game tears.
What are you telling me to do? What?
Talk. I'm wanting you to talk like you just did. Good boy. So, how do you justify your sense perception?
With your sister.
My sister's 4 years old. I clipped that. He just said he wanted to fuck a 4-year-old. I'm gonna go ahead and get him banned.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
You don't understand the simple concept of mens rea. You have to have a guilty mind.
Hey, Larry, you're obese. Shut up. You got exposed for asking a minor for nudes. You shut up, pussy. You're a pedophile.
Dude, these people are fucking liars, man.
They're
fucking liars.
Liars.
Yeah, they're unhinged and insane. This is not normal behavior.
No. Bye, dumb fuck.
Bye.
They want to debate and then they accuse people of like all kinds of weird shit that they didn't do. Is that how you win your debates?
Yeah, we got it, Larry. Thanks. Yeah, I know you're hot tonight, but we got it.
I'm just patiently waiting for my opportunity.
Oh, there's the chat skank. Godly Disposition. I was waiting for it. No, we make fun of you because you're a fucking chat skank moron that doesn't have the gumption or the intestinal fortitude or the nads to come off mute. Because that'd be your ass. Usually, you're not allowed to chat skank. I think that's a rule or something in here that chat is devoted to people speaking into VC to support their fucking claims. Not for you to run off on your retard mouth and chat skank everyone to death.
Wait, do you want me to start talking now?
Shut the fuck up. You're a liar.
You still don't know what a liar is. You
A liar intentionally deceive. That
So
is
you're
a
assuming-
liar.
You're assuming my
That's
intention.
you.
You're assuming my intention.
You dumb
I just want
fuck.
you to admit that. You're
No, we're not
assuming
moving
my
away from your
intention.
lying bullshit. You project out
moving away. We're addressing it.
Fucking moron. Dumb fuck. You've already been exposed. You can't recover. So come back in a couple days. We'll all forget about it and then start over again.
I love how you baited me into talking
Shut
just
the
to shit
fuck
on
up.
me again.
Shut
You're so
up.
pathetic.
Shut
You're
up.
so pathetic.
Shut
How
up.
old are you? How
Shut the
old
fuck
are you?
up.
How many
Ask
years
your
have you
sister.
been on this earth?
Shut the fuck up.
Do you want to talk about flat earth?
Shut the fuck up.
I figured you wouldn't.
You're a lying piece of shit sewer rat. Demonstrated.
There you go. Assuming
Yeah, you did.
attention.
Flatsy called you out. Remember?
Assuming attention.
Remember?
Flatsy,
It
did
was
you call me
only
out?
like
Or did,
it
were
was
you
only
trying to
like an
clarify the
hour
situation?
ago. Yeah, she did. Yes. Yes.
Were you trying to clarify the
She did.
situation? Or
She did. She did. You're finished.
you just love assuming attention?
Shit,
you do it
you
for her,
did.
you do it for me?
You lied. And we
You just
caught you.
fucking live in your
You're
own
just a
world,
dumb
telling
fuck.
people how they live,
You're
how
just
they
a sewer
think, who
rat.
they are.
You're a
That's so
lying
crazy.
sewer rat.
Do you want to have a conversation? Move
Lying
on to a debate?
sewer
Or do you
rat.
still want to be caught up
2
on this?
days from
And you're
now, come
obviously
back.
in the
We'll
wrong.
all forget about it, and then you can come back and
Is that what
dump
you
on
want?
yourself again. Hit yourself in the face
Would
with a
that make you
spade
feel good?
shovel, as usual, dumb fuck. Just shut
I
the
actually
fuck
have.
up.
How about this?
Just
How about
shut
one
up.
question? One
Shut the
very
fuck
simple
up.
question.
We don't want to listen to questions from demonstrated lying sewer rats.
There you
Shut
go.
the fuck up.
Assuming attention again.
Shut up.
You're really helpless.
Shut up.
No wonder you're a
Shut
flat
the fuck
earther.
up.
I guess only people like
Shut
you
the
that
fuck up.
became flat earthers.
Shut
'cause,
up.
I mean,
Shut up.
people that can actually see
Shut
reason,
up,
put it
lying sewer
together,
rat, piece of shit.
would eventually just kind
Shut
of
the fuck
fall
up.
out of that.
Shut up.
I'll go back to rat.
Shut the fuck up.
Skanking.
Mic check. Can I be heard okay?
It's a train wreck. Thanks, Flatsy. Needed that.
You know, I don't know. You get so like every single time I say something at the same time as you, you're like, oh, you know.
Now, it just echoed through your mic.
Am I echoing?
I echoed through your mic.
Oh, well, you should like that. It's like a boom to your voice.
Oh, brother. Capitalize that shit.
Yeah, that's what the echo did.
Fucking raw dog it.
I love how
Then
you
you got to
took
go to the
that.
doctor to get the clap off.
I was talking about how, like, Adam Meakin, you know, he's from the UK, right?
No.
He likes to put butter on his raw bread and then build a sandwich. Not butter on toast. Like, it's just, so I called it raw dogging the butter on his bread. And QE liked it a lot.
Yeah, I like it.
Gotta have some flimsy ass butter to spread it across raw bread.
Now they put it on there and they wait till it melts.
It was all the edges, like to the
Yeah.
corners.
Yep.
You
It's got to
people
be
don't
on the
use-
edges. It's got to be on the edges and the corners, or it's gonna piss Adam right the fuck off.
What, you don't use butter when you make a sandwich?
Fuck no.
What's
Are
wrong
you
with
raw
you
dogging
Americans?
Are you raw dogging your bread with butter? Oh goodness.
I reckon if we had a vote, more people would have butter on their sandwiches. And not.
Yeah, that's because they have unrefined palates.
Can you have a ham and cheese sandwich without butter?
No, that's a special fucking case. No, we put butter on outside and the inside for that mug. Yeah, but making like just a ham and turkey sandwich, you don't put butter on it, dude.
I mean, even if you did, it would be fine if you toasted the bread, but you're raw dogging the butter on the bread.
Heard about you guys have bean breakfast sandwiches? Put beans on your toast or something?
They put Vegemite on bread. We don't have to listen to them.
I mean, Flatsy, with all due respect, you have meatloaf sandwiches.
Those are yummy, delicious, and wonderful. Thank you.
Probably that don't have sodium nitrate in them.
Can you just imagine just looking at that fucking thing? I'm sorry. I'm losing my shit over it. I may get arrested. A hunk of fucking meatloaf on a sandwich. What in the world?
It doesn't make any sense that you're so opposed to it. As a matter of fact, it makes more sense to put it in a sandwich for somebody like you who thinks a loaf of meat is just unjustified.
Anything with loaf in it is fucking horrible.
It's just not true.
It is. It is fucking true. It makes
You like a loaf of bread.
I don't call it loaf of bread. I call them slices.
Yeah, well, it's still a loaf.
It's not a fucking loaf.
Yes, it is. I have a loaf pan to make bread in here right now.
Well, they
So
named it
it's a
wrong.
loaf.
They named it wrong.
Oh my gosh.
What if sliced bread hadn't been invented? Does that mean that you would hate bread because sliced bread hasn't been invented?
Don't even try it. You'll go down in flames.
I remember somebody told me that Betty White was older than sliced bread.
You see, I concur with QE. That's why up here we call them baguettes.
Get out of here. Your Canada showing. Put that away.
C'est Quebec, madame.
I'm just playing. Did you see Godly Disposition's message in the chat?
No.
He said he's got this all messed up. He used a semicolon for don't instead of An apostrophe, dude. And then he said he put a fallacy as one word, left the O out of committed, and didn't even bother to put his apostrophe and shouldn't. Like, I'm just dying over here.
They're fuck globetards are all. I would say a good portion of them are genuinely illiterate.
Maybe because
No maybes.
yeah. It's just crazy that he thinks that he can tell us that we don't know what a logical fallacy is. He can't even spell it.
If you've been a flat earther for any length of time, respectable, you've had to learn about all the logical fallacies because the Globers can't stop fucking using them to make their arguments. Where you at, Glob Slobs? Where you at?
Timbo, I hope my Vegemite comment didn't offend you. I was just playing. I'd try Vegemite. I would try Vegemite if it was presented to me.
Well, no shit. You make meatloaf sandwiches.
I don't just make meatloaf sandwiches, dude. I don't even think I've made a meatloaf sandwich in a long. The last time I made meatloaf. Oh, I think that. Okay, somebody did make a meatloaf sandwich out of my meatloaf, but I didn't make it, and I didn't make anybody else a meatloaf sandwich. And by the way, I gave it to my tax lady. She couldn't wait to dig in because she loved it. It was amazing. I'm telling you, I know how to make meatloaf.
Sure. It's fucking anecdotal evidence. Do you fucking toast the bread when you put that loaf on that sumbitch?
That's a good question. I haven't made a meatloaf sandwich in I don't know how long. So I don't know.
Butter on that sumbitch first?
I don't raw dog my bread with butter.
What the hardest thing about being a globetard is?
Having to tell your daddy you're gay.
Yeah, you got it.
I was going to say a full sentence without contradicting something you said 5 minutes ago.
No, that's impossible. They can't. Not only 5 minutes ago, most of the times within the same breath. And then we'll overtalk you to try to justify it.
Aren't you explaining yourself?
Holy shit, is that a liar back in the chat?
You're never going to forget about that, are you?
A demonstrated... Oh, for a couple days.
Oh, a demonstrated liar. Can we get to the bottom of this? Or
yeah. Let's do it again.
Okay. So what do you think a lie is?
I already fucking told you, you
did it, but I'm trying to get you to say it again so we can move on with that definition for this argument.
Intentional deceit, dumb fuck, projectile diarrhea, the moth, fucking lion, sore rat, you fucking clown. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up.
And now, can you...
Shut up.
Are you capable
Shut the fuck up.
What my
Shut up.
is?
Shut up.
It's a yes or no question.
Shut up.
Okay, you're not interested in getting
Shut the fuck up.
Makes sense.
Shut the fuck up.
It honestly makes sense.
Shut
I was
the
kind of
fuck
surprised when you said
up.
yes.
Shut your mouth.
I don't. Why do you just sit in here?
Shut
and
your fucking
chat?
mouth.
Why don't you do that in real life?
Lying sewer rat piece
You
of
can have
shit.
such a better
You
time.
already been
Do a
busted.
job and
Shut
do
the
that
fuck
with your
up.
coworkers.
Shut up.
Why would you do it in a Discord?
Shut up.
It's meant to be debate.
Shut up.
You're doing the opposite of
Shut
debate.
the fuck up.
You're using emotions
Shut
instead
up.
of logic.
Shut your fucking mouth.
You're actually so
That has
pathetic,
nothing to
dude.
do with logic, you lying sewer rat.
I know you have nothing
You don't
to
know
do
what
with
logic is.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't know what logic is. You're a dumb fuck liar.
Hey,
Yeah,
you might wanna give him a handicap because he's an atheist Globetrotter believer. So
He's atheist, dumb fuck. That's not shocking.
So just give him a handicap.
Now, I already gave him a handicap. He got fucking caught lying. Flatsy caught him.
Yeah, I heard it. Give him a second handicap.
The second handicap? No, we don't give second handicaps here.
I'm trying to,
You're
take the
trying to bridge
immigrants.
the gap. You want a
Yeah.
liar to speak?
No, the immigrants. Just trying to
Immigrant.
take him in from the Globetrotter to realist level.
Yeah, I tried talking about the globe.
Globetrotter, you're a fucking liar.
What are you guys talking about?
You're a fucking liar.
You guys just say shit. You literally
You're a
forget
fucking
what
liar.
happened
Shut the
5
fuck
minutes
up.
before. It's
Shut
so
up.
funny.
Shut up. Yeah,
And
go
you
laugh
can't
your
forget
ass
about
into your
it.
lying sore rat pipe.
You can't forget about that.
Shut
even though
the
we
fuck
both
up.
know I was
Shut
not
up.
lying, and then I just got
Shut
it.
up. You got busted. Keep denying it. Dig that hole deeper, dumb fuck.
The only person in denial here
Shut
is
the
you.
fuck up.
You're the only one.
Shut up.
Does that make you feel better?
Shut the fuck up.
Why does me talking bother
Shut
you?
the fuck up, liar.
Does me talking bother you?
Shut up.
Oh my god! Wait.
He's not going to help you. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, atheist, when you say, oh my god, who you talking to?
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Nothing.
He's a liar himself.
Nothing created the Big Bang. Nothing created gravity, the son of nothing. And gravity creates space balls.
Larry, your mic is a train wreck, and you're trying to talk over Miguel, and then you got the lion sewer rat, dumb fuck,
talking to me,
speaking in between.
Elijah, fuck. You are a fucking liar to yourself. Talking about, oh God.
What?
What? Huh?
What? Please?
Yeah, he didn't make an argument. I wanted him to elaborate.
Shut the fuck up. You'd lie anyway.
What's up, guys?
What's up, flat earthers?
Your sister's ankles.
No.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? Okay. Do you understand your YOU apostrophe RE? Your possession.
You're like, why are
It's a
you?
pretty hard concept, actually.
Wait,
Like, what is it like ankles are high? Like, what does that mean? See, insult.
It's like you're flying. Like your ankles are high, like you're flying.
What? No, that doesn't make sense.
No, like if you're flying, like your ankles are probably high, right? So
Your ankles are higher than what?
than the average ankle height in the world if you're
The
flying.
average ankle height, that's a benchmark that we weren't superimposing.
Well, I'm doing it now, so
That's what you're doing because you're a moron.
I'd have to agree.
Both of you.
Can you
No, not me, not me.
Man, what's a hypothesis? Can you just teach me that really quick?
What's
Wait,
a hypothesis?
What is? Hold on. What does this ankle height joke mean? I don't get it. So, like, what does it mean? Like your ankle is high?
Stop deflecting. Can you answer my question?
We discover the mysteries of ankle elevation.
Yeah, your question was what's up, and he answered you already. Do you have another question?
I'm asking what
I've not been briefed on the birds and the bees yet.
your sister's ankles. What does
Birds
that
humping
mean?
natural experiments. You go over to Gimp Panda server. He'll square you up. We'll bring you up to date. We weren't talking to you. It was Lemon. Shut the fuck up.
Rusty, I think Rusty has a question.
Who?
Rusty. R-U-S-Y.
Rossi?
Yeah.
The South Park profile picture.
Yeah, South Park profile picture.
Randy from South Park.
Rusty, you got a question?
Hello?
What the fuck?
Rusty,
you
want to speak
Rusty, go ahead. Is that an acronym, Rusty, or is that your name?
Hello? Can you hear
Hello?
me?
Yeah, I love the echo.
Yeah, I'm a alien.
You're an alien. Illegal?
Yeah.
You mean Mexican?
No, not like you. You
Oh.
sound Mexican.
From another country. Okay.
No, I'm an alien from a globe.
Oh, shit.
I think this is a language barrier, maybe. Because, he's an alien from another country.
Are you fucking retarded?
Maybe? It's trying to get to your same level. Hey, alien from Mexico. Do you know this guy's El Newtonio? One day he was standing under a lemon tree and a lemon fell on his head and he invented lemonada. You know that?
No, I'm not Mexican.
You say you're an alien.
Speak your native tongue.
No.
Why do you have the voice changer on?
I don't think it's a voice changer. You think it's a voice changer?
Why don't you use your real voice?
Wait, Maywen, so do you think that the Earth's flat or no? Now choose carefully.
Lemon, did your balls drop yet? Can you, speak up? Turn the volume up or something?
No, because I'm like, actually, I'll change the microphone. Hold on.
Holy shit, what?
Alright, what about now?
No, that's a little bit more compression that we needed, but try it again.
Hello?
That's better.
Okay. So Miwen, what's your take on this whole flat Earth debacle?
Flat Earth debacle.
I'm not a religious fanatic space monkey. Is that?
Oh, yes, you are.
What if I converted?
Converted to what?
A non-religious fanaticism, as you call it.
That would probably benefit you.
Okay. Interesting.
That's what she said.
I don't really understand that either.
Not surprising.
Like, I understand.
I think there's
but
maybe
I don't
someone
think it's
earlier said
applicable,
that.
You know.
Well, talk at the same time. It'll help.
I think Derry's being sarcastic, Lemon. Just want to let you know. I'm really good at reading people.
Lemon, May Wen down here, Gilligan, he's not a flat earther. He's a heliocentric, ball-tard spinning space monkey. Like you.
Oh, who said I'm not? You're making an assumption.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an incorrect assumption, actually.
Is it?
I think it's a cube. So neither party.
Yeah, there we go. So you got confirmation from your butt brother down there, Maywen.
I actually also think it's a cube. I would have to concur.
Yeah, we figured you did.
You're actually in a category error because you can't know the shape of the Earth. It's impossible.
You can't know the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, but science doesn't deal with shapes, so you're in a category error.
Yeah, but we weren't talking about science. Were we?
True that.
Little category error you fucked up in. Not a problem.
Yes, so Lemon, you're in a category error. Wait, so Lemon, why do you think it's a cube?
I think it'll explain a lot of things.
Hold on. He's not in a category yet. He didn't say the scientific evidence was a cube. That's not a category error just yet. You're anticipating.
So, why do you think it's a cube, Lemon?
So it just like the thing about a sphere is that there's too many problems with it, right? I'll give you one problem, right? So I saw a flight log from 2018, a singular flight log, and basically the pitch on it disproves spherical Earth, right? So I said, okay, it can't be a sphere. What else do you have? Maybe a disk. I said,
well, I'll be damned. A singular flight log.
Yeah, only one as well. Only one. So, anyways, I think a disk, right? And I said, the problem with this disk is, it's not giving me the right vibes, you know. So I said, probably a cube then, right? So that's where I'm at.
Well, that's pretty fucking stupid.
Why?
Why? Because it's a cube. It's non sequitur because you didn't have any premise backing up that it was a cube. That's why.
Actually, it's on the burn. It's actually your burden of proof to prove it's not a cube. So.
No, that's a burden of proof reversal and one fallacy, and that you got double your pleasure, two fallacies proving non-existence. You globe-tard moron.
Just
nice job. Good job. Speak some more. Go ahead. Speak some more.
You're actually using the brick wall fallacy.
Fucking glue sniffer. Yeah, you don't know what fallacies are. Proving
fallacy.
non-existence is a logical fallacy, you fucking retard.
No, but I would actually agree with his claim about the singular flight log. I think it's damning evidence.
Singular flight log. Yeah, that's right.
Ever disagree
it's
with
singular. That. It doesn't matter. It just takes one. That's it.
Yeah.
Yep. Of course, before that singular flight log, about fucking 8 years before that, I put that same argument out without the flight log because you actually don't need the flight log. You just need to be on a flight.
Mm-hmm.
It's on my website. Go look at it.
You have a website?
ABC123. Yeah.
TheQuantumEraser.com or what?
GlobeTerminator.com.
This looks interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's going to be very interesting with the flat earth proofs on there. Without the black box flight data from the NTSB that destroys your little globetard and pummels it into the incoherent oblivion.
Can I buy a t-shirt? $21? Oh, hell no.
I think you can. I don't make shit. I make like 3 cents off the fucking thing.
How are the tariffs affecting that?
I don't know. I haven't been on that fucking site for about 3 years.
Okay.
I probably got cash in there. I'm not even going back and look.
Is this how you make your money, or is it another way?
Yeah, I earn 3 cents off T-shirts. Yeah, that's how I make my money.
Makes sense.
Yeah, perfect sense. Oh, somebody posted it for me. Flatsy Client posted the website. Thanks, Flatsy.
You got
Makes
it.
perfect sense. About 3 cents each t-shirt.
I only
I was
sold
going
like
for the.
only sold like 4 of them.
I would wear this. It looks sick.
I've been asking my husband or hinting to him about wanting one.
Shit, I had to buy. I got a Black Swan T-shirt, or I'm sorry, a hoodie. I had to pay like $50 for it. I didn't earn shit. It was like I think 85 cents I earned off that. It's right behind me. It's comfortable. I'm telling you, if you want buy hoodies, they're super comfortable, especially in the fall and the winter. Fall and the winter time, they're the shit.
I love a good hoodie. So
Yeah.
I thank you for that because I'm always weird about getting hoodies if they're not well made.
Yeah. It's been. Yeah, I've had it for past 5 years.
Is that a zip or a pullover?
Pullover.
Okay.
That's my kind of party right there.
Hold on a second. Let me see if I can't. Where is that son bitch? I had my daughter model it. I did. The one that I bought too. Hold on.
She's the one that helped you sing in that one Numpty clip.
Yeah. It wasn't a numpty clip.
Bye bye bye.
Yeah.
Bye
Abby
bye
was
Baruni.
Yeah, you could hear the smile on her face, couldn't you?
Yes.
Hold on. Let me see if I can't track this down. That's an oldie. Not the video, but the pic. I'm going to track that shit down. Oh, shit. Many years ago. One moment. Holy shit. It's way back here. Ah! The fuck was that? It should be getting close. Yeah, I should have started at the fucking beginning. I'm still not there. What the fuck? It's got to. Oh, yeah. All right, let's see if we can't copy this. Well, let me copy this, motherfucker. No. What the fuck? Copy link address? Fuck that. What the piss? What the Google Photos, you fucking morons. All right, let me copy the link fucking address. Put it into another medium.
Yeah,
My
like
word.
try it in Skype and like
I always do that. Yep. That's what I do. Idiots.
Yeah, that's probably what I would do. Or I would troubleshoot it on my own server. My own Discord server.
It didn't fucking do it. It didn't fucking do it. Not even Skype. Fucking communist bastards.
Do you believe in vaccines?
Shut up. I'll fucking screenshot it. It's that one.
Okay.
Shut up. Vaccines are off the table. You're in a flat. Does this say fucking vaccine server to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. You're
That shit will
collude
get you
sniffer.
banned. Stop that.
There you go. I got it. So that's the front part of it. There you go. And the back. I got to get the back. Oh my God.
Picture's a little washed out, man.
Shut the fuck up.
You gotta get better lighting, bro.
Shut up.
Don't these goobers know that it only takes one black swan to prove that all swans are not white?
No, they don't understand the one example. No fucking way. Too stupid. Copy. There you go. Now I got the back of it. There's the back. That's bad some bitch, ain't it?
It looks comfy.
Yeah, it is. And it's still that way.
Your daughter is pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, godly disposition. Good luck with that.
Do you know who agnostic one is in the God Ain't Real Prove Me Wrong voice call? On Eraser.
What?
Are you aware of who agnostic one is? The owner of God Ain't Real Prove Me Wrong.
Agnostic one? No, I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
It's another room.
Godly disposition thinks there's something to decode in level being a horizontal condition. Interesting.
Oh, the chat skank. It reeled you in, didn't it? Let's see what's going on in chat. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Godly disposition. Yeah. Shocking surprise. Chat skank powers activate.
He said that he's surprised that you can read, but
Yeah, I
he
really
can't speak. He doesn't have a tongue.
Yeah, because it's a certain thing that happens every time somebody speaks, and it's the retard with the loudest voice speaks
Shut
over
the
them,
fuck
calling
up.
them a liar.
No,
Tell them
it's
to shut
the
the fuck up.
lion sewer rat
See?
that wants
Now
to.
he's
You
gonna
know what?
start it.
You
Now
know
he's
what?
doing it right now.
You're
He's
gonna be
feeling
left.
pressured in the
Shut the
conversation.
fuck up,
So
you
now he's
fucking
gonna
white
try to
knight,
start talking
fucking
over me.
moron, dumb
Elijah
fuck.
fuck.
Projectile
Elijah fuck.
diary of the moth, dumb fuck liar. It's your lucky day because it's time for me to go. So I'm gonna leave your lying dumbass sewer ratness to the rest of the people in here and see if they can deal with your fucking moron ass.
Bye, Numpty King.
He's already dealt with QE. These are just pathetic individuals that can't understand conceptual modeling, and they let alone understand scale.
You take care,
Please explain
Kiwi.
it. Into the break. Please explain it right now. Okay, explain the
Shut the
globe
fuck
terrain
up.
Webster.
He's so mad.
No, explain it. You haven't
Bye,
actually explained
Flatsy.
it.
See you tomorrow, Flatsy.
See you tomorrow. You take
Yep.
care.
Take care, guys. Catch you on the flip
Thank you,
side.
sir.
Out.
Bye, Numpty.
Can you explain it?
You put that crown back in your mouth and respect.
No, explain it. Explain it.
At the tip of
Into
your
the break.
tongue.
Explain
You're
it.
talking to me.
Bro, if you're gonna make all these
We're
assumptions
just
or all
joking.
these
Why are you so
arguments
mad,
again,
dude? What's wrong with you, guy?
no,
Calm
because you
down a
haven't
little bit.
explained it once. You keep
Calm
like saying
down a
all
little
these insults,
bit.
but you've never explained it once.
Oh my gosh. What? Who pee-peed in your Cheerios, guy? Just calm down. Mommy's okay.
You can't
Mommy will
actually
pat you
explain
on
it.
your back and tell you
So
it's
you have
okay.
no proof. You just
So change
glaze
your
this one
diaper.
dude. You glaze the shit out of
We
him.
got mods in
You
here.
love him more than his kids. It's actually like a major issue.
That's funny, dude. You're real funny, whoever you are.
What's up, Mongos?
Cheers.
Cheers, my friends. Good to see you guys.
Into the break. You still yet
it's
to
2 o'clock,
actually.
man.
He's so mad. Look at this AI
He
bot. It's
yet to
burned out.
disprove me.
Get
He's
over
an
your
AI
fucking
bot. He didn't even pass the human
So
test.
disprove me. Disprove me. Disprove me.
Somebody take
You
care
didn't
of
pass the human test.
Oh,
I love your avatar,
Get
dude.
it.
It's classy. It just speaks volumes.
Some Indio. Where the fuck is Indio? Shit. All right. Back to like cool conversation about something. Hey, it's Speculation Sunday for 2 more hours.
Well, what is kind of cool is there was a guy, and he was like looking in his backyard, and he lined the mountaintop with the celestial.
Yeah. He
That's
did
cool.
some angle measurements.
He lives
Got
right
it.
here with me, and I live
I know
in
about
Denver.
that guy.
He's right down the road from me, actually. He got to
Doesn't
hold
really
his
help
pen
me
over
much, but
Taboo Conspiracy,
carry on.
and he gave him the video. Yes, Stoneman did.
Somebody has
another
a
one with
microphone
Sunset
shoved up their ass and they're trying to talk because I can't hear them at all.
Yeah, right. It's Roger. Yeah, your mic is a little low. I got him turned up, but yeah, Roger, if you can
I'm a
fix
little
your mic a
closer.
little bit.
Take the phone out of the box, dude. Take the phone
I'm
out
on
of
a
the
computer,
box.
man. I got a
Because I
microphone.
want to hear what you're saying because you know what I'm talking about and you got all the deets.
Yeah, I got the videos. If you want to watch them, I can post them for you.
I'm a little busy right now, but
Yeah, just talk about it.
Oh, sure.
I know the doctor. I know the doctor.
Yeah, he lives right down the street from me. Actually, I live up here with Duffy in
He's
Denver.
a good guy, man. He's a really good guy.
He just
You know, as long as you're consistent with like the terminology and the context of the geometry, that's being discussed, yeah, you can just describe it. We don't even have to look at it. Just imagine I'm driving in my car on my way to work. You're Howard Stern, and you're relaying this to me verbally.
Howard Stern. How would he do this? I need some shock value to go with it.
Yeah, the shock value is when you get to it's flat part, you know.
Yeah, we know it's flat.
The shock value is always there. You know, I used the wrong, maybe it was the wrong term, but I'm just this sort of the radio personality you describe. I don't need to see the picture because you can describe it. We can use this contextual language and this terms and maintain consistency of the lexicon within geometry.
Oh,
That's the context.
Start off with the name of his video. It's called the Null Hypothesis. Start there. Although it's not a scientific experiment, it's an observation, of course. But he
Got it. Yeah,
his
it's a good one, man. It's way over most like beginners' heads. I mean, it's over like seasoned veterans' heads too, man. At times, that's cool. But it is good information, man. I went down the road with New Perspective, and we talked about it, and it's very, very good. I mean, there's some really.
Well, what are they trying to say with it? What's the ultimate argument? You may know better. Tell me, dude.
Okay, basically, they proclaim it's refraction that causes things to go above the curve.
No, I'm not looking at they. Or I'm talking about like just here we do this. We have this observation, the angle. This is why I'm asking for dude's interpretation. I want him to relate it to me.
I'm like, I give you like
interpretation.
Third grade fucking version.
Yeah, it's flat. How flat is it?
It's extremely
100% flat. Yeah. And anyway, go
it's
ahead.
A lot. Man. It's a lot more flat than even like it's flat. So much more flat.
Well, he used a celestial observation that should be occulted by terrestrial mountains. Just the degree it was at, where it should have been occulted by the mountain, but he got the star behind.
Well, okay, so what's happening is he's actually the same elevation angle to the top of the mountain is coinciding with the same elevation to the celestial.
Yep, you're getting it.
That's it.
It shouldn't be there with their refraction in a terrestrial sense.
Yep.
You should not see that star.
Should not see it. That's the point. But we do, and there's that. What are you going to do?
And we have the same angle. We have the same flat Earth elevation angle.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we do. Exactly. But he also used a theodolite to do the test, which is their favorite tool.
So was the mountain dropping?
No, it wasn't.
No.
Ooh, no. Oof.
It's Mount.
Oof! It's a double. Yeah, it's a double deviled egg. Is what we got now. So there was no drop hump over the distance.
No curve.
I mean, yeah, we just got a lot. We got lots. It's so flat. It's more flat, and you could only describe it as flat.
I got from BevTry thinking that the gentleman didn't calibrate his tool properly. That was his excuse.
No, it's not. The tool's not even meant to be. That tool's not even meant to be used for what they were using it for.
Yep.
They're taking a tool that was meant to use for target, sites. So that the guy who's going to go for the short range, putting a stake down in the ground and sighting this target, so they can do short range distances. But the type of thing they're utilizing it for is not effective for that. They're way off base. They're way off base, dude.
So, Alpha, you're saying they're equivocating the angle because the theodolite's distance calibration is wrong. So it's like to measure that distance, and then somehow he's coalescing that with the elevation angle to the celestial itself. But it's already below the 3 degrees threshold of when you would use that in a naval sextant scenario, anyways. So.
Yeah. Yep. So they're not able to get a tolerance from the device because it's way out of tolerance. So it's not within the working parameters of an effective distance. It's not effective. The tool's not effective. You're taking it way out of its range, and so thereby negating the fact that its tolerance will have any effectiveness for the type of precision you want to utilize it for. So they're taking a tool way out of context, man. They can't. I've been saying this for as long as you guys have been in here. I've been telling the people that utilize the theodolite. Yeah, you can't utilize it for this. And long range sites like 75 miles or distances to mountains, you might as well just throw it out because it's not an argument. The tool itself, whatever type of model that it is going to have parameters. And those parameters that they utilize it for, it's only good between certain distances. And that's what the professionals use it for. They use specific types of total stations and theodolites so they can sight short distances and be as accurate as possible. When you take them out of their working parameters, you're just making shit up because they're way out of their tolerance range. You guys understand? Like, this is the way these guys are.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what's interesting with this is it's actually using both tools, the theodolite and the astrolabe or not astrolabe, the sextant, and both of them not for what they're good for, but using them both outside of their operating parameters. So the degree of the celestial is below the 3 degrees that you would take the readings to have accurate readings to do celestial navigation using the theodolite at sea, right? So that's below the threshold, and then they're using the theodolite that's then past that threshold. They're doing two thresholds with that argument. That's brilliant, Alpha.
Yeah, and they're trying to make it sound like they have an argument, but when this gets every time, I think who was it that came in here with this? It was Jesse Path of Light. I've talked to him about it. They don't want to comment. They don't want to comment on this because they'll say, well, it doesn't really matter. This is what they say. I've talked to him. Smoke Demon, which is Mez that comes in here. He tries to put Jesse Path of Light's argument up here. I keep telling them the same thing, but it's like falling on deaf ears. Like, they don't want to hear it. They just want to put forward the argument like it's valid. And it's not valid. You can't. I'm telling you, any professional will tell you, you can't use it for this. There's no way that there's going to get some accurate readings off of this. You can't do that. And persistence is the key for these guys, right? They're not going to stop. They're going to continue using this tool or device out of its working parameters and act like they got some evidence, dude. It's just, man, it's smoke and mirrors, bro. That's what it is. They're trying to make it seem like they got evidence of glow, but they can't. How can you? The device wasn't meant for that.
We were actually talking about this is like an esoteric earthers sort of presentation of using both of these tools, that celestial, the same elevation angle to the celestial is the same to the mountain, right? But then they're using both of these tools in tandem.
Yeah.
And coincidentally, outside of their working parameters for each one of them's use case for the situation.
Yes.
Absurd.
Yes.
That's that's the brilliant point.
Yep.
So has Jesse been in here lately, guys? I mean, I had
no, he hasn't. He hasn't been here lately, but he does. Like the last time he was here, I think he was permabanned. I'm not really sure. I think he was, but yeah, he brought this argument forward, and he was putting it forward to the room, and because he says he has 6 theodolites, and the first time he came through with the argument, where I was questioning him on the specific device he was using, which he said it didn't matter. And his point he kept saying, it doesn't really matter what device. I was like, dude, it so matters. When you talk to the professionals that actually utilize this equipment, they want to know this equipment by its model number. Like, they want to know what they're going to be utilizing for the job they're going to be doing. Because based on what type of model, it's going to give them a specific tolerance. So this is important,
yeah, they need
right?
consistency.
Exactly. Especially when you're doing jobs for $1 million projects, man. I mean, you can't mess around with this. So accuracy is the key here, right? So the professionals are going to utilize. And so when you hear these other guys, right, these amateurs coming forward with this information, it's laughable. It's like, dude, do you know anything having to do with what the device is used for and why would they use it for? You know what I mean? Like, we are talking like Imaginationville. Like, this is just, it's so like, it shouldn't even be in the realm of discussion. I should put it that way. But it's being had because people indulge, like, well, let's just see what they got. I'm like, dude, I mean, you can enable them and like say, okay, well, how can you make this work or whatever? But you got to call them out, man. That's just what has to happen.
Well, he's very dishonest with his with what he claims anyway, Alpha, because his claim is that in the instruction manual that these devices are accurate over an infinite distance. And I managed to find out which one he was using. I got the instruction manual, and what the instruction manual actually says is that when you're leveling the device You need to make sure it's level so that when you turn this thing, it's level in all directions. And when you're leveling the device, you would assume an infinite distance out to ensure that it's level. It doesn't say that its working capabilities are over an infinite level. And he's very dishonest in the way that he presents that information.
And it's good that you look into it, AJ, because furthermore, it actually accentuates the point that he's being really sneaky about it, and he's trying to manipulate the words to make it sound like that's what it is saying. So even if we were to look into it, it would have the language, but it doesn't necessarily mean what he thinks it means because of the way it's said, you know? So you're correct. The way it's worded is not working in that distance. So that's the important factor right there. So,
yeah,
I mean,
well, it's like when they say there's a minuscule difference in level, right? They're like, well, that's give or take 0.03 degrees difference. And it's like, so the more levels I take, like, I think I'm taking out that sort of ambiguity of there being this 0.03 degrees of difference. They think, no, that equals over time a consistent rate of drop, and that's where they go from into the absurdity, where they deny horizontal existence.
Yeah. They're not airline pilots. Airline pilots do not they every single second that an airline pilot's flying, they take consideration of the horizontal constantly.
Yeah,
you know.
the airplanes measure flat.
Yeah,
they want to maintain level. They want to maintain level flight. I think every pilot has on board the accountability. What they're accounting for is a level flight. They're not accounting for the negotiation over curvature. That they never account for the negotiation over curvature, which is the
spin.
Think about it. If they were on a rotating Earth, they would have to account for the spin and also the curvature. That would be a factor.
It's even worse than that. They'd have to take off aiming for where their destination will be, not where it actually is when they take off.
Isn't that crazy?
Like you're flying to Japan, it takes 18 hours. Or you're not actually flying to Japan, you're flying to where it'll eventually rotate underneath the speed of your aircraft.
That's crazy, bro. This is so easy.
How
man.
insane!
Everyone to get, man, and we'll get there, man, eventually. But everyone in the world needs to know this fact. Everyone.
Let me let you guys Let me let you guys in on one of their dirty little secrets that they don't tell people. One of the things they have in the hopper, and I've heard it before, but maybe you guys haven't, is they're trying to make an analogy for what the Earth is like according to it being spinning underneath like airplanes that are, in flight. They say it's like an aircraft carrier. You know, like an aircraft carrier is in motion, and a plane landing on that will be adjusting for that aircraft carrier. You know, when it flies onto it on its runway.
Yeah, I heard.
Have you heard that one?
Yeah, so they're landing on the aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier is being carried by the seas, which are in motion around the Earth at speed of sound. So yeah, so of course the Globetard pilots are landing on the Globetard boats and full motion at 1,000, traveling Mach speed.
They're flying backwards and landing on the aircraft carrier.
Yes, backwards and sideways against the wind.
It's plausible. It's inconceivable. What is that? The Seinfeld lawyer?
Yeah. What I'm saying though is that they're trying to bring an argument for something that's already in motion, right? But there's a bunch of errors with their logic, right? Because if that was the case, exactly like the Earth, the aircraft carrier is going in one direction. So when they're flying in that direction, which way the plane goes. Like the aircraft carrier will be going in that specific direction, but with the Earth, it's rotating, and it's also like they have to negotiate over curvature. There's a few things they have to do. It's not just landing on a flat level surface like an aircraft carrier, which they don't admit it. The aircraft carrier, it's a flat surface. You have to land on it. Like so, if you're trying to make
the arc has more distance, right? So 35,000 feet, that's greater distance in the radius arc. That's more miles, that's more gas covered. They like to hide it within like, oh, ground speed, airspeed differential, or like, knots. Because like, what is the miles per hour on a
Do they use
boat?
conservation of momentum in that argument?
No, they never do. I guess the conservation of momentum of the ship versus the knots being pulled out on the rope to give tell for the speed it's going.
Yeah.
I guess all linear, no globe.
I love a good conservation of momentum argument. My goodness, that's one of my favorites.
Yeah, because they try to bring these analogies. So
Miggy, once they admit to conservation of momentum, you got them. They're done because they have to agree that if I take off from North Pole doing 0, you're doing 0. Is that your momentum? 0? Okay.
There should be, yeah.
What happens when I get to the equator?
It's 0 in the sense, but it's actually spinning around in a merry-go-round. Imagine this: the speed of sound, like over 24 hours. That would be quite fast. These people, like in the final experiment, seeing that thing, they would be actually just spinning at the speed of sound, doing that clock circle. I don't know what that equates to. It's pretty fast. But did they feel nauseous? I mean, I know some of them were having to smoke vapes, but they would never vape. So maybe.
That was a little bit of a jab there. I get it. That's cool.
No jab, but just more. Maybe I was just drawing more questions for myself.
You're jabbing.
Like, why would somebody feel so nauseous that they were like, they would never want to vape, but then they were vaping?
Ask them, man. You don't have to ask my ass, but you can ask them. But we were talking about airline flights from
Speculation Sunday, yeah, and we're not talking about speculation in the context of the conversation, so I apologize.
Solid jab. We award you a point.
My bad.
Yeah, I'll give you a point. You're good.
No, it's my fault. You can take the
clever. I like clever jabs, man. It was good. Come on. Back down to earth, man. Where are we at? We're flying from fucking Canada to fucking Ecuador. Where are we going? And we got to do something to keep that plane curving and spinning. All kinds of crazy shit.
Does the plane, do they do something?
No, they don't.
They don't. Yeah, they just fly direct.
Never do.
They just fly direct and flat.
No, the pilot has to consider only keeping the plane level. I mean, that's what
and winds and storms, yeah.
Yeah,
everything
they can go up.
But globe.
Yeah, they got to go up and down to get away from weather.
There's mountains and stuff. Yeah, everything but the globe.
They're flying at fucking 35 to 45,000 feet, man. I mean, they're way up there, bro. There ain't no mountains gonna give you any problems at 45,000.
Like choppy air. You get choppy air.
Yeah,
because the rippling effect when the winds are blowing over.
At 45,000 feet, there's no choppy air, bro. That shit's smooth as fucking glass, guaranteed.
Yeah. Mostly, but there is pressure difference.
It's flat as fucking. It's so fucking flat. It's like glass, like a piece of glass up there, bro. That's why they invented fucking airplanes to fly above the clouds, and it's just like thin air.
That's so true. That's so true.
All right, so we got
engines, bro.
We got Professor Phil listening in right now. I'm going to show you a snippet of what he just posted to me in a DM. So check this out. Have a read of that.
Oh dear. No, read it out loud, dude. Do it in his voice.
Well, I don't know. Well, he's got a shaky voice, but I'll read it to you guys.
He's like RFK.
He says, "You're so good."
He says, "You're so goddamn ignorant. It's painful. When a plane takes off from the ground, it keeps the momentum it had on the ground throughout the flight.
Yeah.
So the motion of the earth is irrelevant. I have explained this to you many times, but clearly you do not have the mental acuity needed to understand it."
Fucking Mongo.
Wow, yeah, we get it. We get it. It's not it's not deviating. There is no Coriolis effect.
Wow,
we get it.
He just fucking made our point for us, man. I love it.
Thank you. Nobody's a better globetard than you, Mr. Phil Bell. Thank you for
That was fucking
Your
excellent.
Indian
Biggie.
space
I
program
gotta
really nail the point home.
Have you shown that to New Perspective yet? Have you seen that one? Has he seen that? Let me know.
No, because Professor Phil, man, that guy, he thinks he knows what he's talking about, but he never sets foot in here, which is, he should come in here.
He used to in Glat days. Like, he used to come in, but he got a little fresh with the ladies on ladies' night, and
Got a little cock, did he?
he's like, he took the wrong side of the Trump pill. You know what I mean?
Mongo cock. Yeah, I got it.
He took the wrong side of the Trump pill.
Yeah, he's a Mongo. But anyway, that was amazing, Mig, dude.
I'm glad he's living well, at least. Live well.
Holy smokes, bro! You're interrupting FED.
Mig, that's like the best meme I've seen all year, bro. That was fucking, and it's what he wrote. And he doesn't even know how good that shit is, man. Because that puts him in a corner that he can never escape from, man. I love it. I fucking love it, bro.
But he makes it sound like he told us. Like, yeah, he sure did.
Told you mongos. You told us shit, bro. That you actually made the point for us, bro. If it conserves the momentum, bro, you're fucked, man. You're done. You're so fucked. It's great, man. This is a great position we're in these days, Mig. Just keep pushing.
He soft conceded.
No, did he really think that if you fly north to south, if you keep that same energy, that you're gonna wind up? Yeah, imagine when you get to the equator.
You're so screwed, man. You're done. You're fucking crashing, guaranteed, 100%. And that's what's so cool, man.
Nowhere to run to, baby. I've got
nowhere to hide, nowhere to fucking stick your head in the sand. You're done.
Well, that's the funny part with the conservation of momentum, right? That would be launching things like off.
Yep.
So it used to be that the argument was things weighed less at the equator because of the centrifugal force. But then it became this gravity argument. So then they said, oh, well, actually things weigh more at the poles because there's more mass accumulated there. And then so ultimately they're just arguing opposite positions for the same argument, and nobody knows which is the actual argument. Is it more or less weight at the poles? Nobody knows.
Let me get in here real quick. So, Jedi, did you see what Professor Phil put in there? So think about it. If you started north, right at the pole, and you're flying south, you're starting with the least amount of energy from the Earth. As you go south, you're going to gain all that. The spin of the Earth is going to catch up to you.
Right.
As you go south, because it's going to speed up, isn't it? Because you left at like nearly zero from the north. Does he not get that, or is that?
Yeah, he's trying to pull a fast one. Go ahead, Jedi.
He's a fucking
robot. Is he robot?
Nope, he left.
Did he? He's roboting. Did you hear him?
No, he crashed.
Yeah, the signal's got to go to outer space and come back, right?
A fucking satellite went down. Sorry, Jedi.
He crashed like Professor Phil's satellite that had a conservation of momentum.
He crashed his plane just like Professor Phil did. Because, that's the funny thing about these flight manuals and learning to fly. And they never talk about, no, you got to make up this speed. No.
Yeah.
There's not one stitch of that in the book, Mig. Not one. And they're screwed, man. Yeah. They go through all this training. They make, $200,000 a year or whatever. You didn't learn anything about catching up with the fucking rotation of Earth, bro. You got.
Hey, flat Earth dude. If Miggy, can you reassert the point? What about the aircraft carrier?
Oh yeah. So he's basically using, not Professor Phil, but another guy that came in here was utilizing an argument for the spin of the Earth. They were saying, well, just like the spin of the Earth, and you're saying airplanes landing on, a runway or whatever, just like that, you can have an aircraft carrier that's, going at whatever speed, however many knots in the water, and an airplane would land on it just fine. So think about the Earth like that. Like it's moving underneath the plane at the same time the plane would have to adjust to land on that, aircraft carrier.
Well,
adjusting.
Yeah, I would have responded, well, we do think of the Earth just like that, a flat level reference plane.
Just flat, yeah, exactly.
No, the flat plane, yeah. But I'm saying, like, as far as it moving, that's what he's saying. He's trying to make the analogy that the Earth itself is moving under the plane, and the plane doesn't have to think about like adjusting for the rotation of the movement. You get what I mean? It just lands on the aircraft carrier.
Yeah, the doublespeak is we're going to say it's moving, but it's not actually moving.
Yep, that's it. You got it, 100%, and I'll stick to that till my dying days, bro. Unless somebody can prove me wrong. I mean.
It's just their arguments are they're weak, dude. Like they have to appeal to something like that's moving where they never witnessed the Earth moving, and they're trying to make it an analogy to something that is moving. It's like you can see an aircraft carrier moving because you're at a still position, or you can see it from the shore of a beach, and it could be moving in the water. Like
it's only like you got to make up like 10 miles an hour per, every 7 minutes. You got to make up 10 miles an hour every 7 minutes, and you can do it. And by the way, that's not in the manual or anything, but we're just going to throw you in the cockpit and let you figure it out, on the fly. But it's not in the manual. You never learned about it in school or anything, but that's what's happening. All right? You guys got it? That's how basic this argument is, man. It's so good. So good. Thank you, New Perspective. He was the one that really brought it back. There were some other guys. There was even Brian Mullins was talking about this shit back in the day.
I haven't heard from Brian. I don't think he's even on the scene anymore, is he?
No,
Brian
he's not. He left the scene in 2016, but he had to leave the scene because some guy named George called like the engineering board for the state he was living in, Florida, and said, "Hey, man, this guy's like not a good engineer, dude, and he's a flat earther. He's a flat earther."
Yeah, Brian Mullins was the first person I heard it from.
Brian Mullins is a concave earther now, by the way.
All right, if you got evidence for that, that'd be cool. But I don't.
Concave earther? What are you talking about, bro?
Yep, I want to hear. You show me one piece of video that guy's talking about.
I'll link it.
And I'll become a concave earther if you can show me one video with Brian Mullins.
That guy has been kind of like always trying to reach for different types of like arguments. That concave earther that's in there that just speaks.
Yeah, I know.
He's really trying to reach for whatever he can.
That was a pretty.
And I'd like to hear him.
The Black Swan refutes concave.
Yeah,
I'd like to hear him make a. I'd like to hear him. No, it's Timbo. I'd like to hear him make a claim and then present some evidence with it. That'd be nice.
That would be even greater than my babbling. Fucking.
Yeah, I'm with you, Timbo. That would be just capital, but I don't think he's gonna.
Yeah,
dude, that shit would be cap.
Yeah, I just posted a link to the video. He's in the very first seconds of the video. He explains concave Earth and everything. Enjoy. Thank you.
All right, Brian Mullins, concave Earth.
He explains what someone's claim is, or he explains what he claims. Like, there's a difference. Yeah,
dude, I'll be back, man. I'm gonna go watch.
Wow, that video is actually disgusting because it just takes old videos of him and then it places them like it's his argument. So you're really, dude, this is actually disgusting, vile behavior because you are actually just lying about some person's video, and he's already left because you freak weirdos anyways. And here, this is why people like him don't even show their faces or want to exist, because freak weirdos like this are obsessed, and then they start using him and his arguments to make their arguments that aren't even arguments. This is disgusting. Thank you for sharing that. I reported it.
Wow.
That's theft of likeness. That is disgusting.
Deceptive likeness. Oh man, that's a new term I have never heard. This is the first day I've ever heard it. Hey, it's a full moon. Did you guys see the full moon tonight?
No, it's theft of likeness.
Looking at it right now, bro.
Likeness, bro. That is so good. That's a great term, man. Did you just come up with that?
That's
Yeah, I'm heading-
legalese.
Or
I'm
is
heading
that a-
out, man. I'll catch you guys after a while.
Come on back, Miggy.
Nice. See you.
I mean, thank you,
It's
brother.
legalese. You know,
Okay.
what kind of language and lexicon do you think? Where is there a change of context, or it's never not legalese, right?
Yeah, I think you're right there for sure.
I'm looking at the moon.
Yeah. What do you got?
It's bright, man. It's the
bright.
brightest thing in the sky right now.
It's fucking bright, man. I went out there like right before I came in here. And I was like, holy shit. So fucking.
Is it a sphere?
Well, I don't know that. 'Cause I can't see the other
round.
side of it. I mean, if it's spun around, I could say, yeah, it's probably a sphere. But
It's
it doesn't
round.
spin. That's weird. It always shows the same face. I always thought that was interesting.
Hey, what do you guys think? Is the Earth measured round?
Well,
Yes. The only answer is yes.
No.
Round?
No, man. I
No.
don't think it is actually.
What do you mean round?
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
round.
not even like a coin, not even in the lateral displacement. We're gonna have to be
No.
comparing local
Let
measurements
him
for
explain what he
latitude longitude.
means.
Speculation
Listen.
says, hey, what's the shape of a lake?
I know the Earth
Lake
is measured
shape.
round. It's measured round with elevation angles.
Mm.
Round?
Round.
Yeah.
Round like
Round and
Not round.
round.
Like
We
round-
use declination
Look,
maps.
the greatest
Magnetic
measurement.
declination headings for north and south, right? So we use declination maps. So you got to consider the directionality.
Yeah, that's different than round. Declination points are different than round.
Let me tell you.
Hey,
Nobody answered
Are
my
you
question.
saying round because
That's
of
not round.
I'm saying round is in circles.
like circles of equal elevation? Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's exactly, Timbo.
Yeah, but those are hypothetical, and we use
No,
magnetic
it's not.
declination in our
it's
maps.
not. No, it's a measurement.
Not
It's
To
a,
have actual magnetic declination. That
no,
you guys
it's a actual measurement. It's
Well,
not
well,
hypothetical.
Geometry.
measure to what?
Geometry. It's geometry. Can we agree it's geometry? Fuck's
Yes.
sake.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Now, can we measure like round things with geometry? Yes or no?
Will we measure?
And
the
neither there's no
was a
actual arc.
But can we make a circle with geometry for fuck's sake? Can
No.
we?
As a consequence of it, yeah.
Wait a
if you
minute.
measure an angle, you can measure a great circle.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Can we measure a circle with an angle to something?
Yeah.
Of course. 45-degree angle, you get a circle, boomity boom.
Well, you can measure a circle. You can measure a circle relative to you, but that doesn't mean you're measuring the Earth as a circle.
Well, the greatest measurement that we
Exactly.
have is called the Great Circle.
That was a great point that does not need to be overlooked. Is that
no? Let's go back.
He said that we can measure a circle based on our observant angle of, and walk around like a street light, and we can measure a circle for fuck's sake, right?
360 degrees, yeah.
Exactly.
I don't see anything going 360 degrees above my head, and
So
like
it's
the ceiling
hold
fan.
on. So is 360 degrees round?
I see a fan going above my head. It goes 360 degrees. It swirls above my head in a circle.
Okay. So
I don't see anything else doing that.
Does
Not
the fan
much else.
go round? Does the fan go round?
It does.
Exactly.
Not the sun. The sun doesn't do that.
It does.
Well, it appears to do that in your.
I've never seen the sun go and do that.
You don't
Like
look
a
at the
ceiling
sun
fan.
and say the sun is round. The sun is round.
Didn't they film?
No, that's fine, but it's not. Is it going above?
Didn't they
Like
film,
so, we're in the north.
Didn't they just film the sun in the south doing that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. What's
Okay,
that, Jedi?
so it is going above my head.
Yeah, it's going round and around.
Yeah, 360
And
degrees.
so that's above my head. What does that mean about the ground?
Nothing apart from you can measure elevation and it goes round 360 degrees.
So
Yeah,
it
you
does
said
prove that the
you
Earth
said
is flat.
no. You said
Yeah.
you've
But we
never
have
seen
to
the sun
define
do
what
that.
ground is. I say the ground is Earth.
Well,
So do
I don't
we.
know why you're doing this, man. I don't know why you're doing this.
All of us like Earth is ground. Does anybody disagree with that?
Yeah, I just wish that Into the Break would stop making silly claims.
you're going to send that.
I agree, man.
Oh, my bad.
I mean, how long you been looking into flat Earth, man? How long you been looking at it?
That long, huh?
A long pause. Me, maybe 8 years, 9 years. But I'm sure you know that anyway, dude.
I know that.
I'm just answering because no one else is answering.
Yeah, that was a closing question. Like, you got the money? that was an ABC, 100%, man. I'm like, what do you got? And he had nothing, so there it is. You guys saw it. He got nothing, man. Poor guy. You guys make it look easy. It's not. It's not easy, man. Being out here talking about this stuff, man, day in, day out. It's anything but easy. But you guys are made of stone, man. So it's just like I got the stone Padres, man, showing up every day, and you guys make it look easy.
Imagine how much more powerful and capable
We choose to do these things and the other things not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Those things are hard. We go to the moon. We're gonna spend a lot of money.
But to answer your question, I've been flat earther long enough to know when there's a concaver in the midst.
I got to give it to you guys. You guys do very well with no map, no model, no nothing. So it's.
What do you got?
Props.
Wait, no.
To you guys.
We got math.
What do you got?
We got math.
Wait, I got heaps. We got
concaver. What do you have?
One sec. There's heaps of maps.
I got flat math all over the fucking place. Are you kidding me? Come on.
You can only.
I think he said maps, but we've got heaps of maps. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
By the way, they're all
second
flat.
that, Timbo. I second that, Timbo, and I second that, flat Earth, dude. They're all flat.
They're all flat. Maps are flat. What's the question? Go ahead.
It wasn't
Iris, what say you? This concave is debunked with Black Swan. What say you, Cyrus?
What?
You know the concavers, their whole Cyrus, the Lord, Stephen Christ.
I don't know. I'd like to hear him make a statement, like he was trying to. But
let him make a statement.
I made my statement. I gave a commendation, a positive remark. You guys do very well in here, day after day. No map, no model.
Yeah, but thanks, I told you we've got heaps of maps.
Thanks.
Dude,
what's your response to we have heaps of maps?
we got all kinds of maps, dude. They're all flat. They're on paper. Check it out, man. Don't believe me? Dude, I got road maps.
We love flat maps. I use Apple Maps personally.
Well, that's cool, but I have actual physical maps, man, and all of them are flat, man. Some of them I have to roll up because they're kind of old and You got to take care of them.
Did the man say he's got Google Maps? Welcome to Flat Earth,
Yeah,
bro.
he's got Google Maps,
Wait,
bro.
welcome
Yeah.
to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth. Go to any shoreline. Go to any other shoreline, and you'll see that there's zero drop over the ocean. That's a
He
flat
thinks
Earth.
it curves up.
Yeah, it's a flat Earth map. Google Earth is a flat Earth map.
Ain't that a bitch? That's weird. Damn.
How do you have a map on the inside of a ball?
What?
The same
Oh.
that you have on the outside.
Oh, great
You use
picture.
flat Earth elevation angles at the center.
Let me shout out some great pictures of the moon tonight, man. Full moon. Does everybody see the same moon when it's full? What about you guys in Australia, man? You Mongos down under.
Yeah, I think ours was last night.
Yours was
pretty
last
big
night.
last night.
Yeah, that's right. Yours would have been last night, correct?
I just posted some pictures, and this is from Las Vegas, so I don't know what are you seeing. But
Hey, great shots, Migo. Love you, brother.
Yeah, pretty pictures, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing, man. Did you do that with your P900 or what camera?
just now, I mean, I heard you talking about the full moon. I said, okay, let me go out and get some pictures.
Yeah. What camera did you use? What camera?
P1000.
P1000. Okay. Excellent, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
I play with a little bit, of course, the aperture. You know what's up? I like it a little bit dark like this because I can see the details more.
Yeah. Hey, we all see the same face
as well. Like you can see the eyes and the mouth and the face.
The face. The face is showing its face tonight. Oh. That's been going on for millennia. But, what do I know? I don't know. But, yeah, the moon always shows the same side, man. That's weird. Everything else in the universe is spinning around, man. It's kind of
Dude, that moon, as far as I can tell, it's rolling around like a coin.
Yes, they say the flower doesn't, the rose doesn't has a back.
Yeah.
So it's
they do.
Okay, well, someone said, why can you see the Southern Cross from Argentina and Australia at the same time? And then I just have to remind them, hey, there's the day and night cycle, so that can never happen.
It's like saying why can Northern Canada, Northern Europe, and Northern Russia see the Big Dipper at the same time? It's the same fucking thing.
It's kind of weird. It's irrelevant, really.
Yeah, the Southern Cross can be seen from Florida, Texas, and the southern parts of California, northern Mexico.
That's because it isn't a southern rotation point. It's like the Big Dipper, a selection of stars that rotate around a celestial pole. So you can see north of the equator because it isn't the pole.
Yep.
Shock horror.
Southern Cross is a guidance. So if you line a few of the stars up, it points south. Points to the celestial pole. So they use the Southern Cross as a guide to point to the southern pole because you can't see it.
Much like in the north, where you use two stars of the Big Dipper and you join them together, and they point towards Polaris.
But you do know the pattern of the sky, and you know that the Southern Cross will come from this point. So it's like you're not just pointing in the wind, but it is sort of you have faith in that this celestial alignment is going to rise.
In the words of the famous Confucius, exactly.
Confucius?
Confuse me.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
was
the southern.
sorry. I was
No, you're just using the language inappropriately, and I would suggest you seek some attention.
Yeah, I was.
On phonics,
I
it may help
wish I was
for
funny.
you. It doesn't help with comprehension, though. So with that, you're
Fucking
shit out of
Mongo.
luck.
Don't be a Mongo, bro. Don't be.
No, he's my homie. He knows I'm just playing.
All right, I'll give you the joke. That was pretty good. Thank you. Yeah, I'm laughing. Confucius, bro. Confucius.
You know, he invented confusion.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. He invented confusion, man. Did you guys hear that? Confucius. Confusion. Can people be confused about where they live?
Red herring.
Whether it's on a big giant spinning ball shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, or it's just flat and stationary, bro. I mean, can you be tricked into confusing those things? How would you be tricked into confusing those things? Well, yep. It's
Someone told
just did it.
and then they kept on telling you, and then they kept on telling you, and then they did it for generations. Then yeah.
Generations. We all got like fed the globe when we got to first, second, third grade, whatever. And you're like learning about here's the globe. This is where you live, Mongos.
Yeah, well, you see it. You see it when people come in, and you say, "How do you know you live on a ball?" And they say, "Well, because I was told."
I was told. I was taught.
Yeah.
Well, you do have to evaluate that it did come from the most good of intentions, right? It was like if you can dream it, you can be it, right? It's like you can empower yourself. Maybe pull yourself up, your bootstraps up. And so it does coming from this place to where you can sort of find meaning in the meaningless. And but then
I got a question.
that's a slippery slope. You're not supposed to worship
pull your
it.
bootstraps up and on flat Earth. Is it possible to pull yourself up by your bootstraps on the flat Earth?
That's the only way you do it.
No, I can't do it without gravity.
You
bro.
know what up is? Well, it's a flatter geometric reference.
Wait, is it possible, yes or no, to pull yourself up by your bootstraps on a flat Earth?
The only way that you could is if you had the basis, the relativity
I'm asking
of flat Earth.
Listen, I'm asking a malformed question.
Jag jämför på en flat Earth.
Can't do it, bro. Gravity, bro.
Gravity is a flat Earth geometric referent. That's exactly vertical, perpendicular to the horizon. You lose. It doesn't matter what you want to make believe, what kind of measuring tool gravity is. What you are referencing is exactly vertical, perpendicular.
I'm not going to
The
answer
horizon.
a malformed question. I win.
That's a reference to a geometric principle, horizontal, and we are remaining in that context. We aren't talking about some other context other than geometry.
You just don't understand, mate. It's perpendicular to where you are at that moment on the ball.
Yeah, and that moment is also coinciding with the moment at the horizon. So it's not perpendicular to you, it's perpendicular to the horizon.
What?
Is there an end to the Earth? Is there an end? Is there a border?
Okay, wait. Hang on. 1 sec.
Yes.
If we didn't see an end or no one had been there, does that change the surface of the Earth?
No, I'm willing to accept the flat Earth, but where's the end? How far away is the end from?
Okay, if I tell you that no one knows and no one's been there, would that change the outcome?
Be Pacific.
It would, because then you're defining gravity normal to the flatness of the Earth. So if
What are you
that's the
talking
case,
about?
then
I don't
you
think
need
he's
to know.
being Pacific enough.
You need to know
I'll ask. All right, I'll ask
how big the Earth is.
again. I'll ask you the question again. If no one had seen the edge or knew that there was an edge, would that change that the surface measures horizontal?
You know why it would make a difference? It's because we see the other planetary bodies in the stars to be
Okay, I
finite.
just asked.
Why Earth be flat and indefinitely flat? Why should it be indefinitely
Hang
flat?
on. Just hang on. I asked you a specific question. I'll take a yes or a no, and then you can elaborate. All right. So let's try it again. If no one had seen the outer extremities or been there or know as such, does that change that the surface of the Earth measures horizontal?
It wouldn't change the surface of the Earth, but it would throw into question. It would throw into question the other outer bodies that we see as finitely flat or finitely round.
Okay.
Why are they
So what
finitely round?
Other bodies.
What commonalities? Exactly. My question is about the Earth, nothing else.
Other bodies.
But that's the point. You can't just throw it into isolation. You have to look at Earth in relation to the other bodies.
No, you don't. It's not the same as the other bodies. It's got nothing to do with the other bodies.
Well, why is that the
Timbo's
case?
got
Can you
this. Timbo's
explain
got
why?
this. But you can measure Earth. We're agreed on measurement. You can measure Earth. Timbo, you got this. Everybody,
Oceans.
calm down.
Can we consider the surface of the oceans the surface of Earth?
Calm down, bro. That shit was directed
Conceptually.
at you.
Conceptually. Can we be a little bit more specific? Or Pacific, I mean.
This conversation is productive.
Yeah.
Bro.
Not really.
I mean, we can't treat things in isolation. That's the only point I'm making.
We're talking about the Earth in isolation and its surface description. You were asked if we don't see a limitation, not seeing a limitation, does that invalidate the surface measurements? Oh, fuck all
My
to do
question
with
is that why do we see limitations on other bodies except for the Earth?
Why do you keep bringing up other bodies? We're talking about the Earth.
We can't treat ourselves in isolation from the rest of the universe.
Shut up. We're talking about the measurements of the Earth and how you appear to think that they can be invalidated by seeing an edge of it.
A lot of measurements are saying that it's round.
A lot of measurements.
The flat measurements are saying that it's indefinite. Okay. When we look up in the sky, we're looking at bodies that are finite.
That's not the Earth. You said measurements of the Earth. Looking up at other things is not the Earth.
Tell me, if everything is flat, then how does Australia connect to
When did
the
we
United States?
say everything was flat?
Well, the Earth's surface is flat, right?
Okay, good. Is that everything?
Define everything.
Okay, so I guess we're flat, but the other things moving around us are not.
Define we.
Is that
right? Hold on. I don't know. I'm not on
the
those
human
things.
condition?
Oh,
The
shut
human
up.
condition observes the celestial bodies, and they observe that they're not flat.
Excuse me. I am on the Earth. I can measure the Earth. I am not on the moon. I cannot measure the moon. We are making a claim about the Earth which we can access. We're not making a claim about other things that we cannot access.
My question is, what differentiates us between the moon and us?
Oh, there's no measurement of curvature and no measurement of motion. If you suggest that the moon is a sphere in motion, the Earth doesn't measure to be like those things. That's what differentiates the measurement.
I think he's going to ask
But there
you
has to
another
be
random
uniformity in the measurements itself, right?
So what?
What?
Proceed with the random question again.
There has to be a uniformity in the measurements and the schema of measurements.
Sorry, there should be uniformity of measurements when I measure the surface of a table and the surface of a banana, there should be uniformity of measurement.
Well, the mathematics has to have uniformity in it because you're still quantifying something.
Yeah, at the moment we're trying to describe a surface. A sphere has curvature. The surface of the Earth is horizontal.
So what's the observation in the sky? Is it that everything is just a lie?
The observation in the sky that everything is a lie? What?
What?
Yeah, because if the Earth is flat, then shouldn't it necessarily follow that other things should be flat as well?
I don't know, but we couldn't confirm any of these things because we haven't been to them. Like I said, I'm not on the moon to measure the moon. I don't care what the other things in the sky are.
But you should try to have a theory that encompasses everything.
A theory.
Theory.
Okay, it looks like a
theory is
sphere.
a guess, man. A theory is a fucking guess, bro. At best. Come on.
It looks like a sphere. There goes my theory. It looks like a sphere. And?
Therefore, in Soth with.
It's hard. It's hard. It just seems that there's no amount of evidence that you would.
We haven't given any yet.
For globe earthers, let me just say that for globe earthers, it seems to be there's a bridge that flat earthers can say like, here's the evidence, and the globe earthers will be like, okay, we accept it. But for flat earthers, there's no bridge. There's like no bridge. It's like no, it's flat Earth or nothing.
Sorry, you kept pointing at other things, not the Earth.
Yeah, the bridge is use the Earth as proof of the Earth, namely the surface of Earth. See, the thing is, you want to use everything other than the surface of the Earth. Why would you ignore the one thing in question and invoke everything else? Like, imagine saying, hey, I want to measure my table, and someone's like, no, don't measure your table. Look at the moon. They'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why would I look at the moon?
But it's not that. It's like here are the basic mathematics that govern gravity, and then they're like, well, it appears to be the case. When you look up, everything is circular. It's not. It's not or spherical. It's not flat. So why does Earth have to be the exception? You understand?
Sorry. What is gravity?
Great question. I love that question. What's gravity?
It's wonderful. It's the according to the latest theories, I suppose, by Einstein. It's the geometric distortion that mass imparts on the structure of space-time.
Oh, okay. So a mathematical conceptual idea. It's nice.
No, it's not. It's a conceptualization. The equations basically predict what it is.
The equations predict what it is. Are you sure?
How does it predict what it is? Yeah.
And what has this got to do with the surface of the Earth?
I mean, I haven't seen any flat earther give
what reversal burden
give any burden of proof, you know. But Einstein's field equations actually give gravitational lensing proofs, you know, like they actually give some substantial proofs.
Like what?
But we've just been telling you that it measures that way, and you haven't even asked us how. And that would be
in order to get into the hows, you would have to get into the mathematics of it.
Okay. Do you want to do that?
Let's go.
I've tried it on this channel. I've tried it extensively, but like no one. The end goal seems to be like you don't believe in mathematics at the end of the day.
Wait, whoa!
I'll give you the number 0 slope. Slope intercept formula. Y equals mx plus b. The surface of the Earth is 0 slope. There's the maths for you.
No, that's a very reductive explanation.
Sorry. The equation of a line, horizontal. The surface of the Earth is measured to be horizontal, like a straight line with 0 slope.
Well, it's great. You can still get the same idea. You can still use tensor calculus and get the same results if the world was flat. but the world isn't flat.
Okay, show me that. Okay, show me the moon and tides.
Hold on. It's
Hold
measured
on.
that.
Show you the moon and the tides? Is that what you asked?
No,
you're
don't
you're not
distract.
interested in moon and tides. It's not relevant. We're talking
Let's
about
go
the
flying.
surface movement of the Earth. Right, the surface of the Earth, primarily water, that's 70% of the surface of the Earth, is a horizontal reference datum. We use this horizontal reference datum to figure things out like height, depth, and distance.
So why don't you upgrade to tensor calculus and Einstein's field equations?
Because at the moment, trigonometry seems to do just fucking fine. Thank you.
Yeah, why would you need to change it?
Well, that's the thing. Like, in order to understand higher level approximations, you need to actually
don't
engage
need
with higher level
No, you don't
mathematics.
need to, though. Explain why you would need to do that. Go ahead.
So, for instance, if you're trying to use integration, the idea is,
Okay, so relate that to what you're saying about the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. So you need to first of all start with
An assumption.
giving the benefit of the doubt for all the propaganda. I'm gonna speak your language. All the propaganda. All the propaganda around.
Just use the word assumption.
Assumption. The assumption that the world is round, and then you have to evaluate the mathematics around the roundness of the Earth. Okay,
go ahead.
This seems
use it.
the case. It appears to be the case. It corroborates with the Einstein's field equations, tensor calculus, and so on. That
In what
when
way?
you assume the roundness of things,
In what way? Show me.
That's the thing. I think this group just lacks the scientific foundation to understand these things and engage with them.
I'm asking you to show me.
To derive the Einstein's field equations? Is that what
Oh
you're
my
asking?
God, he's still talking about fucking tensor equations. We're talking about the surface of the Earth. He's talking about a tensor equation to figure out how much time and space has been distorted because of the displacement of mass.
Well, okay,
We're not talking about that.
Tensor calculus doesn't assume anything. Okay, it's just an approximation. It's a tool to approximate a different geometric entity. Okay, so it's like using calculus to.
Hello, dumb fuck. We're talking about the surface of the Earth, not Einstein's field equations.
And you can get a better idea of what it is using that. But you do not want to get into that because mathematics is just.
Sorry, that's distorting space and time. We're not distorting space and time when we're measuring the surface of the Earth.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not. We're measuring the surface of the Earth to figure out.
No, it's all interrelated. If you ever tried, if the flat Earth ever tried to be an encompassing theory, but it doesn't. It just is like, well, I just see what it's just flat from where I see it. You know, if you try to look up and corroborate it, if you're like, well, if Earth is flat, everything else that I see should be flat as well. If you try to expand outwards and have a coherent theory that applies.
Sorry. Yeah.
Just a dumb fuck.
Yeah, we've told you. It's gone.
Good.
How many times did we offer to explain the measurements to him? He didn't want to hear it.
About 6.
No, he said measurements were quantum. What did he say? Measurements were bending space-time.
Yeah, but then
go back and listen. It's comic, dude. It's comic.
But he kept on proceeding to say, "You guys just look and say it's flat." We offered him measurements, but he didn't want them. Then kept strawmanning. And if you're still listening, dude, just because you use more words, it doesn't make you smarter. It makes you sound like a blithering fuckwit.
Instantly, you become uneducated, cock that went through the system like most of us, and we just bounced out of the reality of this space-time bullshit, man. We bounced out, bro. There ain't no space-time spinning.
Yeah, you're gonna give us a maths equation on something that's never been proven. What the fuck?
I got a math equation that explains all of Earth. You guys are stupid. I mean, you guys. What? What do you mean? We're physicists. We're scientists. We're engineers. We're fire. There's a bunch of us builders.
Did it cut out?
Not sure.
You there, Flat Earth dude?
Well, our thoughts and prayers go out to Flat Earth dude. It might be high tide.
Might be high. I'm high tide for sure, 100%. Man.
And there he is.
Yeah.
We lost you for a second.
Yeah, I got some shitty computer problems right now, man.
The cream always rises to the top, and you're the cream.
No, man. Airline.
Maybe you need Einstein's tensor equation.
Airline pilots are the cream of flat Earth, man. I want you guys to get that through your head, bro. Airline pilots are the cream de la cream of flat Earth. They are the guys.
I don't know, dude. There's a big shindig going. Like there's a big fight going on with the airline pilots and the submariners. The airline pilots and the submariners, they both believe they're pirates. They both have a claim to being pilots. And there's a war. Nobody knows about it, but it's real.
All right. Let's check it out, man. Because airline pilots all agree.
And submariners.
Every single airline pilot I've ever met agrees that the Earth is flat and stationary. Every one of them. And if somebody wants to convince me otherwise, man, good luck. Good luck, bro. Yeah. I've talked to like at least 10 airline pilots, and they're all like, yep, we just treat it as flat and stationary, man. That's how we get to our destinations. Like, all right. Thank you for that. Thank you. Yep.
Dude, what you were saying earlier, man, we lost you. It was like a Forrest Gump moment. You were Forrest up there at the the big what's that thing called? When Forrest is giving the speech right there at the pond?
The reflecting pond.
The phallus. He's standing there right there at the phallus, you know?
No, the reflecting pond in front of the Washington Monument.
Yeah, that.
Curved?
That just happened in here.
Is the reflecting pond curved?
No, it's
no, they're not. No,
it's a
reflection ponds are not curved.
Yeah.
For goodness sake, come on.
Well, the Earth is curved, right, or not?
No, it's definitely not.
I think it depends on what's underneath it.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. Not for the pond.
How much duck poop is underneath in the water? Yeah. I can't believe that dude straight up said that shit. Like,
yeah, can you believe that? I was like, clip that shit. Somebody clip that, man.
Dude,
Somebody go back and clip that.
You gotta clip the part. You gotta clip the part when Jedi's asking him, and he says yes when you measure. He says yes when you measure your bending space time.
That
was good.
It's so good, man. Thank you guys for this tonight. I know you guys put up my shit, but it's only a couple hours a day. I'm not greedy, but the Earth flies flat, man. if you talk to any pilot, man, they're like, yeah, we just fly this bitch, take off and land. That shit ain't moving. Fuck that, man. No, it ain't happening, bro. Ain't no fucking spinny globe underneath your pilot. Yeah, no.
Hey, how do satellites orientate themselves to the Earth?
Well, that's a complicated question because, you know, there's a lot of data and, you know, high altitude footage and stuff.
What's their reference in space when they can just perfectly point towards the Earth? Like, what's their reference?
Well, maybe they use the moon as a reference sometimes. Maybe Polaris. I don't know, man. They got a lot of references to.
It's a space sextant.
Exactly.
Space sextant.
Space sextant. There you go.
Does that use a bubble?
No, it uses the horizon. Duh.
Hey, you guys remember Apollo 13, man? That was a problem, man. They didn't get to land on the moon. They had a problem. They had to circle the moon and come back.
We had a problem.
They had to orientate them. If they didn't like get themselves perfect, they would have perished. You know, coming through the atmosphere. I mean, they had.
But Michael Collins doesn't remember seeing any stars when he was on the moon.
Mr. Collins did not see any stars. Now wait a minute,
what?
Mr.
He wasn't on the moon.
Collins, Mr. Michael Collins did not actually walk on the moon. He orbited the moon, right?
That's right.
How many times did he orbit the moon?
50.
Like 50 times, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he saw no stars. Now, wait a minute, man. The guy that circled the moon he went from light to dark to... He didn't remember seeing any stars? Not
Who
one.
said 50?
So Michael Collins saw no stars circling the moon for 50 times. He circled the fucking moon. Dark side, light side, fucking front side, back, whatever you want to call it. They make up all the different. It's the far side. It's the dark side. It's the inside. Yeah. That guy didn't see any stars at all. Wow, man. That's interesting, bro. That's all.
Well, he said he didn't see any stars from the moon's surface. That's even worse.
Well, he didn't go to the surface.
Exactly. That's the problem.
Well, that's the big problem.
Wait a minute. We're talking past each other a second.
No, we're not.
Yeah, we are. Because he didn't go to the
Back in
surface.
1969.
I know, but in the press conference, he turned around. Yeah.
Michael Collins said he didn't see any stars, man. Zero. That guy
from the surface of the moon.
Wait, did he say that from the surface or?
Yeah. He said, I don't remember seeing any stars from the surface of the moon.
No,
and Neil Armstrong turned around and looked at him like, shut the fuck up, idiot.
Shut the fuck up, Mongo on Discord.
Remember that look he gave him?
Yeah. I remember
looked at him
look,
like,
man.
what the fuck, man? What did you just say?
Yeah.
So it was Neil Armstrong, it was Buzz Aldrin that allegedly, were on the moon.
Yeah. They walked on the moon.
And it was Phil Collins orbiting the moon.
Well, he was like the
or Phil Collins. It was Phil Collins. He was orbiting the moon.
No, it wasn't.
And he remembers.
Do you remember? Yeah, it wasn't Phil Collins, Michael Collins, a different guy, but could be the same guy. It could have been. No.
Yeah, they got the same baldy kind of look.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be a like a trick fuck, you know? Michael Collins is actually Phil Collins, you dumbass.
I remember, don't worry. How could I ever forget? It's the first time, the last time we ever met.
Yeah,
Fuck yeah.
man.
I'm not the reason why you keep me silent. What a great song.
Great song, man. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, we're bonding.
Hey, I only want to bond with people that know that the earth is flat and stationary. And most of those people, man, are really cool. And I'm not, trying to create some kind of like cult or anything, man. I'm just saying, hey, man, the evidence says, look at this. Look at airline flights. Look at water's predictive, behavior. My goodness. We're not trying to be dicks, man. We're just trying to be cool people. Democ knows what I'm talking about.
Well, the great explorers have all been flat earthers up until this sort of age since after Kennedy. After Kennedy, he made the promise that we go to the moon, and then Johnson takes over. He leaves. He forms NASA, Jack Parsons project. Then we have Nixon, and so Nixon, we got to make sure Nixon is
your timeline
getting the credit for the moon landing with his red phone. With his red phone when he called the moon on his red phone.
Green phone, man.
Green.
No, the red phone is actually attached.
The red phone's the Russia.
The green phone's for moon. Red phone's for Russia.
Russia was the red
wow.
phone.
The color coding. Wow. Who could have thought of that?
Well, if you guys were maniacal fucking Mongos that wanted to take over the world, that's what you would do. Red phone.
Well, what do they use the
What's the difference?
Come on.
It was black and white film.
Cone of silence for then.
No, 69, dude. I love to talk about the color footage of the moon landing. It was horrible, man. It was horrible compared to the 1950s. Go back and watch like Elvis in Hawaii. And that film was so fucking crisp and beautiful.
Watch the Wizard of Oz, man. The Wizard of Oz.
I think the movie's called Blue Hawaii, actually.
1934.
1950s, bro.
Dude, The Wizard of Oz was 1934. That
1939. 1939.
Oh, okay. 1939.
And it was the first color film, and it's amazing, bro. It's amazing color. 1939, they had amazing color. They go.
And they made a house. They made a house fly as well.
You got black and gray, and you're lucky to get any color, man. Good luck.
Witches flying on broomsticks.
Yes.
Well, what the thing with the moon was it was broadcast to these. So most of the actual visuals were recordings, televised recordings from it being transmitted to sort of theaters that they set in the field in certain 3 cities, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a radio. It was a radio transmission. Yeah, it was just voices.
Yeah, most of it was just radio, but then there was the transmission, but then this is the said transmission. So the footage that anybody has is just recording past, recording the actual stream of it onto the theaters because this is whatever 1965,
Well, Buzz
69.
Buzz said that no, you couldn't have seen it live because there were no video cameras up there.
Right. Buzz Aldrin went on David Letterman. I don't know if you guys know who David Letterman is, but maybe you do, maybe you don't. And he said, nah,
You couldn't have seen it live.
It was animation. Yep.
Yep.
Well, I like
We
that
had,
there's.
he said we had no video cameras up there.
Yeah.
Well, there's already this sort of soft disclosure that they've already conceded this moon argument
Yes,
because
you're right. You're right, man.
Christopher Nolan has given the soft disclosure in Interstellar, where we really just have to buckle down. We have to look at the we're going to have to be limited to corn in due time. So really, Interstellar is a deep,
Yeah, you're
dark
right.
look at the heart of a globetard.
Yep. We're
That's
kind
their
of
religion.
Yeah, we're kind of fucked. I mean, we're dealing with a system that it's been so perfectly Bernays sauced, man, that yeah, we have to deal with the mainstream media, bro.
Well, what's hard now is there's new media, and now there's new avenues. So now there's a new mainstream new media.
Yeah, we can talk TikTok or.
So I was talking about this. It's a transfer of power, just like oh hey, I'm tired of the commercials, right? Oh, I buy into Netflix. They take down Blockbuster. They take down Time Warner cable networks, right? Like Time Warner, like it's all over because it's now Netflix era and all other streaming services. So now you said goodbye to because you didn't want the services, you helped them buy it. You just helped them transfer the wealth. Just by the idea that you wanted to get rid of. You wanted to get rid of commercials, and now you're paying more for more commercials. But at least you get to choose what you watch in between the commercials.
Yeah, but it's also like new media and all this stuff. You think about it.
There's new media
has been dropping exponentially over the years. And what do you need to get trust in government again? What do you need to get trust in media again?
Yeah, the Mockingbird media.
Yeah, why do you need to do that? You need to make the other one crash and burn to a certain extent. Well, that's Trump. That's the deep state. And now all the Trump believers, of course, are now, we're the good side. The bad guys have been gotten. So now we 100% trust the government again.
No, you're wrong.
No.
Drace, just take a step back. You don't know anything about QAnon.
Yes, he knows everything about QAnon.
I'm a QAnon expert. So you don't represent QAnon, I'll tell you that.
Go ahead, Drace. Go ahead.
I didn't say anything about QAnon. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so don't act like you represent the Trump's base.
I didn't say that.
Okay, well you don't, and you didn't say that. Good.
I'm saying that that's the way you draw people back into the fold. So you create a bad guy.
How did I get drawn back into the fold?
Bad guy, and then the people trust the fold again because their guy is now the good guy who took care of the bad guy. I'm not saying that every single Trump supporter.
In what way? Can you detail it a little bit more specifically for me?
Yes, he can. Bet your ass he can. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying every single Trump supporter is fuck. You threw me off there, flat man can.
Sorry, bro.
What was I saying? What were we talking about?
You were like saying, hey, man, the QAnon and the Trump guys, right?
Yeah, I don't know anything about QAnon. I'm not saying anything about QAnon. I'm just saying that if you're gonna do a problem reaction solution, you have a problem. People don't trust government. People don't trust media anymore, and that's getting worse and worse. So you push a figure who then is critical of the media, the current media, fake news.
Fake news.
That creates a vacuum for new media, and now you can put your agents into play as the new media, and people trust those guys now because they've been telling you the truth about what the fake media has been lying about.
That's happened, and there's been a lot of grifters along the way. Like, look at what's that Branson guy, right?
Oh yeah,
He wanted to
100%.
latch. He wanted to tug on that coattail because he had to escape. He had to have some moral justification for the immorality that he knew that he did. And he's guilty of these crimes, and he's going to go away with, like Danny Masterson did, for a long time. And he deserves to. He's always been a degenerate. He was never a spokesman for me or Trump or any delusion you may have about it.
Yeah, but it's the same thing with us. Like Jeranism,
yeah, you may want to.
Jeranism is never going to be a spokesperson for all of us, but he will be played as
Just like in the Revolutionary War, like it was a sort of a real thing when you saw the buckle on the shoe. And I was like, oh, this is this idea that's been written about. And here it is manifest in front of me. And that is enough to have a conviction and an idea. That's enough. That's all you need, just the buckle on the shoe. And then you have a lot of Ben Franklin's writings, right? Like he was the literary of the day, the authority of
so
these
true.
sort of concepts of a free man, of a government that's run democratically, with a sort of this idea of a governance, a governing body.
Question.
Right? These are ideas that transcend a simple materialistic mind.
I have a
Just
question.
the buckle on the shoe was enough to sensationalize young men, and
a buckle on the
and now we have America.
Sensationalized.
A buckle on the shoe.
You need some sort of government. You always do need that. You need some sort of order for stuff to work. How invasive.
That's why the
and how
buckle
big
is
that
always important
Yes,
imagery in with the pilgrims.
The ideas are important, but the ideas can also be co-opted and manipulated, and that's the problem.
Well, and they were, yeah. Banks and many. I mean, that's the part about democracy.
What
is you will always be fighting for your right
into the break
because you have now welcomed in something antithesis to what what you think is right. You have opened the market to say the market may be right in this other way that isn't a way privy to you. Now it's out of your hands.
Into the break. I have two questions. One, do you have a paper bag that you can breathe into and exhale? And and two,
why would you want me to be breathing carbon dioxide? Why don't you just tell me to go step off that cliff, my friend?
No, I thought.
Dude, that's just a weird way of like wishing me ill will.
No,
so,
I thought
yes,
hyperventilating.
just stop before you're ahead.
It was. I wish I was funny. I thought it was a hyperventilating joke. Number two, can you define?
Yeah, don't ever tell somebody to breathe into a plastic bag. That is.
I didn't say.
It's paper. It's paper bag. Paper.
Paper. So number two is, can you define gravity? What is gravity? Into the break. I love a comfortable silence.
Yeah, me too, bro.
Kumbaya, my lord.
Kumbaya. Gravity, man. We're going gravity, bro. What do you got?
Oh, I was put on mute for a while. Gravity is a flat Earth geometric referent that's exactly vertical, perpendicular to the horizon.
No, it's not. Can you give me a citation?
How do you mean? How do you? Okay, then how do you fucking mean?
Can you give me a?
Then now you have to fucking say something.
Yeah, can you give me a citation?
You have to make an argument now.
No.
Yeah. No,
No.
not ask me to make more of your
No.
argument.
No, you have to make more. You have to give me a citation.
Yeah, that's the way it works, bro. You got to give us some meat on the bone, bro. The meat. What do you got? Gravity, go. Gravity, go. What do you got?
Flat Earth
Anybody?
geometric reference to the horizon, surface of Earth.
Wait.
Proves flat Earth. End.
Wait, we're talking about gravity, man.
Yeah, gravity is exactly vertical, perpendicular to plumb to the horizon.
So I got a plumb line, and wherever I go on Earth, the plumb line works.
No,
Plumb,
that's
yeah, it's all flat.
No, that's
gravity's a flatter geometric reference.
All right.
Call it flavity.
You got a citation for flavity?
Yeah, plumb, exactly vertical, perpendicular to the horizon.
Fucking
You
monk.
idiot.
It's okay. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, exactly vertical, perpendicular to the horizon.
All right.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Mongos. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, concavers need not apply.
Yeah. You fucking globetards need
Just
not
don't-
apply, bro.
Don't ever become what you hate out there, guys.
That's
Love
true,
your neighbor,
man.
Take
Don't
care.
become what you hate.
Plumb, exactly. Don't ever become plumb, exactly vertical, perpendicular to the horizon.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that to heart.
Don't ever do that, because that would like make you think about, flat Earth, and it would make you think about it. And how you can't think about flat Earth, man. You're not allowed to think about it. That's
Yeah,
not
no one thinks
allowed,
about it.
man.
You just know it.
You either know it or you don't, but you're
What's
not
there to
allowed,
think about?
You're not allowed to think about it, bro.
I mean, but what's there to think about?
But the mainstream did say, hey, man, there's a bunch of people out here that think the Earth is flat. And these people are stupid, man. And here's why.
Well, they also did produce Ancient Aliens and broadcast it on the History Channel, where they tell us about World War II history. So I must know about Ancient Aliens and World War II history in the same way. Like what? How? Like what kind of clue do they need to? Do they need to like mark it in the sky, like project it onto the moon? Like, hello, people. That's what people really want. If it's not projected on the moon, I can't believe it.
Hey, man, people want a beachfront property with a fucking, really nice.
Yeah, ignorance is bliss, isn't it?
Coffee table with the. They don't give a fuck, dude. I've been to these people that live on the beach, and they all have like a telescope,
flat earthers
or something, man.
Or some of them might be what's the weirdest sort of cult rich person you've ever met? Like, is it like the Big Lebowski, how he went to Malibu and it was like all like these cult nudists or whatever, that kind of, that's what I'm asking.
I don't know. I met Timothy Leary, and that guy was a bit of a trip, man. I don't know. I shook his hand. Said, hey, man, right on, bro.
Wow, Leary himself, dude?
Timothy Leary, yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow. That is, oh man, oh man.
I mean, it wasn't like, I was tripping. I might have been high on, too many beers or something, but yeah, it was just like, oh shit, there's Timothy, and he's right here.
That's Tim Leary. Holy, that is. I would be starstruck a little bit. Considering after the
I
time
wasn't, but I was like, dude, that's the guy that
what he became.
brought
Like
in the
yeah.
acid trip hippie culture. He was the guy that was pinned with the imagination of taking an acid trip, man. Tripping on the globe. Yeah.
But they sit around. That's where like all the UFO culture came. It's like, yeah, sit there with your tapestries around, and like you got your crystals there, and like you're communicating with the UFOs. They'll show up when you arrive at Area 51. Do these tourist trips. It was just a big tourist trap.
Step would be to convert your measurement over.
I just told you. Wow. Do you want me to get you like a reference?
Google the word declination.
Declination?
Yeah. That should have been the only word you would have used. You said this was my declination for your body, and this was a declination for me. And then when we converted it over, this is the two different headings we got for this map. And then using his map, and then we're able to connect the two maps with some method that you never take questions on.
I never used any maps. I don't need any maps for doing what I did. I need 0 maps. I can do everything with measurements.
And you measured the curve of the Earth?
I measured the surface of our Earth, yes, and it came up curved.
I would like to see these measurements.
Oh my goodness. Again, that's not my evidence. The evidence is I can teach you to do the same thing. You can go out
teaching someone is not evidence, Donnie.
Shit, I would love.
How many times do we have to tell you? You don't teach someone for evidence. You bring your evidence.
That's just not true.
That is just not true. Donnie. Bring your evidence. You teaching someone means 5/8 a jack all. Bring your evidence. So what's your excuse this time? The dog ate it? The house burnt down? You lost it? What are you going to go with?
It's like saying, hey, a Christian taught him how to be a Christian, so now he believes in God.
So that's not at all what's happening here. So I can, if you'd let me finish. The whole point about like predictions in science is that you can teach someone else to do it and they can repeat it. That's like the whole point.
So you haven't done it. That's the whole point. If you don't produce your data, you mean nothing.
I don't care about that.
Well, you've got nothing then. You've got no proof, no curvature.
That's not my evidence. That's not the evidence I'm using. The evidence I'm using.
So what's the evidence you've got then?
Oh my goodness.
You've claimed Earth curvature from measuring it. Where's these measurements?
I can teach you to measure it. That's my evidence.
Where's the measurements, Donnie?
You can take them yourself.
Donnie, where's the measurements? Have you done it or not?
I don't know who Donnie is. I don't know who that guy is.
That's
so you can talk to Donnie, and I'm just going to go smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, Donnie, where's your measurements? You don't have any, as we all know.
This guy sounds like a 5-year-old. Is it just me?
No, that's him. That's normal.
Come on, man.
You can't write this shit.
Yeah, Donnie, honestly, there's a guy on YouTube called Good Griefs, and he just goes on different computer games and just trolls people. That's why he plays this like petulant online contrarian character, and it reminds me so much of Don. It's amazing. So plug for Good Brews. Check out his stuff. He's hilarious. Anyway, I'm gonna have to mute up, but good hearing you all. Keep it going.
So does anybody want to have an actual conversation?
Does anyone want to produce their data that they claim that they've done?
That's not the evidence I'm claiming.
You've claimed to have measured something. Therefore, you would have some kind of data, some kind of proof. You have neither.
I never said that was my evidence. My evidence
You may as well have kept your pie hole shut then, because you've got nothing.
No, my evidence is I can teach you to do it and you can do it in your backyard. That's my evidence.
So you're going to teach me your evidence.
No, my evidence is that you can repeat it. That's like the foundation of science.
Observable, measurable, repeatable. Well, we've got the repeatable covered, so where's the measurable?
And the measure. And the measure.
So
and
you
the
haven't done that
observable.
yet?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can teach you to do it and you can do it in your backyard.
Stop. Have you done it? Yes or no?
Yes.
Excellent. So where's your data to back this?
That's not my evidence.
You also forgot about falsifiable, Donnie.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is, so you can just talk to that person. I'll wait.
Observable, repeatable, and falsifiable. You'd have 0 right now. You have butt kiss. You don't have observable, repeatable, or falsifiable. Nothing. 0. What you got is a story that your dog ate your homework. Like 1992 called. They want their teenage sitcom plotline back.
And he's going to plug himself. That's a shame.
Maybe his dog eat all the data.
Well, that was one of them. House fire was another. Claimed he was burgled. For another one.
That was the only claim I made, was that I was burgled.
Hey, Donnie, I want to show you something.
Oh, God! Call me by my name or I'm not talking to you, dick!
Ooh, Donnie's getting creaky. Hey, Crit. I don't even need Crit now, he's gone. What a shame. How's it going, Anna?
Yo, what's up?
Oh, we're just waiting for proof of curvature, and no one seems to want to bring it in here for us. Quite depressing, really.
So, you are for flat Earth?
Yes.
That's cool.
So what brings you in here?
That's, clicked on the VC chat. I wanted to see what it was all about. But
So what you're saying is you got in here by mistake?
I mean, I want to. No one's gonna argue it. There's 100 people here.
You're probably fine. Let's have a look down the list. Flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. Don't know. Flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. Can't remember. Don't know.
Okay.
Definite flat earther. Flat earther. Random. We don't know who he is. Flat earther and flat earther.
Oh, okay. So everyone here agrees. Okay.
Majority, yeah.
Cool. What is Agora? It's one of the VCs.
Would not have a clue. Never been in there? Don't know. Sorry.
No, that's good.
What would you prefer? Me to tell you some fantastic story about what it is and then just go, haha, she went there.
I just have no clue. But anti-globalist.
So what's your stance, Anna? Do you think you live on a globe, or do you not sure?
I think that I have no reason to, I think that we are on a globe, to be honest.
Never thought about it before?
Well, I think my biggest qualm or whatever with the flat Earth theory is that our sun is round. Like when I look at it in the sky, it looks round. So unless it's, it's like a circle, right? And it's the only way that it would be a circle is if it's either a flat circle facing us or it's a globe, which I am more inclined to believe that it's a globe, and that if the sun is round and other planets are round, then we are probably on a globe. I guess you could say. Yeah.
So what you're saying is, on a billiard table, because all the balls are globes, the table is a globe too?
We are. Why would we be the table in that analogy?
Well, because that's you're claiming that we're a globe because everything else is a globe. So the analogy's pretty straightforward.
But I'm comparing a billiard ball to another one. I'm not comparing it to a table, though.
You're comparing that from the table.
That doesn't. Okay.
At least you stopped and thought about it. That's a good thing. That's
but how would it be different? How? So just because that we're on Earth means that it's not round?
Okay, so you believe it's round. That's cool. I'm not going to jump through the screen and bite you or anything. The biggest problem I've got with the whole round thing is the lack of measurable curvature.
Okay.
So if it's a sphere, like, we should be able to see the curve. We should be able to measure it.
Right, but if okay, so Earth is very big, so we're kind of small. It's a planet. I don't know, but it's not like a football field where you would be able to see a hill. It's huge. I mean, you probably wouldn't be like, yeah, a horizon is like so far away. Like, it's not like we're on. If we were on a really small globe or whatever, yeah, you would be able to see the curve, but it's just so vast. I mean,
yeah. So when you go to the beach and you're looking out and you're seeing ships disappear, do they disappear over the horizon?
if you're sorry, someone messaged me. If your horizon is horizontal,
I really want to hear, like, what's your, like, you don't often get to ask somebody that, like, how far away do you think the horizon is without looking it up? Like, how I'm just curious.
Oh, okay. Wait, so sorry, your question was why do the ships disappear? What was the question?
Well, we'll go with who was it? No Tanks, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Ask that again, mate.
Yeah, you said, well, it's so vast, the Earth is so huge, so vast. If it was smaller, maybe we see how far. You said the horizon. So how far away do you think the horizon is? Just a guess without looking it up.
Well, I know that we can't even like see past a few miles, so right, like something like that. I mean, it depends on like weather conditions, I guess, but I guess probably
Okay, no, that's fine.
like
I'll
5 miles or so. I don't know. Yeah.
No problem. Yeah, I'll let Matrix get back in there. With somebody who's described it as so vast and so, like, I didn't think you'd say, like, well, a couple miles. I thought you might say something big, but you guys go ahead. Sorry.
Well, yeah, because I mean, there's limitations to what we can see, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist beyond. I mean, just because I don't see past that doesn't mean it's not vast. I just can't see past it.
If you can't see it, how do you know?
Well, when I'm driving, it takes a while to get. I mean, like anybody who's driven like cross country or something. I mean, it's like hours and out, like 20 hours or so just to get past like a few states. It takes so long. I mean, that's driving. I feel like, and okay, that's just me like, driving from state to state. That's not me driving like to the other side of the country. That's not me, going to Brazil or Japan or something. I mean, that's like so much more farther. And I mean, I guess I'm just using my reference of the distance I've traveled, and it's just I feel like it's a lot. Like I feel like it's a lot of distance just in a little spot. So that's a lot for me to comprehend. So the world is just so much more than, like, a lot more than, I don't know. I just think it's just like the world is big. I mean, I don't know how to. I mean, even my day is big.
Well, Anna, if I may interject quickly, what you're describing there is just the distance that you've traveled, right? If you have a flat surface and that distance that you travel just happens to be the same over a flat surface, which is a curved surface, no one's in dispute that, there's a large distance between, point A and point B. The thing in question here is whether that surface is indeed curving or is flat. Right? So your experience is not invalidated by that. It's just not substantive for the argument.
Okay.
You follow?
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean. So it's not very relevant, I guess. Well, okay. I just
No, but it does lead to your point though that if it is a giant ball, my experience, that we're traveling long periods of time for these large distances kind of gives credence to it being as big as it may have had to be if it were a ball that we just couldn't, tell. Like it adds to that, but it's not exactly proof positive of it being so.
Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. Yeah, that exact point. Yeah. Okay, so back to the ship disappearing in the horizon. Wouldn't that mean that, like, doesn't that just prove that it goes over the curve, right?
So you've got some contradictions. It's either so biggy it's flatty, or ships are disappearing over the geometric horizon. You've got yourself a little bit of a problem.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, I thought you were bringing it up to say that we're okay. I thought you were bringing it up for that reason, but okay. So, okay. Wait, I also
How about we leave that alone? It sounds like it's confusing you. Yeah, I don't want to fry your brain. I'm not that.
No, it's good. No.
If your name was Donnie, it might be different though, but you're not, so you're pretty safe.
Okay.
Just something else for you to think about. With water, if you tip water in a drinking glass, what shape does that water take? What are the physical properties of it?
It's a liquid, so it would
take the shape of its container?
Yeah.
Yep, what about the top of it? The surface?
Well, we have gravity, so it would make it flat.
Make it
the water. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it wouldn't. No, because of gravity.
So it's not perfect. All right. So how about we go a bit bigger? How about we fill your bathtub up? Because I know all young ladies like to soak in the bath for long periods of time with candles and shit around them.
Right.
You filled your bathtub up with water. What's the physical properties again? Takes the shape of the container.
Right. Yeah. Gravity, it applies to the entire Earth.
We're just worried about the water.
Okay, yeah, the water would also be flat because that's how physics work. It wouldn't just like touch the ceiling.
Awesome. All right. So let's step it up. Go to your friend's house, mad swimming pool. No one's jumped in it yet. What's it doing?
It is the water is flat.
Awesome. You're getting onto this game pretty quick. Let's go massive now. We're going to a lake. One of those real big ones that are like 40 miles across. What's the water doing?
It is flat. The water.
It's flat.
One more question real quick before he goes on. And you can dive in water, correct? Like this is the thing, right? We can dive in the water, right? No, it's not a trick question or anything. We can dive, right? Correct? In water.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure because, okay, good deal.
Okay.
He's probably having a shot at my accent. Water. Either way.
No, you're great.
No, you're right, Tim. I'll just have a laugh, mate.
No. I would never do that. I know what you're saying. I was just letting her know because a lot of people after we come to our certain conclusion of why can't we dive down from sea level to sea level, then they say I'm retarded. But I just wanted to make sure we could still dive in water before I hit that point up. You know?
Oh, cool. So
I may ask who here is a flat earther and who here is a globe earther?
Just hold on, bro. So Anna, you've got your cup's got flat and level, your bathtub's flat and level, the swimming pool's flat and level, and the lake is flat and level. So let's go to the beach now. Awesome, calm day. The water looks like glass. You mightn't have been lucky enough to ever seen that. What's it doing?
sorry, the water is flat as well.
That's interesting, because you've got to remember the claim is that allegedly we live on a ball. Now, I think it's about 72% of this Earth is water. So if it's flat and level, how can it be a ball? You are allowed to say I don't know. We're not going to hammer you for saying that.
No, yeah, I gotcha. I guess my thing is that, it's it's 7 for me, and it's dark because it's winter, and it's daytime right now in other parts of this shape that we are on. So, if there was a sun, I mean, how could there be different times of day? How could I see a moon and somebody else sees a sun if we're on a flat surface? That's kind of my biggest thing. It would only make sense that, the thing that blocks me from seeing the sun and what blocks people experiencing daytime from seeing the moon would be that there's Earth in between us. Like we're on either sides of a sphere.
That'd be the only thing that could block out light or sunlight in your mind?
I don't see how on
Have you ever
what other object are you invoking here?
You can dive underwater to about 1 kilometer or past, and then it would be jet black. So if clear water,
this is water.
So if clear water that's clear can block out the sunlight right above you at high noon. Now, what could block out light, guys?
I think that water, like even if you go to a pool that is really, really clean, like you still experience like you can't see.
You think clear water is going to block out light?
Water isn't
the sun. It's going to stop the sun from it goes 93 million miles, guys. But your little fucking pool for 1 kilometer is going to block it out. Isn't that crazy?
A pool, but it makes sense that if you dive into the ocean,
can sunlight go 93 million miles through a pool? Or not? If I put a pool right next to the sun, is the sun going to go to the bottom of the pool? Probably not. So how strong is your puny ass sun now?
Water is reflective, if you haven't realized. So
air's not?
Air is a little bit reflective.
A little bit?
Not enough to, block out the sun.
No? Are you
I was going to say that. Okay, yeah.
There's also the 24-hour midnight sun in Antarctica that has been observed not too long ago.
Close and local right above your head, and you see the whole circle of the fucking universe right above you, circling above you on that piece of land that's bigger than that little bitty sun going in this little bitty circle. You think that's a 93 million mile away sun in that little bitty circle?
Oh, he's 100% is.
What?
Left to right or front to back? Which one's 93 million of that sun's circle?
Okay, Demok, as you were with Anna, these two other disruptors can just wait their turn. Yeah, Anna, you obviously have sensible questions. We don't need people interrupting.
Yeah, water will block this. I just wanted to let you know that water will clearly, divers say that. They're like, hey, man, it's dark as hell under the water, Demok, even when the sun was right above us as we dove down to so deep. And I'm like, dang, that's interesting. So I wonder how much air would accumulate to equal the equivalent of 1 kilometer of water. Now, that's an interesting question, don't you think? So horizontally, if there's enough clear air, it's going to kind of react like clear water. But you're going to need a lot more, right?
Yeah, so I guess my response would be that the sun is... Wait, how far away do you think the sun is?
There's no way to know that question.
Okay.
I know.
Okay, so if if I can see the sun when it's daytime for me really, really well, and it's really far away, how could somebody, in the grand scheme of things, be close to me? You know, somebody that is experiencing nighttime, how could they not see the sun?
I don't know how it went 93 million miles if it can't go through 1 kilometer of water.
But if it reached me, how can it reach them?
It wouldn't reach you through 1 kilometer of water?
Well, yes, because
so the 93 million's gone now, right? Didn't work. Doesn't matter.
Water is not always clear. Water can have dirt and debris and.
But the 93 million didn't matter now, correct? If we're underwater now, how far away is the sun? Now you still have no clue because 1 kilometer of water blocked the light. Now what's your math going to say?
Is it a kilometer? Is it a kilometer of water that is like in a pool or in a lake? Because
straight
in
down.
a lake there's going to be
any kilometer. I'm pretty sure a kilometer or two of water will block out the light.
Like if you pick up water from a lake and you pick up water from your tap, you can see through the water in the tap, but not see through the water in the lake.
Some water you can't see 2 inches in front of your face. Yeah, I got you. Just like a foggy day on Earth in the air. Now you're getting it. So when we look out on a foggy day, can you see the sun? How far away is it then? You're saying air can't block it, but what is fog? Isn't that air?
Well, fog.
Gray air, right?
Air that water is in the air.
It's air. Don't be so semantical.
But water is in the air. That's why it gets condensation on everything.
Well, that's cool and all. So water's in the air. So now 1 kilometer of water blocks the sunlight. And how much water in the air? The residual of water per air amount, like the humidity that's actually in the air, the vapor that exists in the air as it goes that way. How much? So once that air equals the density of 1 kilometer of water, or accumulates the effect of, that's what you're going to see. I mean, it's just that simple. I mean, I don't understand how anybody wouldn't get this.
So you would see so essentially, yeah. So I say I see it's daytime for me and it's nighttime for
so probably 800 to 1,000 miles away from you, but it's probably fucking nighttime. No matter where the sun is, that far away from you, it should be nighttime. In the idea of this,
fog causes that to happen.
Fog causes it to happen within 2 inches, just like the muddy water.
How do I not see the moon then?
I don't know. How come you can't see 2 inches in front of your face in a muddy river?
Because.
What do you mean? Because there's always a because, right?
It's filled with.
Because you can't see the sun, because air. Do you understand? That's the because here. You get your becauses, so do I, right? My because you're asking a flat earther, why can't you see the damn sun? I'm telling you. Now, if you have another better explanation than that, other than just a piece of dirt or a piece of water, which makes no sense because it should shine through a kilometer of that water hitting you in the face still, up to, before it goes black, correct?
Yeah.
So if it's only, I'm saying, like, how do you even see the side attribute of like what you think a curve is or anything like that anyway, right? Just the idea of a boat dropping over the curb 3 miles away. Let's just keep this very simple. Have you ever heard of a side view or thought of it or saw one?
View? What is that?
A side view?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you got a hill in your backyard and I walk over and I'm going down it and you see me like disappearing, right, to you, and I say, well, how far am I down the hill now? You're like, well, shit, I don't know. It's a 50-foot hill and you just went down the top. I don't know how fast. I don't know if you jumped. I don't know where you're at, right? Now, if I wanted to bet you money and you wanted to bet me money, how would you know? How would you win the bet? To tell exactly where I am.
I would probably try to calculate, your speed or how you would probably go faster down a hill and the amount of time.
I'd get a side view. I'd look from the side and be like, Bob, let me see that side view you took for me.
Oh, okay. Well, if you can do
And then
that,
I'd be like, damn, he's halfway down the hill. Exactly. Side view. So now you know what a side view is, correct?
Yeah, you would look at.
Okay, so do we have any side views of Earth's curve with the boat going over the 3 mile away curve?
Well, with a sphere, the side view is
We're on
it's not
flat
like
Earth. You guys can't keep using with a sphere, because if we're on flat Earth, your sphere's already been negated. You understand? You guys keep saying because you guys say everything that's flat and proves flat is a sphere, like the flat horizon, the flat water you were speaking of, and then somehow out of your mind, the imagination still pops out sphere when we're only talking straight horizontal lines, and it's weird. It's like the two don't even go together. You know that, right? There are no horizontal lines on a sphere. There are none. I don't know what anybody might have tricked you with, right?
Well,
no corners either. There's no corners on a sphere, so there's no
sphere is millions of times larger than us.
No. Stop. Hold on. No, mathematically, all spheres are 360. No matter what size, no matter what radius, no matter what circumference. Every single circle or sphere you ever walk or encounter will be 360, man. It doesn't matter the size. Okay.
So hypothetically.
So that size doesn't matter what you guys keep thinking. There are no horizontals on a 360. Do you comprehend what I'm saying? No matter the size. It's a 360. Size doesn't matter.
Yeah, so I have a question.
And hold on. If the boat's disappearing 3 miles away, how's the Earth so big if you're seeing the curve of it right in front of your face, supposedly? But then you can't get a side view. No, because don't work. Because doesn't work. You watched it drop below the curve, right? 3 miles away. That's what every Glober says, correct?
Well,
because what?
Well,
so it's not dropping below the curve. So there isn't dropping below the curve.
I'm saying that it leaves
It isn't.
It leaves my the capacity of how far I can see. So it disappears.
But Earth's too big.
Earth's too big, but 3 miles. Earth's too big, but every millimeter in front of you, it's curving.
That's not
every drop, every imaginary smallest amount.
It's just how far I can see.
Okay, and now you know you can dive, right? Now, somebody said gotten some scuba gear in that boat that went over the curve 3 miles away just as it's going over the hump. Say, stop right there, Captain Boat Driver. Susie's going to go jump in the water and dive diagonally under your boat and then pop to the other surface. You're just going to pop out the surface in front of the boat diagonally down, right? Can we do that? Can you swim down to the surface of the water on your globe? Under the boat,
the
diagonally.
Earth would not. It can't.
Hold on now. When we started
as
this,
fast as we swim.
When we started this, you told me we could dive in water. You had no qualms with diving in water. You said that was a thing we do. We dive in water, correct?
Yes.
The boat's on the surface of the water, not down in a hole, not hidden.
Yeah, and?
So, if you dive down under where that boat's going over the curve, you're on curved water. You dive down diagonally and hit the surface and pop back out. And then the boat guy can pull up to you and save you.
Well, I have a question.
What do you mean, well? You don't know how curved water works?
I was reading the chat. Okay.
No, it's not a question. If you got a hill of dirt and you stick a diagonal fucking pole through it, it's going to pop out the other side. You understand this, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's curved water. You're going to dive diagonal like the pole and pop out the surface. What's the problem here?
That you can't. What, you're going to dive through dirt? You're going to dig your way out? You can't do that.
Don't be mean, Demok. She's only a beginner. You can hear that. What was your other question, Anna?
Okay. Well, I was going to ask. I forgot the first question, but the second question, and I'm just trying to understand. Like, I'm not really like a debate person, but so okay, on the meme I saw in the VC chat, it was like a ocean horizon. How come you can't? How come you can't see like New York from Los Angeles? How if it's flat?
Air has density. You can only see so far. That's what Demok was trying to get to earlier with looking into the water. Air is just not as thick as water, naturally. So I think it's about 200 miles, I think it is. Just under 200 miles is the limit that you can see at ground level.
Okay. Oh, wait, I have a good one. So, the flat Earth, does flat Earth just look like if a globe was laid flat? Or, sorry, you know what I mean?
Well, I don't know what it looks like because, number one, I can't jump that high. And I've never been to the extremities of it, so I can't even tell you what the outside shape is. It might be a triangle for all I know. All I know is I've been as far south as Melbourne, as far north as a trip around Lake Superior in Ontario, and flown in between because there's a little patch of water. Outside of that, couldn't tell you what it is.
Okay. I gotcha. So how do my friend actually just went to Japan, and she had to fly from, I think it was Los Angeles to Japan. So how would Japan and Los Angeles connect in a flight that is shorter than from Los Angeles to, or say like Toronto to, you know, London to Japan? Like, how would that be shorter on a flat? How would they possibly be able to go from Los Angeles to Japan if they're from opposite sides of the map? The only way that would work is if they also connected like a sphere. You know what I mean?
Wow.
I mean, how do you explain air travel? I mean, and then the times that air travel.
Well, as far as times, aeroplanes are not measuring devices. So if I'm doing 500 mile an hour in one plane and then 600 mile an hour in the other, the one that's doing 600 mile an hour is going to get it to an equal length destination faster than the 500. So, yeah, we know they vary from about 400 mile an hour up to about, 700 or 800. So, yeah, you pick what speed you're doing, and then we can might be able to rough out a measurement for you. But, yeah, they're all over the place. You've got other factors, wind. If wind's blowing one way and you're going with it, you're going to get to your destination faster. If you're going against it, you're going to get to your destination slower. So, yeah, using planes as measuring
I wouldn't
devices,
say.
not a cool
I wouldn't
idea.
say. I wouldn't say it's like as it would be half as like 500 and 600. And we're talking like a 10-hour difference between the two, between going, or probably even more, between just going on a straight flight from Los Angeles to Japan than it would to go the opposite direction. I mean, we're talking like, God, probably 24 extra hours to do that. I mean, I don't know how. Well, then I guess another point would be, well, okay, I'm not completely sure, but the whole globe lie was taught to us by like elites. Do we know why they would even do that when they use planes to get around Earth? I mean, that would just inconvenience them. I don't know how a globe Earth would, if the Earth is flat. Why would they do that? Why? It's inconvenient for them. Yeah, why would they?
Why the lie? Why does anyone lie? Money, power,
or personal
they get off on it. There's all sorts of reasons why people lie. Their motives for lying, you'd probably have to ask them directly. My angle on this is...
I guess we can speculate.
Yeah, well, what's today? Speculation Sunday if you live in the right country. But my angle on this is I go outside, I don't witness curvature, I don't feel spin. So why would I believe in this fantasy of Baltardia when my senses don't show me or give me any of this information?
Well, I would say because I think science tries to get to the truth, and at some point we just have to, listen to these people who have studied their entire lives trying to find the truth of science, and we just have to trust them, because at the end of the day, I mean, we're not going to just people like you and me who decide to go into science and go into these fields and learn the truth. I mean, I haven't done that, you haven't done that, and I think when we don't do those things, we have to take the word. I mean, not have to, but we take the word of
your definition of truth. They just do what they're told, and I'll show you how easy it is. Here's $1 million. I want you to tell everyone the sky's purple. Would you do it?
No.
$1 million. $1 million. You're going to get paid $1 million, and all you got to do is walk outside and tell everyone the sky's purple. Would you do it? Yes, you would. I would. Shit. $1 million? Come on.
Well, who's paying them? Where is this money coming from?
The fact of the matter is, they're just doing their jobs. These so-called scientists, they go to work because they want to feed their families. That's all.
So they just sit around and study lies that they make up to tell people? You think that's what scientists do?
Are they studying lies, or are they just studying what they're told to study?
No, they study.
So you got to remember that. You got to remember something. If this is all lies, that means your parents lied to you too. Now, are your parents liars, or did they just pass on the information that they were taught themselves?
I wouldn't say that they lied to me, because I have no reason to believe that.
So they probably just passed on the information that they learnt themselves, which was probably passed on by someone else.
How did you learn that the Earth was flat? I mean, who told you that? I mean, you that's information that you're passing on from other people.
No, it's not. You learn it yourself by getting out into the real world and questioning some of the so-called stories that we've been handed down to us.
Well, I mean, so how do you explain other planets being round and this planet is flat? I mean, you think that's
I don't explain them. I look up into the sky at night time. I see lights in the sky. Some people call them stars. Some people call
UFOs.
Them wandering stars.
I call them UFOs. I mean,
the stars, the reason that we call that they're stars is because people who have the equipment have studied them, and we don't have that equipment. Not every single person has the equipment.
You study twinkly lights by looking? That's weird.
No, we not every single person has these space station levels 4,000 magnifying into the we just
that's what you need.
We see people who have really good equipment, and then they study and they tell us what they found. That's just what, and then we just, because we don't have that equipment.
So they've got kick-ass telescopes, they're looking at it, and they can tell you that there's planets made of diamonds, there's planets with dirt that's so heavy, 1 teaspoon weighs 4,000 tons. Seriously, just by looking at it.
Just looking at a twinkly light. Remember this, the UFO.
Looking at sparkly lights, yep.
No, the way
hold on a second. Think about this real quick, logically. I know you're going to have to use your logic on this one. UFOs are the same twinkly fucking lights. Why do we call those UFOs? You're telling me those big bad science boys can't use their information for a UFO, but they can for a billion-year-away twinkly light? That's weird. So up close light, not doable.
Nobody's ever said they're the same.
What's a UFO? The same what?
Unidentified flying, an unidentified flying.
You don't know. You don't know what it is. Why is that? Why do you not know what a UFO is?
What the acronym is?
On Earth, why do you?
Flying object. Well, what is it? Unidentified flying object.
What's in it? What's in there? What does it weigh? How fast it going?
Self-explanatory. It's it's a flying object that
No,
they don't know
that's
what it
not.
is.
No. What it's not is not self-explanatory. You don't know everything. Isn't
The
self? That's the
definition is in
opposite.
the name.
That's the opposite of self-explanatory.
The definition is in the name.
You don't know anything about it?
Unidentified flying object.
How are you not identifying it? It's on your planet.
Because, okay, in the sense
So you gotta be far away and be a twinkly light,
they
and then
don't
we
know
can identify you.
what country or
You're not making any sense.
flying it.
You're not making any sense. So if I get up close a block away, you will never know what I am. But if I'm a billion light years away, you're gonna know what I am and what I weigh. You're not making any fucking sense.
The way that they figure that out is by
Do it to a UFO. Do it to a UFO and figure that out.
Hold on, Demok. How do they figure this out, Anna?
How do they figure out? Oh, okay. Not completely, I didn't go to...
You don't say. Yeah, you just told us moments ago that you had no idea and that you had to believe other people.
So...
a needle pulling thread.
What they say that the way that they identify the elements on these planets is through sending like rays or lasers, and it'll either pass through or
sounds like
pass through. Huh?
They were saying what they were before they ever had any of that shit. You know that, right?
So also, you're saying like, okay, a planet being made of diamonds, that's not actually outrageous because diamonds are actually abundant on Earth. It's not really a rare...
It's a cool story, Anna. How do you verify stuff like that? If I say to you, there's a planet there made of diamonds, most people's normal response is, oh wow, that's cool, or how the shit can you verify that? Have you been up there and grabbed one and brought it back? How do you verify some claim like that?
How do you learn anything?
I got a better planet. You know the one I saw? Well, here's the planet I
real
saw.
philosophy, guys.
I saw the planet you owe me $1 million. I saw a planet you owe me $1 million. Now, do I get paid or not?
Hang on. Demo.
Why would I do that?
I saw a planet you owe me $1 million. You have
I can't breathe.
Nobody's done that.
I can't
better
breathe.
Anna, let me actually answer your question. Right? The one that you asked before. Can you repeat it, please? I just lost it.
No.
How do you learn it? How do you learn anything? All right, something about learning.
Yeah, stupid nigga.
First-hand experience.
No,
I mean, well, no. What I'm saying is, you close off any information. You don't learn anything that you haven't yourself experienced.
No,
you
but
just
that's
cut
not
it all off.
No, Anna, but that's not what's going on here. Check this out, Anna. That's not what's going on here. Okay, if one wants to study the stars, for example, okay, they're using telescopes now and they're zooming in and they're getting better resolution of these things.
They're not just using telescopes, but yeah.
Okay, well, let's say earlier on when the story started, for example, right, the heliocentric model, the model that were all these giant balls spinning around the sun, right, goes back a couple hundred years or so, if not longer. But in the last couple hundred years, when they actually did have just the telescopes, that's what they were doing, right? They're just zooming in on the things in the sky, and they're inferring information from the light that they see.
And the entire world is in cahoots to lie about this for no reason.
Hang on, follow.
They weren't being paid hundreds of years ago. They were being like beheaded for questioning the narrative.
Anna, relax. My point is, when you go back to that time, and first of all, you don't know that they weren't being paid. Okay? First of all, you do know that Newton, Galileo, all these guys, they were heavily supported.
And wait, how do you know that they're being paid? How do you know that? How do you know they're being paid?
Well, hold on.
How do you know?
Hang on. Shh. You're right. I don't. But you just made the claim that they weren't being. So at that point, we're at an impasse.
I'm not making the claim that they aren't being paid or being paid. You're making the claim that they're being paid. I'm not making a claim about that. You are.
The only reason why I said that is because I thought I heard you say they weren't being paid at the time.
No, you guys are saying that these people are only doing this because they're being paid off. How would you know that they're being paid off?
Okay.
You're not experiencing it.
Hang on. That was Matrix's thing. Okay. But he's talking about people who are doing their jobs. If it's not a job, that it's not. If they're not being paid, that it's not a job.
How do you know that? How do you know that it's not the truth and that they're being paid off? How do you know that?
The point being, okay, we don't know what is being taught to us to be full. Excuse me. What they're telling us, they're studying their stuff, okay, and then when people go look and study it also and come to different conclusions, okay, how does anyone reconcile that? Your claim is that
conclusions.
Okay. Let me finish. Your claim is that these people have been studying it for so much longer. You know, they go to university, yada yada yada. Therefore, they must be correct. Okay, that's basically the inference.
Why would you be correct? Why would I believe you over people who study it their whole careers?
And you know what? That's a very valid point. And that's why you shouldn't just take anyone's word for it. You should go check it out yourself if you can. Now, the problem here is there are so many things being taught to us that nobody even has the capacity to go verify. This is where it gets really interesting. When you have something that you can verify, but you just don't, okay, well, you take somebody's word for it. Well, that's on you, right? Because you didn't actually verify it.
No, a lot of people verify it by going.
Why are you cutting me off?
You ask questions. You ask a question.
I made a statement. That there are many things that are taught to us that we cannot actually verify. Now, the things that we can, right, but we don't, well, that's on us, and then we can take it on word by someone else. But then that puts the onus on us. When there are things that you cannot actually verify, and you take their word for it, that's where shit gets very interesting, because then you're operating you are operating solely on belief. This is why.
When you say we verify, what do you? Who is we?
Any person who's being imparted information.
Anybody. Okay, so when you say we, we're talking about the human race. The human race does verify it. We verify it by. Okay. You just don't like their verification, but we do verify it. You just don't agree with them.
Very good. So
what's verified and how was it verified?
Thank you very much. I was just going to ask that. What has been verified and how? Because clearly you know, right?
I did not go to these scientific universities.
Thank you.
You didn't either, but the people they verify it by going and learning about and verifying it themselves.
Thank you very much, Anna. So here,
are they less special than you?
I would like to point out now. Please notice how a little bit disgruntled and upset you seem that you are, because it's coming out in your voice. I'm pointing out all this stuff. It's very critical. Okay, notice your emotional reaction to my
yeah. I'm very yeah.
Okay? Mm-hmm. You are getting very antsy. Because I'm touching on something that you're very uncomfortable with. This is critical
fallacy.
Stuff.
Oh my god!
No, he's committing a logical fallacy.
Shut the fuck up, Donald. I'm pointing something out. Okay, this is not. I'm not using that as my. I'm not using that as a logical argument. I'm just pointing something out personally, because I'm speaking to you about all this information that is imparted to us that we have not verified, but people take it on faith.
Who is we? You say we have not verified. People in general have verified, just not you.
Okay,
you're saying we have not verified, but people have verified.
No, what they verify, though? You're believing the story.
This is my point. When I say we, I mean you and I, who receive this information from anybody, whether it be a teacher, you find it online, the gurus, over the big scientific people, whatever. When they tell you something, have you checked their work? Most often than not, people say no.
In scientific papers, they provide all of the reasons that they came to that conclusion, and your version of that is YouTube videos. That's what your version is.
I read Dr. Seuss papers.
No, Anna, stop. You're strawmanning my point here. What I'm saying is exactly that. So if there are papers available, okay, that make a claim, and have you or anyone who's spreading that actually double checked? Because, like you're saying, the papers are available. How many people do you actually think go through all the steps and check their stuff before they adopt it as a truth?
Literally, scientists do this all the time. Every decade, they are always like, "Wait, no, we were wrong. It's actually this."
The word scientists do all that?
No, you're saying that they're doing this scheme, but scientists prove each other wrong all the time.
Look it up. What are they doing to see what a star is or a planet? Look it up. What are they doing to see what it weighs?
They study it by looking into the sky. Why? You're saying, oh, nobody's verified it. Have you verified it? Because you have not.
Did I say nobody? No, I said you as an individual did not. I as an individual did not growing up when I was taught that we live on a spinning ball. Right?
So your conclusion, your conclusion to why it's wrong is because you haven't verified it. How does that make it wrong? You literally said you didn't verify it.
That's not.
My goodness.
Anna, relax.
Hold on. All right. No, I'm taking over. So Anna's muted. No, check this out. Anna, he's trying to present you a progressive story where it starts at a specific set of circumstances and works its way to a conclusion, right? It's obvious that's what he's doing. For the love of God, not understand that? He's trying to present, at this particular point in my life and certain people's lives, we were just told a bunch of stuff, expected to take it on faith. We hadn't verified it yet. And then later, some other events happened. I'd love to hear what those events are sometime this year. Wouldn't you? So you could actually have a real discussion? All right, I'm going to unmute Anna. For the love of God, Mick.
I'm doing my best, man.
Let it play out at least for like a whole complete sentence, for goodness sakes. Go ahead.
My point, Anna, is anything that we're told when we're children, we don't have the capacity to verify. We trust the individuals telling us that they did. Right, so you grow up, thinking what you were told is, God honest truth, right, and that's fine. But when you stumble on something that contradicts what you were taught, and you then apply scrutiny there, you sometimes you learn something new, right? So if you're saying that it must be
the human race have done that,
people have done that. You're right. But when you're but by that logic, that must mean that everything you're told must be true because somebody verified it at some point. That assuages you of the.
How do you navigate through? Okay, so you
can you not?
Do you have to say?
Can you not cut me off, please?
So rude.
Am I allowed to speak at all?
When I'm finished, please.
Done.
I literally have not said shit for like 5 minutes, so...
Yeah, and for good reason. Okay. My point being is that assuages you of any personal responsibility to verify anything that comes your way because you're just like, oh, well, somebody else did it, it must be true. That's not a very effective way to go through life. So what we're pointing out here is this is
it's more effective to test every single piece of information ever. You're telling me that's more effective than just agreeing with people who studied it extensively? It's more effective. How do you know? So okay, when you go to the grocery store and you look at food, so it says, oh, it's 400 calories. Are you going to be like, no, it's not 400 calories because I have to go study the caloric value myself? No, it's more effective to just be like, yeah, it's 400. Like, it's fucking stupid. You can't just go through life.
Hang on, Anna, you're making a good point. It might actually not be 400. But that is of a, that's a type of information where whether it's more or less, the actual impact is not significant for me. So I make a personal choice to be like, okay, I'll believe that. But when it comes to big things, one might be more inclined to want to double check. Like, for example,
what's stopping you from double checking? What is stopping you from using the resources that they have to test it? You're not doing it because you don't actually care about verifying it. You just care about
Actually, hold on. What's stopping you from verifying it, Anna?
Oh, no. We don't even need to ask that question. Hold on.
That is not up to me. You want to verify it, you go verify it.
All right, cool story. So check it out, Anna. You put something to him in the form of an accusation that he's never done any of this verification. Seems to me like he's trying to insinuate a story where eventually he gets to the point where he has done some verification, right? So maybe the appropriate thing to do rather than just accuse is just say, okay, that's a good point. Has there been anything that you've personally verified that contradicts any mainstream assertion? Like, that would be a fair question at that point, right? Rather than just an accusation. Because what all that's going to happen is you're going to accuse him, he's going to accuse back, somebody else from the sidelines is going to pipe in and be like, yada, yada, blah, blah, and nobody's going to get anywhere. So for the love of God, can one of you please make an actual rational question to the other, for goodness sakes? All right, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, this is a very rational observer. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's very rational.
No, yeah, this is super rational. Yep.
That's what people are doing in here. Yeah, they're questioning the worldview that was told to us. That's all.
And
Don't care. So, yep, so you're going back on mute. So, okay, the nature of this interjection is to get you guys to get to the point. Okay?
Yeah. All I'm getting at here for the last minute or two, before getting interrupted about 5 times by Anna, was that we're allowed to question our worldview, and there are reasons why. That's all I was doing, and she was getting all emotional.
Hey, so she wanted to accuse you that you've never done that because everybody else has done it, yada, 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 and nobody ever got to a brass tacks example of actually an example of what the mainstream says being false and had it been verified independently. Because that's the crux of the issue, right? So if you allow yourself to get into this narrative, hold on, buddy. If you allow yourself to get into this narrative about he said, she said between the two of you, you never get anywhere. So the conversation never goes anywhere, and everybody listening wants to shoot themselves in the ear. Not the head, just the eardrum, because they don't want to be able to hear it anymore.
Good point. There's a big lead up to it. There was a lot of back and forth between her, Democ, myself, Matrix. I think No Tanks got in. Right. I was just trying to make a point. I lost it at this point because I got carried away.
Fair. So notice how as soon as I told her that she has to actually ask a question, what you verified, immediately left. Did y'all notice that? As soon as it was, go ahead and ask this man who's talking to you what specifically he verified that's contradictory to the mainstream. As soon as I forced that to be the issue, she no longer wanted to participate. What does that mean? It means she only wanted to participate when she was able to castigate you as having never verified anything. Because that's all she wanted to do. That was her entire purpose that I was listening to for the past few minutes. Right? Yeah. So as soon as she was held to the brass tacks, the conversation was over.
To be fair, I think she left because you muted her. I think that was the reason.
Dude, why did I mute her? Why did I mute her, Alex? Mr. Alex, why don't you go ahead and tell me?
Well, that's not my argument. I'm just saying you muted her and she left.
Fair enough. I muted her because she didn't want to actually ask the question. She immediately started going back into her routine, and so I muted her to say, no, you're going to need to do the brass tacks. She didn't want to do the brass tacks and recognized that she wasn't going to be allowed to do anything else, and for that reason she left.
Yeah, I think AI wanted to mature the conversation, and at that point, she tapped out.
Yeah, I'm not challenging the mute. I haven't been here long enough. I'm just challenging the fact she left. She definitely left because she was muted and she was.
Yeah. So I wasn't going to let her keep doing that same circular thing over and over again. And once she realized that, because I'd forced that standard by muting her, she said, you know what? I can't play my game anymore. I'm actually going to have to talk about the brass tacks relevant topic. I'm out of here.
Okay.
Yeah. We went on about for the last maybe hour or so.
I don't care. Mick, now's your chance to give an example of a brass tacks validation that you validated that is something wrong in the mainstream. Otherwise, all that interjection that I just did was wasted.
Yeah, man. I mean, the surface being curved or not. That was something we were just told, it is because we're on a ball, and it doesn't look like it. There's a lot of evidence to the contrary. I haven't gone out and done any measurements myself. I'll grant that, but looking at those who have checked it, it just arises questions that people just have not looked at. Just took it for granted. I'll give that. But that effort of actually listening to the opposition, if there are any, is worth inquiring about. That's all I was trying to get at to her.
And so it ended up being true from both of your points of view, where she said all these things have been validated by other people, and I actually don't truly know it. I'm just trusting them, bro.
It's a worthwhile endeavor to expose VapeGate.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
But I have verified some of that stuff.
Yeah, I've checked. I don't know. I don't know what anybody would consider checked, but I checked in my area.
Yeah, I verified that Jupiter is indeed outside of our atmosphere. I verified that Saturn is as well. Venus is as well.
What about the moon?
The moon as well, absolutely.
Wrong. You're wrong, sir, because there's an officially published thing that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere, so you're wrong.
It's not within it's not within. It just has hydrogen around it, that's all.
Oh, okay. So then we're just parsing definitions here. So how did you verify it's beyond? Yeah. So how did you verify that any of the things you claimed are beyond the Earth's atmosphere? How'd you verify that?
Easily, because the Earth's atmosphere ends at that 60-mile, where you get most of the atmosphere. Don't cut me off, brother. Relax. It's okay. It's okay. So most of what we experience on Earth ends at about 60 miles up. Now there are residuals, because there is air, right? So, oxygen is light, hydrogen is light, helium is, right? So these things seep off. If you guys follow the experiments that they're doing at the poles, because of the magnetic field, hydrogen is escaping out into space, and they're measuring that rate of escape, right? So, because these are very light elements. Okay, so if there's any kind of disturbance in the magnetic field in any way that is significant, these elements escape. And when they escape, they get picked up by other gravitational celestial bodies, like the moon. So that is why you see an article that says, oh, look, the atmosphere extends out to the moon. It doesn't really. It's just that it is capturing a hydrogen that has escaped the Earth. That's simply it.
So who was sitting on the moon to verify hydrogen's getting there?
Very easily. Okay, very easily. So we have interferometry. We have spectrometers. Spectrometers is one of, in my opinion, and I've seen it, is one of humanity's greatest achievements. Because in spectrometry, you can literally use the spectrum of how light passes through different molecules, and you can then understand what that molecule is.
Yeah, that's a cool story, bro. Now, I want to know, if I set this up in my backyard, I get one of these spectrometers, because I've got an infinite bucket of money. I've got one in my backyard. I'm looking at the moon. Now, how do you differentiate between the air, between myself and the Kármán line, and the air that's outside of that? How do you differentiate that?
Perfectly. That's a perfect question, because the spectrometer also tells you the distance between the Earth and the moon, right? You can pick up these wavelength differences because light travels, right? So once you have picked up that distance, anything that is close to the moon is therefore part of the moon. You understand? You can literally detect that.
So how does that differentiate? How do you tell the difference between something that's dead in line, 1 mile away, to 10 miles away, to 1,000 miles away? They're all dead in line.
Thank you.
Light travels, remember? It travels from point Z back to the spectrometer. So how do you tell the difference? Which one is point A, B, C, Z?
Thank you very much. You're criticizing something you don't understand, but that's okay. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, brother. Don't worry about it. Okay.
I'm criticizing something I don't understand. No, I'm asking you a freaking question on how you tell the difference with this device on things that are dead in line. Remember, the light travels. So how do you tell the light from the last object when there's 20 different objects between it and yourself?
easily. The spectrometer is measuring the wavelength of the stuff in front of you and the wavelength of the stuff that is in a distance. Those are two different measurements, brother.
They're in line.
Yes, they are.
And how do you separate the difference between them? How do you know one of them is point A and one of them is point B?
Thank you. Easily. Because the wavelength of the molecules in front of you, they read differently on the spectrometers. As the molecules are further away, they have different wavelengths.
Awesome. So that means you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between hydrogen and helium because they're at different distances.
You can, absolutely. The spectrometer reads the hydrogen and oxygen molecules differently, different wavelengths.
Yeah, but you said different wavelengths occur at different distances. So at point A, we've got a wavelength of 600 nanometers. At point Z, we've got a wavelength of 600 nanometers. So technically, they should both be hydrogen.
Oh, really? No, brother. You see, again.
So straight away, you've just contradicted your own claim.
No, I did not. You are the one.
Yes, you did. Stop and listen to yourself, brother.
Again, brother. The wavelengths of the objects that are closer to you are completely detected. They are separated from objects that are further away from you. The spectrometer does that. As it zooms into what it is focusing on, the wavelengths change.
So it zooms around things that are in front of it.
Absolutely, because they are transparent.
So how are you getting a reading from them if they're transparent then?
The objects are transparent. Oxygen is transparent. Hydrogen is transparent. Thank you very much. So when you zoom past these values, and you're able to pick up different wavelengths of molecules at different distances as you zoom.
As we zoom. This is not the Jetsons.
Well, big man. Okay. All right.
Something relevant.
Yeah. So thank you very much. So now you understand what we're talking about. So when
you still haven't explained anything to us. It's just this zoom. You've got a spectrometer, point A. You've got a patch of air, point B. Then 250 million miles away is a celestial body. Now, how do you tell the difference from point A to point B to out there, whilst all these things are in line? How do you get past things at point B to prove exactly what is out there? You just zoom past it. That's what we've got from you. It's just a zoom.
No, of course it's a zoom. Now, check this out. You can see a car 20 feet in front of you. Can you not? Yes or no, sir?
This is non-analogous.
Now you see.
Yeah, we're still onto your game.
No problem, brother.
Yeah.
You know where we're going.
The only reason you're so invested in this isn't your kid studying theoretical bullshit science.
Oh, really? I verified this myself, brother. The spectrometers read. And by the way.
Hey, I didn't say spectrometers were not real.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Absolutely.
I asked you how they work. I did not in any way, shape or form make a claim that they were not real. So do not strawman me.
Big man, you are saying they don't work. That's what you're saying.
No, I asked you how that they read through another item.
They don't work. That's what you're insinuating.
No, I did not say that. I did not state that at all. I asked how they work through another item. Point A, B, C. How does it read point C through point B?
Explain it to him, Robert. Explain it.
He's insinuating that his spectrometers are...
He's not insinuating anything. Explain it. Explain what he's asking you.
I already did explain it. He's ignoring the explanation.
He said they zoom. Awesome. So we've just got to zoom, and we can see whatever we like, boys and girls.
Yes, boys and girls, absolutely. As you increase magnification of the object, you are then passing the wavelength through to the device. To the aperture.
The object, so Robert, use your brain. The item that's at, Robert, slow down, you're going to do yourself a mischief. The item that's at point B, you're still looking through it. The wavelengths would still be affected.
Absolutely, thank you.
Excellent. So how do you differentiate between point B and point C?
Finally, you get it.
the wavelength.
Okay, but he's asking, how do you differentiate between point A and point C?
So as you increase magnification, wavelength changes on the objects that are closer. So now you can read those separately from the objects that you're increasing magnification of.
So you're not zooming.
Thank you. Increasing magnification. You can now.
Hey, Robert, I know how magnification works. Robert, slow down. You don't have to talk over everyone. It's not going to change anything. You're still looking through the original item.
Again,
are you not?
You said it. You said it. The wavelength.
Excellent. So if you're still looking through something that gives off a particular wavelength, how are you confirming the wavelength of the item that's behind it?
Does the wavelength change? As when you look at the object in front of you, you register the wavelength, you increase magnification, wavelength changes. And now you've introduced other wavelengths into it because you're magnifying those. Thank you.
So you can't differentiate between something that's dead in line with you and something that's a million miles away.
You just did. Again, you said it. Thank you. That's what I've been trying to say.
I'll repeat what I said. You can't...
No, you're going
to... Help him listen. You can't differentiate between something that's close to you and something that's 1,000 miles away. For example, let's say a 10-yard distance. So all your spectrometry gets done in a lab at a distance of what? Maybe a yard? 2 yards? You're talking about something that's millions of kilometers away, miles away. And there's all these so-called elements in between there. And now you're telling me you can pinpoint one particular element whilst shooting through others. So you're going to pick hydrogen on the moon whilst looking through oxygen, helium, hydrogen, and a shit ton of other stuff. Awesome.
Yeah, brother, you can't go back now. You already explained it to the room.
No,
again,
Robert, you're not listening. You cannot differentiate between the two separate items. You said that.
My job is done. Thank
you. Yeah. And then he runs away.
The fuck was that all about? I didn't get shit.
That's my friend Robert. He doesn't like me much.
That was all about zooming, man. We were zooming.
Get the zoom on, boys and girls.
What the fuck?
Robert's, one of Robert's kids apparently is doing some high-end science, and I'm sure Robert's got a tattoo of NASA on his body somewhere.
Could you clarify something for me? When you were talking about item A and item B, what were you saying? Like, if you're looking at something through a medium, is that something point A and the medium or something in the middle in the medium that the light's going through?
Let's just say,
point B, or the
I'll make it easy for you, Mick.
Yeah.
Let's just say we've got our spectrometer, and then we've got a bucket of helium sitting 10 yards away. How do you tell the difference between the air and what's in that bucket?
Okay.
So what, you're going to do this in a vacuum to eliminate all other particles?
Okay.
According to him, you just zoom past it.
Right. Yeah, it sounded like the by zooming, like this is what got confusing for me. Was he by zooming? I think he was using that like in a colloquial term, so as to kind of like reduce the frequency that can be picked up by the instrument. I could be wrong on that, but that's my thing. Cause like if the gas is emitting one particular frequency that is out of the range that would be presumed to be emitted by the surrounding medium, then the zooming kind of filters out the other stuff, so as to so you can pick up on the one thing that you're expecting.
But also distances would affect wavelengths too, wouldn't they?
I think so. I think that, yeah, like they claim redshift and blue shift and all that stuff is really like, indicative of what the direction of something, or whatever. If it's going away, it's shifting blue or something. But isn't that more indicative of the velocity and direction? I don't know. But if I understood correctly, you were trying to pick apart didn't you ask a question of like, how do we know that the medium, for example, the point B, is not having a particular effect on the frequency that is directly from?
Yeah.
Okay. So even if we were to filter out the original the thing from point B, we still don't know what that effect that has on point A, even if we were to filter everything out and see and only get that.
Well, if you cleared everything else out of the way, there's no problem. But the fact of the matter is, when you're shooting stuff to the moon, you tell me all the gases that are between here and the moon.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah, if it was done in a vacuum, I'd go, you know what, it's in a vacuum chamber, he's on one side, the item they're scanning is on the other. Hey, good for you. But when there's umpteen different articles between here and there, then, yeah, good luck.
Right. And that I think that's an issue. That's a whole separate issue from the fact that even if you are picking up a particular frequency, like they say, oh, yellow, the color or blue is helium or something like that. That doesn't necessarily mean that everything you do look at that has that tint of blue is made of helium, right? So it's like he has two things to contend with in that argument. Okay. That makes sense.
As long as you zoom, it's all good, mate.
You just, up that filter, you'll be just fine,
All right.
Crazy.
Unlock.
But thank you.
Unlock. Tuber, you are unlocked again, mate. Did you have something you wish to say? Tuber? Yes, no?
No.
Oh, awesome. I just thought I saw your thing flash up earlier, that's all, mate.
Okay.
You have any questions for the room?
No, I think I'm good.
You think you're good? Huh. Awesome. Who else we got? Red. I don't know.
Hello.
Red? How's it going?
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, good.
What brings you to this happy little channel we've got here?
Just, a fly on the wall, you know what I mean? Just listening to the fun.
Just zooming around? Yeah. Room jokes, they're great.
Haven't seen Mitchell in a while, but he's here. Welcome back, sir.
Yo.
Who just yoed?
Me.
I don't even know where me is. Where are you? Up the top, must be.
Yeah.
3Z.
Yo.
I don't even know how to say that.
Yeah, 3Z is fine. Yo, how you doing, Matt?
Yeah, pretty good, man. What's up?
So how do we know the true size, like the length of the Earth? How could we ever figure this out?
Oh, you could probably measure it. That'd be a good start.
So how would we do that?
Oh, it depends how much patience you've got.
Government and the Antarctic Treaty.
The what?
You got to get rid of that Antarctic Treaty.
What can the Antarctic... Well, okay, what's the Antarctic Treaty hiding from us?
Nothing. It dictates that no one can travel below the 60th parallel. So you have to get rid of that so we're able to travel freely.
So why is it like when you go in the southern parallels,
It seems like the Earth increases in diameter.
Are you using a map?
Me? Am I using a map?
Yeah. What are you referencing? It's wrong.
I'll show you. I'll show you. Just give me a minute.
I'm pull out the square map.
And can I ask, what do you mean by increasing in diameter? Like the ball's getting bigger?
Yeah.
Like it's expanding.
And you left.
Really?
Yeah. Unless he changes.
Going to get it.
Oh, okay. Maybe. And the store's closing in a few minutes, so you have to jump off, right?
Yeah.
Go pick up that last map on sale. The only thing I could maybe have parsed out from that is increasing in diameter, like concentric circles, like on a flat Earth map would be increasing in diameter. I don't know if that's what he's, getting at, but I could be wrong. I think he was trying to point out the AE map thing.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. I'm pretty sure that's what he was going for, though.
Nah. Took me a minute to parse that out.
Okay. I'm back. And I have questions which I've researched I would like to ask. Is that okay?
What's up, man?
Okay. So I was in here earlier. I don't know who was in here earlier. So I'm just gonna repeat it in the summary. And I was discussing other planets and how we observe their spheres. And do you guys believe that the other planets in the solar system are spheres? And what do you think about them?
I mean, I grew up.
Lights in the sky.
Take it away. Yeah,
that's
take it away.
That's it. Simple, clean, clear. Lights in the sky.
Well, that's it. I mean, I was taught that there were spheres too, but I mean, how do we actually know that?
Okay, well, firstly, it's jump from lights of a sky. You can 100% get a telescope at home. Mercury is the closest one, and you can see Mercury in quite a lot of detail, even with home equipment, which I've done, because I have a telescope.
That's fine. But we're only looking at it from one particular vantage point. From that perspective, all you could at best is determine that it's circular from your position. No?
Well, what you can do is you can time lapse it, and again, you can do this at home. You need quite a powerful one. My one is good, but it's still a little bit blurry. So, but you can see the spherical nature because you can track how you have a ball and you put a dot on the ball, and depending on where you put it, if you spin the ball, you can see it moving, and it won't move in a straight line. It'll move curving around the sphere, and it will do it in relation to the central point you're looking at. And we can see that it's doing that, and it rotates quite often, so we can see the whole ball spinning. And also, it has many
powerful telescopes don't see this. So while you're going off on this nonsense,
they do.
Because flat earthers also own telescopes. Yeah, you don't see sphericity in any of the lights in the sky. You don't see a 3D version of any of the lights in the sky. You don't see any sphericity of any of the lights in the sky. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you do, guys.
No, you definitely don't.
I've just got a quick question. Mercury, yeah? That's what you're looking at?
Yeah, Mercury.
That's, according to the Helio model, that's the one that's closest to the sun.
Closest to us as well.
So, you're looking at this at night time?
Well, when the sun is because of the rotation.
At nighttime, yes.
Yeah, it's the nighttime. But yeah, like
so. Just out of curiosity, if it's on a tighter circuit than what the Earth is, and at nighttime we're facing away from the sun, how are you witnessing Mercury if it's on the hot side of us?
Because when you curve round, when you come round in your orbit, we're not behind it the whole time. If we were behind it the whole time,
it's inside of us. You can do this on a piece of paper, draw concentric rings, and then place little dots to represent Earth, Mercury, Venus, Mars, whatever else. Anything that's on the inside, if you are outside of that ring, you're going to have trouble seeing it at night time.
No, you won't, because the inner ring, the planet will rotate at an angle, so you can see it.
Its angular rotation, whilst on its circuit, means zip. How are you viewing it at night time whilst it's inside?
You can draw this on a piece of paper. So if the sun is in the middle...
Okay, I'm going to make it easy for you. If you said to me there is 2 months a year that you can witness Mercury, I'd go, fair enough. But you witnessing it at night time, I'd like to know how this is happening.
Okay, well, I can see it, but I'm going to check. I'll Google it.
There's probably a reason you can see it. It's because you live on a flat plane. Welcome to flat Earth.
Okay, well, again, I explained the logic behind why you can see it, but I can check by just Googling it. But yeah, okay, if you're behind it the whole time, I understand. That's just an eclipse, so we would never be able to see it apart from, but the whole situation is, if we're at an angle from it, right, then we can see the sunshine reflecting off planet, because we're at an angle, because we're not rotating at the same speed. So that's why we're able to see it. Just like you can draw this on a piece of paper. If it's close to the sun and it's orbiting the sun, we are not behind it the whole time because we have a different orbit.
Yeah, I get that. Now, what I want you to do is go and draw it on a piece of paper for yourself. Sun in the middle, a ring around that with a little tiny dot on it, and then another ring, and then unless we're on the opposite side of the sun, in which case you would have to witness this at daytime. So you're doing this at nighttime, remember? Nighttime means you're facing away from the sun. Mercury is really close to the sun.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see it in dusk. Like, okay, I'm going to draw. How do I post?
So now it's changing. You can only witness.
Weren't you doing this at night? Can't you only see this at night?
Guys,
you shut up for a second. You can hear other people speak. As long as you don't yep through them the whole time they're speaking, then we can have a normal conversation.
How do I post an image in the chat?
In the text chat. What are you on your phone or on your computer?
I'm on my laptop, but I can't post.
You're on your laptop. Top right hand corner, there's a little speech bubble.
Yeah.
Ta-da! Text chat.
Yeah, no, I got that, but it won't let me. Do I need to be a certain level? Do I need?
What rank are you? Hold on, profile. What are you? You're a level 2. You have to be a level 3 or above to post in text chat. If you'd like, you can forward it to me and I'll post it up for people to see.
Okay, sure. Anyway, you were saying something. Yeah.
So,
Good.
You witnessing this at daytime, I would go, fair enough. Now you've changed from nighttime to dusk.
Yeah, sorry. That is my fault. I think it's important to admit failure, but it is dusk. But obviously, when I said night, it's just like it's almost pitch black when you.
I would like to state that somebody interrupted him and just said night when he was trying to explain what time he was using his tools. So.
Oh, muted. That's a shame. I mean.
I interrupted and said that he stated that he was doing this at nighttime, and now he just corrected himself. So,
right, yeah, but we can correct ourselves, right? I feel this is fair. Like, that's not a gotcha moment, because I've checked it, and it says Mercury can be seen, and that was after I corrected myself because I remember now.
So
Mercury
you're reading this off of Wikipedia, or?
Okay, well, there's two things. Number one, obviously, I did it, so I've seen it with my telescope. And secondly, yeah, it's confirming on Live Science, was the AI on Google is telling me, multiple all the websites are just saying the same thing. They're just saying it's in dusk and dawn, apparently, which I didn't know. I have never looked at it in the dawn.
Yeah. That's why I interrupted, because as somebody who's been looking at the lights in the sky for over 30 years, yeah, I know you don't witness sphericity of any other lights in the sky. You can assume, or you can assume sphericity, but you don't witness it. You don't witness 3D objects. You don't see spheres.
Yeah, I agree. You don't see spheres.
Yeah.
But you know how Mercury's pockmarked.
No. So your original claim is now debunked. Do you concede that claim that you don't see sphericity in the lights in the sky? Or
no, I feel like there's just been a miscommunication in what I was saying.
You said that very specifically, and it's a very specific point.
Yeah, Alex, you drew that conclusion that you made that analogy. You take a ball and you put a dot on it, you see it move. Well, you can infer that. There are two possibilities here. You have a slit with light coming through it, and you have a thing moving across it, or you have something like a ball that you rotate, and then they look very similar, right? If not the same, especially from this vantage point, something allegedly so far. I mean, how could you really tell the difference, right? So it's your inference in the standard globe quote unquote model that infers this. It's not conclusive.
Can you explain the first thing for me? What do you mean by slit of?
First thing. I mean, for example, if you have a speck of light and something moves across it,
yeah,
wherever that light is. I mean, I use the term slit. Let's say analogously, right? If you have a hole in the wall and there's light coming through it, and something moves by it, well, there's going to be a little speck in your perception of it on the other side of the wall, right? Or a piece of paper. Yeah, that was the analogy I was getting at. You couldn't really tell.
Well,
so at this point, there's a bit of an impasse, and it's basically only on philosophical grounds that anyone would take either thing.
Okay, I'm talking about the pockmarks craters on Mercury, because it's a very cratered object, right? And
you're assuming that, because for all we know, it's not even an object to begin with, right? You're loading.
I have to interject now and say maybe you haven't looked at these lights in the sky through a telescope because you don't see craters in Venus. You see dark spots, or you see
Mercury,
whichever wandering star. They behave and look different than other stars, but you don't see craters in none of the lights in the sky. What are you talking
about? The photographs we have of it using the Hubble telescope, for example, you can clearly see all the craters. So you guys just don't believe
so a cartoon version, not like a real telescope taking a picture of it.
Right.
Let's see the version you're talking about. Let's see the photo you have.
Of mine? I mean, I haven't kept photographs, but even the home telescopes, you can see the craters. You can see that it's like really, 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 really blurry. It's really, really blurry.
You see craters, but not on a home telescope. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay. So
are you talking about the moon? Are you talking about the moon? Maybe those appear to be craters, but definitely not in Venus, Mercury, any of the wandering stars. Definitely not.
So on Mercury, yeah, you're right. You can't see any of the craters, but what you can see is the shades of color, like around on it.
Where you made an inference, or you assume that
there's a correlation. So you can take the patches of color, and then you can compare it to better quality images from Hubble telescope and other telescopes, and you can see they're in the same places, right? Like the markings, the vague markings which I can see, which are literally complete blurs. Because again, like you said, if you own a telescope, you know that it's extremely, extremely bad quality, and that's why I'm picking the closest one. And you can see the blurs in the same places. So either they're fabricating the image and just putting details in there, but making the blurs just more detailed in ways which we can't see. But again, even if you if you observe it, you can see those movements, like the whole dot on the planet thing. I don't know why the slit with the thing you mentioned earlier. I don't know how that counters.
That wasn't me. But
No, that was me.
Like this. So we're zooming in on these, or let's say the moon, or is closer. In your paradigm, it's 236 or something like that, 1,000 miles away. We're zooming all the way in. We can see complete detail on it. And the stars, they may be farther in your paradigm and they come in blurry. But these wandering stars, they come in differently. And you're saying that because they look that way on the telescope, or that they may be enhanced by the photos coming from the Hubble, from NASA, whoever's putting out these cartoon images, you can infer that because they have better technology, they're telling the truth about these photos.
Yeah, I'm saying that the correlation is there, but I can understand why you're challenging it. I'm not saying, oh, we should just believe outright, but it comes back to like, why would they fake it? But you can see that they are very similar in terms of what we can see.
Mm-hmm.
The shapes are very, very similar.
Well, I mean, they do that with most things, for one. Number two, they do that with the moon a lot, number one. But, I mean, if you've actually seen these things through the telescope, you can't imply any of the things that you imply about their sphericity or craters in the lights in the sky. You can't. Both of those are incorrect.
The thing is that all of the images, which are all different and from different telescopes, all have the exact same. Because it's not a gas giant, so the craters just stay the same unless a meteor hits, which literally just doesn't happen, basically at all. So they all just have the exact same geographic map from all the telescopes all the time, which all match, which is like level of conspiracy theory, which is like insane. Because it's like, well, I'm not calling you insane, but I'm just saying like that's a really huge correlation of all of them being exactly the same all the time, including the sped up time lapses, which have them rotating.
Yeah, everything but the thing you see out of your telescope is pretty much cartoon. You can't tell.
Well, we have no. You have photos, which are many photos over and over again, which they put together, and then they just rotate. It's like a rotation thing where they take the photos and they put them together and make a film out of it. They can do that.
Yeah, no, those are obviously fake.
Okay, what I'm saying though, there's so many of them from all these different telescopes, which you're saying is obviously fake, but like, you compare the patching.
Yeah, and you're saying, but because they line up and all of the dots on the telescope when you look through them match up to the cartoon images that they show you, yeah, that's cool and all, but it proves nothing. It doesn't prove their sphericity or that those dots are craters.
Okay, well, this is why the reason why I bring that up is because, as someone who believes in a lot of conspiracy theories, which I know to be true, in the financial world, because that's one of the industries I work in, they're very badly hidden a lot of the time, and they have inconsistencies, because to organize mass conspiracy theories, there's always someone who just makes a mistake. And with these planets, no one's making a mistake in terms of hiding it, if they were hiding it. Not a single one. Everything is perfect, and we're talking like every single pixel is perfect, even though you can clearly see they are different. Even if they're generated, they are different generations. They're not the same model being
Yeah, so why appeal to the generated images at all when it's not what you're seeing through your telescope? You know you can see clear enough if you can zoom in on the moon and see it perfectly clear. I mean, you know you can trust your eyes and not anything coming from anybody else.
Right.
Hey, Alex, if I may just add quickly, I did want to just put forth a slight correction. After you pointed, you said it back to a few times. I realized I did misspeak earlier when I used the term slit. That was not the proper word. So I think I see where you may have been confused, because a slit implies kind of like a line, right? That's not what I meant at all. I think the analogy afterwards about poking a hole through something and then something passing over it that was more appropriate. So if that confused you in any way, I do retract that. I apologize.
Oh, it definitely confused me.
Yeah, I still don't know.
Sorry about that.
I still don't know what you mean, but I'm trying to understand what you mean.
allow me to quickly elaborate there. What I was getting at is if you have a hole in the wall and you see light coming through it, whatever color that light might be, right? And you're zooming in on it to really get, focused on, on the hole, and you see, the hole without any blur or whatever. If some sort of speck of whatever comes between you and the light, and crosses over in whatever pattern, right? From a certain distance, you would not be able to tell if that was the thing that was rotating, and that speck is something on this quote unquote object that just keeps repeating itself over and over again to be in front. So you see it and you perceive it like it's a rotating, like a ball, for example. Or if something, it just keeps crossing it over laterally over and over again. And what you're looking at is really not a ball at all. That's what I was trying to infer or imply, excuse me.
Okay, I see what you mean. So you're saying the craters and the colors I'm seeing could be overlays on top, which could be at any distance between the object and what I'm seeing.
This is the problem, right? Because from our vantage point, all we really see are lights in the sky. And then there's little configurations of that. But it really is just a two-dimensional rendering. And then we impose on that mentally, some sort of philosophical or some understanding supposedly of what that is. And then we construct, these giant scaffolds of understanding and mathematical, inference, pattern recognition, patterns that we recognize, we formulate them mathematically. All this stuff is built upon that.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You see?
Okay. So let's bring it closer to home to add to that. So the moon, right? So do you guys think the moon is flat too?
Well, again, I mean, when we look up, all we see is a two-dimensional rendering.
But the craters,
right?
Yeah,
they look like craters, but they could also be not indentations, but the opposite. Right? When you flip it over, if you look at a photo of anything that has a crater in it, if you flip it over or you rotate it, it looks like it's a hump. You know what I mean? So these are just these
craters could be humps. Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean, because you're just looking at a part that something that has a little the color on it, and then there's a little shadow on it, in some sort of crescent fashion. You rotate that, and you can't really tell if it's in or out, innie or an outie.
So that's my thing, right? Like so the craters on the moon, right? Even if they're superimposed, which I get your point now. We can see them because obviously the moon is super close. We can see them rotating as if the moon is curved, because you can see their rotation is not as if it was planar, because otherwise they wouldn't.
Negative. Yeah. We only see it turning. We never see the moon rotate. As they say, there's a dark side of the moon because we only see one side. We only see it turn, as in like rotating,
a wheel,
like a clock, like turning. Yeah, we only see it. The craters upside down, or on the left, or on the right. They are never backwards, or we never see new craters. We only see the same craters, which means we only see one side, which means we can't infer sphericity.
Yeah, okay. I think it's fair to specify when we mean rotation, upon which axis we're talking about. Like if you're looking at it dead on and it's rotating like a clock, right? You call that one axis, or versus it's rotating about the up down axis, towards and away from you. You know what I mean? Like I think we ought to be specific.
Okay. So yeah, that's fair. So the stuff at the bottom, right, when it rotates on its axis, no, it's not rotates. I've just used the same word. Sorry, is habit. Turns, right, towards the bottom. You can see that they curve round because they move as if it's bumped up or bumped down. So I concede your point about it being either a curve or a concave shape. So it is either concave or curved.
I mean, you can infer those things. You can only infer those things. You don't You can't conclusively say either of those things, just like you can't infer the sphericity of the object, of the light in the sky. You can only infer. You only see one side is 2D. You only see the same craters. You can't infer anything. For all we know, it could be a flat piece of paper in the sky just flipping, turning.
No, because I feel like we're missing the point. Like, okay, so towards the bottom of the moon, if we put a dot there, when the turning happens, the dot comes a little bit higher as it approaches the middle, and then drops a little bit lower in terms of height as the turning happens, which infers that it's concave or convex, right?
Negative.
Again, you don't know that.
Why would it do that? That's what concave and convex shapes do.
Because you're making a lot of assumptions about the light in the sky.
Let's just give it to you. Okay, sure. The moon is a concave or convex something. Okay, step 2. Now what?
Well, I do feel I know I want to go down that route, but the thing is I do want to convince them. I just want to finish with that point. Okay, and then
for the purpose of the conversation,
okay,
you've demonstrated that the moon is a concave or convex something. Okay, now what's step 2?
Well, if it's then we basically say it's a sphere, because if it's
I know that's where you're trying to go. Okay. Furthermore, the lights in the sky don't dictate the shape of the surface of the Earth.
So, you've narrowed down the concave or convex, and you decided for reasons that you can't explain or take questions on, it's a sphere. So you threw out concave. Okay, it's now step 3.
Well, if it was convex, right, there would be no way for it to turn, because if you turn a concave object in any way, the only way you could possibly do that is if it's all on a conveyor belt with a concave shape underneath.
I just like to say, Crit, I love how you did that, because he bounced right back to convex, concave. I love how you did that, Crit.
Well, yeah, because he criticized my point that I made assumptions, so I'm explaining my. No,
I'm not trying to criticize that.
Yeah, you were fighting for convex, concave to infer a sphere, and now you're just back to convex, concave.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, that was weird.
What?
I'm trying to
maybe I misunderstood.
accept what you're saying to see if we can get to some point that could possibly, at one point or another, connect to the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
And as quickly as possible, like every.
Okay, sure. So if we assume it's concave or convex, I've just eliminated the concave situation. So it has to be convex if it is one of these two, and then that makes it a sphere, and then that means if that's a sphere, all the other things we're seeing in the sky are probably spheres too, because we observe the same movements. This is why it's a bit flawed for us to jump the whole argument of what it is, because I'm just going to say all of the things are the same now, because if the moon is like that, statistically, we're looking at the same movements of the other objects, which means that they're probably the same thing. So then, the thing I'm getting at...
But you're supposed to be proving Earth ball.
Yeah, it's my point. So if everything we're seeing around us...
So it's just unapologetically illogical. Got it.
No, it's not.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Oh, if it was...
You're going step by step.
Assume the sky something, assume the ground something. Yeah, we got it.
Okay, can we replace the word assume? Can we replace the word assume with a theory? Because there is a theory.
I mean, no, that's exactly what you're doing, assuming something, because we have no reason to assume that the lights in the sky are spherical, right? Because we only have a 2D version of it.
That's my point.
2D, as long as you don't interrupt me, you can understand it. Hopefully you absorb it this time. And we can't the lights in the sky don't dictate the surface of the Earth. Yeah, you can assume that the lights in the sky or whatever they are, but then you're going to assume that the ground is the same thing as the sky. Yeah, my ceiling fan doesn't look like my floor, sir.
Okay. So the word assume means to do something without proof. I am providing...
Wait a sec. They're not around you, by the way. They're not all around you, by the way. They're above you.
Okay.
Earth is not in the sky.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I'll take that. What I'm saying is to assume something is to do it without any proof. Zero proof, zero logic. I am providing logic for my reasoning, which means I'm not assuming, I'm theorizing.
No, you're just repeating the claim.
With reasons behind what I'm saying. You can disagree with my reasons.
But you haven't given a reason.
Okay, again.
It's illogic. You committed non sequitur fallacy.
Okay. I don't want to. I want to
define Earth.
So with define Earth, actually, you're just throwing that at me. Like, I don't really know what to do with that information. That's just going to cause a massive argument because I'm just going to.
Is Earth a planet?
Yeah, Earth is a planet.
No, it's not.
Okay. So
what's a planet? Fine planet.
It's a.
Oh no! Just let him define Earth. Like, I want to know: is my chair? Is that Earth? Like, what is the horizon Earth?
Well,
what are we conceding to? Because we are talking about like things happening in reality.
Well, yeah, everything on Earth is
right.
Part of
Earth. We're flying. I'm looking. I have an artificial horizon.
Yeah, it's not that simple.
Over vast distances of ocean.
Yeah, that's Earth too.
Yeah, but he's right at the moment of finally realizing his folly, and he keeps repeating other planets. He's right there at the moment.
What?
Okay,
no,
you're going to realize your folly, right?
Okay. Well, is the cloud in the airplane? Is that part? Is that Earth?
Shut the
fuck
up.
In your conceptualization of Earth.
Yeah, it's part of
Earth. Shut up, dude. What the hell's wrong with you?
I don't know.
Okay,
yeah,
someone muted them. Okay, don't worry about the squawk, okay? Stay on focus.
That
Okay?
drink to make you guys sound stupid.
Okay, so...
English. Whoever just said that, please speak English.
Right, the moon thing. Let's go back to the moon thing. So what I'm saying is... I want to at least get on the same footing, because I'm not sure if you get what I'm trying to say, and then we'll go forward. So... if I have a crater at the bottom end of the moon, which I've already said this, but I want to confirm, and then we can move on from it and never talk about it again. When the turning happens, just like if we drew a crater on a ball and rotated it, we can see it tracks the movement that a sphere would perform.
You've seen the moon? Why do you keep doing this? Have you seen new craters on the moon, or have you only seen one face of
there's
the
no
moon
need to
for
see
your
new
entire
ones.
life?
There's no need to see new
ones. Have you seen new craters on the moon, or have you only seen one face of the moon?
You're trying to understand my point, right?
Answer the question and stop interrupting. Which one? Has there only
I'm
been
not
one
interrupting
face
you
of the
if you
moon
ask me
for
a
your-
question and then I speak
Has there
after you
only
ask the
been one
question.
face
That's
of the
not
moon
interrupting.
for your entire life? Yes or no?
In fact, you're interrupting me after you ask the question.
only
Alex is owning these people. Alex, you're fucking owning these guys. It's like 4v1. Fucking own it.
Alex thinks the moon spins. Alex is wrapped up in a delusion right now.
Okay, again, so the bottom of the moon...
In reality, Alex, have you seen the moon spin?
Yeah, like...
You've lost the plot.
You're trapping me with closed questions. This is a closed question. It is not...
Well, you answered it.
Because I'm going to say yes, and you're going to...
You don't see the moon spin, bro. Sorry.
Right. If you take photographs of the moon, you can... this is what I'm trying to say to you. Okay, so the crater at the bottom of the moon, we can see it move and turn. I'm using the word turn. Tracking.
Yeah, we can only see it turn. We've been over it. Why do you?
No, I don't think you're. Oh my god. Okay, it moves as if
your prayers are noted, Alex.
He keeps saying that
Stop calling on God.
Right. Okay. Hang on a second. His defense.
The moon isn't spinning, friend.
His defense against me is saying there's no new craters. That has nothing to do with what I'm saying, so he doesn't understand.
No, you just aren't tracking the conversation, bro. Has there only been one face of the moon throughout all of existence, throughout your whole lifetime, or have you ever seen a new crater?
Okay, so what you're doing is you're changing the frame of the question. No, because it's my premise. You're changing the premise of the question, and it's my premise.
Is there a dark side of the moon?
Your claim of moon spin is
that we only see all the time.
Okay, if we're going to answer your question, I have to just remind you that we're changing topic entirely, and it's nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'll happily answer your question.
So is there a dark side of the moon, and we only see one side of the moon for all of eternity? That for all of recorded history, we've only seen one side of the moon, the same craters for all of our lifetime?
We can't see the other side of the moon when we can see
So you're just intellectually dishonest. You won't answer.
Yeah, because you told us on the moon spinning. This has exactly to do with what you said, because you told us about moon spinning.
No, it does. It's separate to what I'm saying. It is separate. I'm promising.
You didn't talk about the moon spinning.
Yeah, I did, but we changed it to turning, so I went along with your turning.
Okay, whatever you want to, dude.
I'm not being intellectually dishonest. I'm trying so hard to be honest.
Yeah, all right,
but
so are you listening?
The things you're saying don't comport with reality.
You can't infer sphericity.
Okay, you explain my point back to me.
Interrupting, you can't absorb what I'm saying if you keep interrupting. So we only see one face of the moon for all of recorded history. There's a dark side of the moon because we only see one side of the moon. And you're trying to say that we see the moon spin. What's wrong with you, sir?
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try one more time. If you put a dot on a tennis ball, right, and you don't have it in the center, right, no center, it's down at the bottom towards the bottom of the ball. If you rotate the ball, you can track the movement of the dot and how it curves with the curvature of the tennis ball.
Okay, if we cut out a circle piece of paper and put that dot on a circle piece of paper, can we do the same thing? Yes or no?
No, you cannot. No, you cannot do the same thing because the curvature of the tennis ball will move the dot higher as it approaches the middle, right? And lower when it approaches the edge of the sphere, because the sphere is literally not a straight line. So the dot will go higher and rise, and it'll go a bit lower. And we can see that happen when we photograph the moon.
So you're full of shit there, and you haven't looked at the moon for yourself. So we don't see the moon turn, and we can't perform what you just said with the tennis ball on this flat piece of paper. We can't do those things.
We can.
Are you full of shit, or are you dumb? Which one?
We can see. Okay, look, I'm not personally insulting you, so I'd really appreciate it if you didn't do it to me, because I've never said anything
a serious question.
Like, I could call you.
Can't you put the dot on a flat piece of paper like you did on a tennis ball, and only see that one dot turning on the flat piece of paper like you did on the tennis ball? Yes or no?
I'm just saying, when you call me dumb,
yes
everyone
or no?
Doesn't respect
are you full of shit or are you dumb? Yes or no? Can't we do the same example that you performed on the tennis ball, or are you going to keep interrupting me? Can't we do the same thing on the same dot on the tennis ball on a flat piece of paper and do the same thing that you explained? Can't we do that? Yes or no?
We can do the test.
Oh, we can. We can't infer sphericity, right?
It can't. It will fail the test.
You're just dumb then.
I just don't think you understand what I'm saying. Like, if you do it on a piece of paper which is flat, the dot will just simply stay at the same horizontal level. But if you do it on a tennis ball, it doesn't. You can literally pick up a ball, any ball in your house, draw a dot in it on the bottom, and see that it moves in a different way to if you had a flat piece of paper. Can you agree that that is the case? I'm not even talking about the moon now. I'm just talking about a tennis ball and a flat piece of paper. Do we agree that the dot moves differently on both those objects?
I agree that we can't infer sphericity with the moon. We only see one.
You're changing the topic. I'm asking you a direct question.
We're talking about the moon. We don't have to talk about the tennis balls and pieces.
Everyone listening,
because we only see one side of the face as he interrupts me, like he does everyone he talks to. You only see one side of the moon. There's a dark side because you only see one side of the moon. He's steady trying to infer sphericity on the moon. What's wrong with this clown?
No, yeah, my bad. I keep interrupting you. I'll do better. I just get passionate. Look, you're dodging the question though. Like, everyone listening would like you to answer the question, in my opinion, because if you answer the question and you truly believe what you believe, you should be able to give that ground to me. And it's okay for you to give that ground to me if you really believe it.
I refuse to give the ground to you because ultimately we're talking about the lights in the sky where we can't infer sphericity because we only see one side.
No.
And dude, Alex, we already gave you that ground about 20 minutes ago. We gave you.
No, you gave me that ground.
Moon, and we asked you to connect the dots back to Earth globe, and all you did was you just stated the claim again.
You gave me the ground without actually believing me, but I'm telling you that the dot on the tennis ball.
It requires belief in your little ideology, then.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to persuade you that what I'm saying is correct.
Oh, dude, it would I would have to be dropped on my head from a high altitude.
Well, I think you should be more
lost back in the globe mythology, bro.
Okay.
It's illogic. It's circular reasoning. The fact that you can't see the red flags of your own circular reasoning, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
There's no circular because this guy will literally not answer.
Okay, so if Earth is a ball, how does that make? If Moon is ball, how does that make Earth ball?
Would you like to answer my question too? Or
no, I'm just asking you. You're begging us to see it your way. Okay, moon ball.
I'm begging you to answer a question.
Moon ball. I'm asking a question. The moon's a ball. How does that make Earth ball?
You can't reply a question.
I'm begging you to stop interrupting, bro. Why do you interrupt everyone you talk to?
No, he's one of these people. He doesn't listen. He just waits to talk.
I listen to you intently, and I wait for a gap, and I think you finish, and I talk.
Yeah, you just wait to finish, see?
Awesome, no one talking. I'm getting in. If you haven't noticed, Alex, this is 24/7 flat Earth, not 24/7 space tards. So bring forth your proof of curvature, please.
Pick up a tennis ball. Again, just pick up a tennis ball.
Okay, so I'm going to pick up a tennis ball, so therefore I live on a ball. That's awesome.
Well, we're getting there, aren't we?
We're building now, and I'm going to have my voice put down in history.
We're building it. We're building it, guys. Put the dot on the ball. Rotate the tennis ball. You see the dot moves as if it's a sphere because it's a sphere. Different to a piece of paper. Now we look at the moon and we can see those same movements.
Yeah. Earth. We want Earth curve.
Okay.
Proof of.
Well, there we go. Okay, so we've established that the moon is a sphere. Are we agreeing?
Well, you've established that. I'd like you to prove that we live on a sphere.
Okay. Right. Well, if the moon is a sphere, which I'm trying to prove, then that's rotating around us, right? Again, well, whatever, it's moving.
Right.
It's moving. Wait, I was saying. Okay, wait, guys, please be honest with me. Okay, sorry, I get habits.
After you make a statement and then say right, that should tell you something.
Old. It's just because I have habits of talking. That's all. Because obviously I've grown up with this, so I just say things like that. Yeah. It's not intentional. Okay, so the moon moves across the sky, right? Now, if the moon is spherical,
that could be the moon. I mean, how, dude?
What are you?
You're lost in your imagination with this whole mythology, bro.
If the moon is spherical, then we can look at other things that we're seeing in the sky, which are literally the same properties, and we can go, well, they're probably spheres too.
Hey, old horse, check it out. It's called basic programming. If then go to. Have to listen to the way these globers talk. Basic programming, line 1. If, then.
Well, I have more evidence. I have more evidence.
Why are you interrupting him?
Okay. Well, I thought he was finished, to be fair. But, like, if he has more to say, go for it.
No, we were just having a laugh at your circular reasoning. Go on.
Okay. So, it's inferred reasoning, right? So
right.
If... I've just explained. I have more evidence than you guys that the moon is spherical with my explanation that I've given, right? So, if it is spherical...
Hold on. And again, by pointing to a tennis ball?
Yeah, because I'm talking about tracking movement of things on the surface.
Okay, so you have a red dot. Hold on. You have a red dot on the tennis ball.
Yeah.
You have a red dot on the tennis ball. And why is this red dot moving, you say?
So we have it's moving because I'm turning. Well, I'm rotating.
But we don't have a spinning moon.
Well, yeah, we do. We have craters on the moon or marks on the moon.
A spinning moon, like you were spinning your pen, your Wilson.
Right, but it's turning or whatever. Like turning is fine. You can say turning.
It's not a problem. With laser beams, bro.
It's not a problem. It's turning. I'm not trying to infer immediately that it's rotating. I'm proving evidence and then saying it's rotating.
But listen, when you turn a tennis ball, you'll see the other side of the ball.
No, not if you stay on one side.
Well,
of the tennis ball.
The hell you won't.
Well, no, that's the point. You're trying to emulate.
Have you ever seen the guy before he serves, or a gal? They spin the ball around in their hand. They're looking at the whole ball.
Yeah, but like,
right?
I'm not asking you to look at the whole ball. I'm not asking you to look at for one perspective.
Yeah, but you don't get to see the whole moon. You get to see the same face of the moon that all humanity has ever seen, and you're convinced it's spinning.
Just like how you won't see the whole tennis ball if you just stay in the same place. If you stay in the same place and hold a tennis ball and spin it, you never see the other side of the tennis ball. You
Why
just
is
see
he in La La Land? What's wrong with him?
How are you talking?
Okay.
So you're telling me if I get a tennis ball and I spin it around, I hold my head perfectly still and I spin the ball around, that I will not be able to see the back of the ball?
Yeah, you will only be able to see from one perspective of the ball. You only see.
If I put an X, I'm going to mark an X on one side of that ball and I'm going to spin it around.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I can see the X, whereas before I couldn't. I'm now not looking at the back of it.
Yeah. Right, but again, you can't see the back of it when it's at the back. Now you're just seeing a front, the new front. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, that's what we're trying to tell you. When have you seen the back of the moon?
Again, I'm not trying to. Guys, I'm not trying to tell you about the back of the moon. I don't care about
you're highlighting just how confused you are. You're doing a great job of it.
I'm not confused at all. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
You sure as shit are.
Well, again, you're just telling me
told us if you spin a tennis ball, you won't see the other side, and then you finally agreed.
No, you won't see the other side. You can't see the back of a tennis ball.
Oh, bro, you need to pick up a tennis ball and spin it.
Okay. Guys, do you know how bad that sounds? Like, do you understand how bad that sounds when you say you spin a tennis ball and see the other side?
Or something, clown shoes. What's wrong with this kid?
Why do you guys insult everyone? It's so weird. Like, I'm really polite.
You're insulting yourself.
In La La Land, where you can't spin around tennis balls and can't see the other side. What's wrong with you? Take your clown shoes and get out.
Okay. You guys think I'm trying to see the back of the moon. I'm not trying to see the back of the moon. I'm saying if you draw a dot on the moon, right, which we have because with the craters, or you draw a dot on the tennis ball and you put it a little bit lower than the center, you can see that the dot moves with your eye line, not in a horizontal way.
That's fine, but you don't have the moon spinning.
Okay, so the moon is turning.
Reality.
We're trying to prove that it's spinning, right? We're trying to prove that it's a sphere, so we can see the craters and the shapes of the moon. We can see them.
Okay, let me know when you see the backside of the moon, like you see the backside of the tennis ball.
Assume that the ground's the same thing.
That's a completely different argument. I don't care about the back of the moon. I'm not trying to argue about the back of the moon. I'm trying to argue that the bottom shapes, like you said, you go and look at the telescope a lot, flat earther ranger, right? Like, have a look at the moon and track the craters and the things on the edge. If your telescope's powerful enough, which it can be, on the bottom end of the moon, you can see them curve round. You can see their movement is not the movement of a line. Now, if your argument was that's projected, it's not real, it's superimposed, and it's a lie, I would be like, that you'd have to prove that in another way that I'm
arguing. Is this the theistrum? Oh yeah, this is the theistrum. All right, so here's my argument against the theistrum.
Go why?
So yeah,
that should give you an indication, Alex, that you're flailing.
I'm not flailing. You keep saying adjectives.
Well, no, they all parachute in. They all start parachuting in with their bullshit artistry when you people flail.
That guy doesn't give a damn about me. He's just trying to troll. It's fine. Anyway,
no, what he does give a damn about is his precious outer space mythology, which you are also lost in.
Okay, well, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I just go about my day.
I know you can't really wrap your mind around it, can you?
Hello.
That's very ironic.
Fish. I am what you would call a glober.
Anyway, so
I want to know, why do you think everyone else is wrong?
You know what? You have the floor, Fish. Unless you want to mute him, I don't know. But like, I don't mind listening to him if he wants to talk.
Well, because this guy's telling us that the moon's spinning.
Well, the moon is spinning.
And this is the same guy who told us if a tennis ball spun this, Andy wouldn't see the other side. So why do we think these guys are telling tall tales? Because nothing they say comports with reality. How about that, Big Fish?
Okay, so again, the dot on tennis ball, right? Bottom of the tennis ball, we see it move. Can you accept? Can you just accept with me that if you put a dot on the lower end of a tennis ball, you can see it curve round?
Yeah,
are we in agreement?
A cool story, Alex.
Can you just say yes?
We don't need your tennis balls. We don't want a yes or no. We want proof of.
Why are you dodging? Just say yes,
Alex,
and then
listen carefully.
Why the fuck are you?
Do you understand that we're after proof of Earth curvature? We don't care about the moon. We don't care about Mercury. We don't care about all your other space bullshit. We just want proof of Earth curvature. So, can you repeat what I've just asked you for, so we know we're on the same page?
Yeah, I understand you want that, but I'm trying to get there through a different way, and you guys just
you're not doing a very good job of it. You just...
Well, you guys just won't...
I'm going to be older by the time you get there, mate. That's what I'm trying to say.
What's happened is, you guys refused to answer my questions. Like, outright refused. Like,
Alex, listen carefully. You asking us questions is not proof of curvature. If you came in and said, it's curved because of moon XYZ, we'd go, that's interesting, but you're asking us questions. You don't ask questions when you're proving something.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, no, you don't.
You do.
You come in with your facts and you back it. At the moment, you've got all this bullshit.
Take your clown shoes and get out of here, man.
I'm putting my thesis, and then I ask you the question of, do you agree with my thesis? That's my question.
No, we don't agree with
we don't agree with your bullshit.
So you don't agree with my tennis ball and the dot thing, even though it's literally, you can do it right now.
No, we don't agree with your ferocity.
Okay, so you don't agree with tennis ball. You don't agree with something.
We don't agree with anything you agree with that you're trying
to Alex, it's a conspiracy theory that the tennis ball works.
No, Alex,
yeah, bro. I don't know what they're talking about. It's like ridiculous.
Alex, the thing with your tennis ball. Yeah, the problem with the tennis ball thing is that it's not that we disagree with of what you're talking about with the tennis ball. It's the disagreement comes with you inferring that because this happens on the tennis ball, that must be what's going on up there. This is why we're trying to focus on down here, because up there we don't fucking know, man.
Okay. Right, so this is my point.
Be more direct, please.
Okay, but I'm trying to be more direct by saying that the craters on the moon are doing the dot thing. That's the point. They're rotating in a way which only a spherical shape does. And by the way, not even a concave shape. It doesn't do the same thing because it can't, because the concaveness will block it out at one point because you get the edge. The edge will block it if you turn a concave shape. So it has to be convex for this to be happening. Again, get like a tennis ball and punch in the middle, and you can't turn it that way. Like, I'm using a model.
And how does that make Earth
spiraling like this?
What I'm trying to do, forget the tennis ball. I'm using a model of a sphere to emulate and use my model of the sphere to look at the model of the moon and compare how they're moving and see the same movements. That's what I'm doing here.
Okay, stop. We'll give you your bullshit. The moon's a fucking sphere. Now tell us how it proves Earth's a sphere.
Okay. Well, then we've got to look into why it's a sphere. Is it not fascinating that there's a sphere in the sky, right?
No, dumb. Get out.
Well, no. Should you guys not be more inquisitive? No. If you guys figured out, like, if I was a flat earther, right?
Hold on. Do you want us to now to agree to the fairy tale that an asteroid hit the Earth and it blew off a quarter of its mass and then it formed into a rock ball?
Well, it's more the case that if I was a flat earther,
we can cut to the chase. Do you want us to agree with that?
You interrupted me.
No, bro. There's asteroid made of diamonds on the way where all of us could be rich one day. A million years from now.
If the moon is spherical and I was a flat earther and I figured that out, or even began to question it, which is hopefully what I've done, right? That it might be spherical. That would break my reality because it would make me question what I'm standing on.
Okay. Matrix gave it to you. Said, okay, your moon's a fucking sphere.
Yeah, so would it not make me question?
Stop.
Oh, what?
Thank you. Now, since we think we know, think the Earth, the moon is a sphere, that would mean, and it's a solid body, right? That means its surface would be convex. It would be curving, right? So then we go, if we're on something similar to that, then we should have a look at the surface that we live on and see if it's curving. And if it's not curving, it can't be like that thing in the sky. But if it is curving, then we might have something to work with in relation to your idea that we might be on something similar to that thing in the sky. Okay. Until we confirm that the surface is curving, then we don't have an argument to make in that regard.
Yeah.
Do we?
So you're like...
At all.
That's why I'm like, you guys are really just agnostic about it, really. Like, you're not I don't feel like you're flat earthers. You're more just like questioning whether the Earth's globe.
Bro, you don't have to project your belief onto us. We aren't agnostic. You don't have to label us with these terms, sir.
You're agnostic to the term of flat Earth. You can't prove it nor disprove it.
Yeah, so it's agnosticism.
You could shut the fuck up while Daddy's talking. Yeah, we aren't any of those terms you're trying to label us by. We just live in reality, and we don't have to assume that the things in the sky or something. So the thing we're standing on is that, because, like I said, my ceiling fan doesn't look like my floor, sir.
Okay, again, if the moon was a sphere, that should make you question whether we're standing on a sphere. Like, at least, right?
Excellent, Alex. I'm glad you brought that up.
Hold on a second,
guys. It does make us question it. So we go out and we get lasers and we point them across excessively large lakes.
Yeah.
And we don't find any
exactly what I was just about to say. Oh.
So,
all right, Alex,
we've questioned
please stop talking about the moon.
What is this laser thing? Can you explain this laser thing to me? Because you mentioned it before.
We get one and put it in chat for you. So the deal is, you get a laser, a very high-powered one, mind you, and you point it across a very large expanse of water. Now, we all know that water at rest is flat and level. Cough, cough. Apparently we're on a sphere. But anyways, we shoot these lasers across. Now, if we are on a sphere, there would be a drop over distance. Do you know
the laser? Of the laser?
Yes.
Or do you mean
so
like
the ground at one end, say the laser at one end is, I'll just pick a random number, 5 foot off the ground, you shoot it across the other side, it would go very close to the body of water, and then as you get further and further and further away, the distance from the ground to the laser would become larger. Do you agree with this?
Sounds like I'm being pedantic, but I don't actually know the measurements of the curvature of the Earth.
Well, I don't have to give you any measurements. Common sense says if you're on a sphere and someone's got a tangent line, the further along that tangent line you go, the further away you are from said sphere.
Well, if the sphere is very large, then
it doesn't matter because you get the same result.
No,
get a piece of paper, draw a circle on it, draw a tangent,
if the sphere is very large.
Shut up. If you
you interrupted me, actually.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna fucking do this the old-fashioned way.
Okay, mute me. Go ahead.
Yep, good. Draw on a little circle or a big circle. It doesn't matter. Put a tangent on it. Start from the tangent point and then work your way out. Away from the tangent point. You will notice the distance to the sphere gets greater. Now, no measurements needed. You can just go, oh, wow, it's bigger. You don't have to be a rocket surgeon or any smart ass or anything else. You can see that. And that's all they're doing with these laser tests. They shoot their lasers across and go, oh, wow, the gap here should be at X distance. And it's not. They're hitting their targets. And these guys are shooting these lasers 20, 30, I think 30-something miles. DJ, you're normally up on these 40 mile. They're up to. And hitting targets.
If I may, Alex, the point that you were going to make about, we're on a big ball. What Matrix is pointing out is that, in principle, there is a constant deviation, or rather a non-linear deviation no matter the size. Okay? If it's bigger, it just means that it's a more shallow deviation. It'll grow non-linearly, but slower.
Why can't he infer from those direct flat measurements in relation to the horizon that the whole surface is flat? Why can't he infer that instead of using lights in the sky that made these first?
Well, you haven't actually let me reply at all, so that, you're jumping the gun with the whole. Okay, so with this laser, are you just using it over bodies of water? I'm guessing. You have to, right? Because if it's on land,
it's not just over bodies of water. Look, let me explain it to you. Okay. So some of the most famous ones have been from teams, like a team of field engineers called Field Engineer Corps. Right? It's a group of people. They've gone out with literally a $30,000 laser, and they performed 17 different laser tests over varying distances, and they did it in very different locations. Right? They did it over They've done it over salt lakes, right? Over frozen lakes, over regular water, right? And over bodies of water, that is the place that you would be doing these tests, right? Because you don't have any topography. Okay, so there's countless amounts of these laser tests. They're setting the laser up close to the surface of the water, right? And then they'll set up an archery style target on the other side of the body of water. Yep. Between point A and point B, you can calculate how much obstruction there should be, blocking the line of sight from point A to point B. Right? In most of these cases, there should be hundreds and hundreds of feet obstructing the laser from hitting the target. They're hitting the target over and over again. Right? So it's not just the laser tests, right? We also have long-distance observations that are literally impossible on a globe, where we're able to see thousands of % further than you would be able to see on a globe. These are practical demonstrations, right? They don't require faith. They don't require trusting in things that you can never validate yourself, right? You can go out and you can do these laser tests. You can do these long-distance observations, right? The long-distance observations are much cheaper and easier that anyone can go and do themselves. Not myself, right? And we have these well documented. Like, be more than happy to show you one right now if you wanted to go through it really quickly.
Mm-hmm. So,
actually,
do you understand?
We did go over this earlier.
Do you understand how refractions of light?
He's got some kick-ass equipment. He's got a telescope. Just point the thing at the horizon, mate.
Bro, come on, you didn't let me speak. We're like, oh god, it's like 5 on 1. Like,
yeah, you asked if we know how refraction works. Yes, I know how refraction works. Do you know how refraction works? What do you know about refraction? I'm researching this for many years. Yeah, refraction of light.
Yeah, well, refraction of light passes through certain things and it changes. It bends with particles.
Yeah, it can do many different things depending on like the temperature gradients, right? The vertical temperature gradients. It can make things appear higher. It can make things appear lower.
Yeah, which is
right? But what you need to have, right? What you need to have on a globe Earth is a geometric horizon. So depending on the height of the observer, you have to have a geometric horizon at a specific distance away from the observer. It's a physical location, right? It's the place that you guys claim let's go over the horizon and whatnot, right? It's something, anything beyond it has to be behind it, right? Hidden by it depending on the height. Right, so I'm gonna post an example in the side chat. Okay, can you see it?
Right.
Just let me explain it to you. Right, you see it?
Yep.
Okay, so the top one's a GIF. It's just taken from the full video, which is in HD below it. Okay. It's taken off the coast of Santa Barbara, California, and he's 8 foot above the surface for this particular observation. Right? He's just walked up the beach a couple of feet, approximately 8 foot, and you can see that in the full video. Right? He's zooming out and looking at the horizon, and in this observation, we have 2 distance markers, which are the oil platform. Can someone get rid of this Ragnar Lothbrok guy in the chat? He's just spamming.
Most definitely get rid of him.
Yeah, right. Okay, so we have the oil platforms. They're there as distance markers, right? If the oil platforms weren't there, we wouldn't know how far away the horizon was. Right, so what we can confirm is that the second oil platform is called Platform Habitat, and it is 10.1 miles away from the shoreline. Right, this is confirmed on Google Maps. It's all shown in the video. Right? So we can guarantee that horizon is beyond the oil platforms.
Well, no.
Okay, so now we need to get into the... You're following me so far?
Yeah, okay, I agree, but I still think the refraction of light also changes, which you've used...
Okay, we're going to get into that, right? Just let me explain the observation, right? And the problem from the globe side. Okay, so let's do the math, right? From an 8-foot observer height... From an 8-foot observer height, you would have to have a geometric horizon at 3.46 miles. Right? So the distance to the geometric horizon is based on the observer height. And as long as the observer height doesn't change, the distance to the geometric horizon cannot change. Okay, the geometric horizon is a requirement for the Earth to be a globe. It has to be there. If you look up the definition of a geometric horizon, it will tell you that it is the place where the sky and the ground meet. Right? I have a definition here if you want to see it, but yeah, you can look that up yourself. Okay, so where's the geometric horizon? There isn't one. right? We can clearly see the horizon is way beyond the 10.1 mile oil platform. There is no horizon 3.46 miles, but it has to be there. You can hypothetically take away all of the atmosphere, right? It's a physical horizon, right? It has to be there. It cannot move. You can add the atmosphere back in again. It's still there. It still has to be there. Right. Okay, so the second oil platform would have to be 30 feet missing from the bottom of the platform, behind the horizon, but we see the horizon behind the oil platform. This is just one of countless amounts of these observations where we can see ridiculous distances further than you would be able to see on a globe.
Okay, so
right, to see refraction doesn't allow you to see. I'm almost finished. Just 30 more seconds max, and then I'll let you completely respond without interruption. Okay, so you have to have a geometric horizon there on a globe, right? To claim that refraction, right, is making everything beyond the 3.46 mile horizon perfectly bend up.
Yeah.
Right, and completely hide the horizon, which no longer fits the definition of what a horizon is. Right, and make everything beyond the 3.46 mile line just an illusion, right? But it just looks perfectly flat, and then we have another horizon behind the oil platform. It's a ludicrous claim to say that that's refraction. Actually, a mockery of the word refraction and what refraction can actually do.
Well, of course it is, because you can't have refraction on a globe.
Yeah, this is atmospheric refraction.
No, so, how do you have refraction on a globe, Alex?
Bro, 3 seconds, dude. Like
your globe is in outer space vacuum. There shouldn't be any air or atmosphere to speak of. Even should just fill that vacuum. There should be no air for anything to refract through. So how do you have refraction on a globe?
So the ocean will be a different temperature to the air.
Okay, so how is there any air for light to refract?
Let him talk.
It's an open system. Okay, you won't be talking. It's an open system, uncontained from a vacuum.
You just tell me I could answer, and then you just don't let me talk. And it's just I don't know.
Yeah, but your cope is just completely non sequitur.
But I don't know. You just don't let me talk. It's just
it's completely nonsensical. How can you have refraction in the first place? You're appealing to something you wouldn't have in a vacuum environment.
Okay.
There would be any air.
Well, you are.
It's uncontained from a near perfect vacuum. Why is the air there? Explain.
5 interruptions, 6 interruptions.
I won't interrupt if you explain. 7. Well, you can't appeal to something 8. That can't happen in a vacuum medium now, can you?
Right, so you're contradicting yourself because the situation is that there's the boat experiment where the boat goes over the horizon. And I was in here earlier and I got the response that that's refraction. So if you're saying that's refraction, then you can't use the same argument
Alex.
Here.
Yeah, you're not answering me.
You don't understand refraction, dude, right? You don't understand that refraction doesn't always do the same thing. You can have different types of refraction.
Exactly. I completely agree.
You can have sinking refraction. If you have... Look, I explained all this. This is frustrating because I explained this to you earlier. I even read you the definition of sinking refraction. Right? You've got a whole list of different types of refractive effect.
I know.
You can't say that this is refraction. You have absolutely no idea the atmospheric conditions, the temperature gradients of the day. It's a hand wave dismissing all of these observations and using the word refraction is just a cop-out.
Yeah, okay, but I've spoken 5% of the time. I won't get a word in unless I say something when people are talking. Come on. Right, so the ocean, right, will have a different temperature to the air because the ocean heats up during the day with the sun hitting
Why is there air? Hold on a second. You've got a globe in outer space. That would be an uncontained vacuum adjacent to this pressurized system. You're talking about the air, right?
You're dodging.
No, you're invoking air. You can't have that uncontained from a vacuum, a near perfect vacuum.
I'm just going to keep saying you're dodging me.
No, you're not. No, you're not going to keep doing that because I'll just shut your mic off. Yeah, so what you're doing is pretty nonsensical. You're appealing to air. Supposedly, this air, it's a pressurized system within a near perfect vacuum. That can't be, unless that's not your claim. Can you clarify?
Right. The ocean is a different temperature to whatever you want to call the air. It's a different temperature. It's not a vacuum because we'd all die, right? So it is something, and it's a different temperature, right?
So it must not be adjacent to a near perfect vacuum, i.e. outer space, right?
But we agree it is a different temperature to the ocean.
Okay, but there's air. Yeah, but there's air.
Okay, so that causes atmospheric refraction Because, which is the word for it.
What's the containment? What's the containment for the air on your globe? I'm still not getting this.
Right, but you do realize this doesn't matter to my point.
It does. You can't have the globe uncontained from a near perfect vacuum and the air and have all of that.
But I've conceded your point and said I don't care. Whatever we call the air around you, it's a different temperature.
He doesn't care about reality as long as he can.
Oh my god!
But as soon as you said air, you defeated the globe, which is supposed to be in outer space.
No, because I've changed my definition now, because I can just change it for you and just be like, the stuff we feel around us. The stuff we feel around us is different temperature to the water in the ocean.
Why is that stuff there? That's air, right?
Go take a dive in the sea.
That's air,
and you'll know.
Well, why is there water? Shouldn't that also disperse into the vacuum? Water boils in the vacuum.
This is so disingenuous, dude. Like,
well, I mean, you've got a problem here unless you're not saying it's a ball in outer space. I guess you could go ahead and do that. But I just don't get where you're getting the air and the water and any of these mediums from in the first place.
Well, we know where we're getting the water from. It's in the ocean. So the ocean is definitely there, right? The ocean is a different temperature to what you experience out of the ocean. So you can hold a thermometer open, just open up. And it's a different temperature.
That's all proving my point.
The water.
So what's the container? What's the container for the air on the globe?
It doesn't matter to my point. It doesn't matter. You guys shift the goalposts like so much.
So the globe's not in outer space.
Crazy. This has nothing to do with what I'm saying, though. Tell me why this has something to do with what I'm saying.
It doesn't really make much sense to be invoking a medium you wouldn't have in the paradigm that you think you have it in.
Right.
Yeah.
So your argument is a great argument, right? Great, awesome. Has nothing to do with what I'm saying. I'm saying the temperature of the water is different to the temperature out of the water.
You can't have temperature of something that you can't have to begin with. If you can't have it to begin with, you can't have the air to begin with within a near perfect vacuum. Or the water, because that would boil too.
If you hold a thermometer just in front of you, it reads a temperature, right?
Yeah, what?
Now put of whatever is there, right?
Air? So air.
Okay. Right, well we call it
air. So why do you have the air? What's the containment for that?
Dude. It doesn't matter. The thermometer is measuring the temperature of the thing that is above the water. I call it air, you can call it whatever you want, right?
Why is that there? Must be contained, right?
Well, even if it's contained, doesn't matter. That's my point. Okay, let's contain it. It's contained. It's a different temperature to the water.
Okay,
right?
So he brought his own ball. All right, this guy's just arguing his own fantasy at this point. That's okay, I'll rest.
Right, so I've given you the point it's contained, and it is a different temperature than the water.
Yeah, so you're the one guy going around claiming that it's a ball with a physical enclosure around it containing the gas. Yeah, so you're just making stuff up on the internet. Well, we don't really need to talk to
I've just done exactly what you did to me earlier and conceded your point. Just like how you conceded my point about the sphere, the moon is a sphere.
No, that was me. You've got the wrong person.
Yeah, you don't even know who you're talking to, bro.
Well, yeah, but my point is I'm practicing something that you guys have collectively practiced against me, and I didn't complain.
I don't know what you're talking about. All I'm wondering is where you even got the air in the first place within a near perfect vacuum environment. Doesn't make much sense.
This doesn't, like, I'm listening to this and it's paining me because I get what's trying to happen here. Like, he's trying to make one point, what they seem to be talking about before, and then you're trying to tell him that, well, Earth, like, the gases in Earth's sphere need a container. Like, okay, sure, that's a separate point. Maybe he can address that afterwards.
Well, he's sort of asking for a free pass.
Right, but for now, while he's making his point, assuming that this is true, let him make his point, and then afterwards he can defend the axioms upon which he's basing this.
No, I'm just going to rip those axioms out from him. Just going to pull the rug on him. He's not going to just proceed on a false premise. I'm not letting him.
He was promised to be able to explain what he wanted to explain.
Yeah, he's going to have to justify that he can even have the medium for any refraction to occur within to begin with. If he doesn't
let him justify that after he's explained, because it is. I agree with you. It is contingent on that.
I don't want to.
He doesn't want to because he doesn't want to lose the conversation. So he's choosing.
Why would I choose to lose? I can easily. Yeah, exactly. I can win, so I'll just do that. Why would I choose to lose?
Right. This is my point.
Every time you're asked,
You're lagging. To be a ball. You're lagging. You're gonna have to repeat that. I did not hear it.
I said every time we ask you to give evidence of Earth being a ball, all you do is give excuses as to why you don't see it as a ball.
Yeah, so
no.
To be fair, I think.
But his excuse can't occur on the ball. You can't have refraction on the ball because the ball's in outer space and you wouldn't have in the air because it would just fill that void, and therefore no refraction is possible on the globe. So you got to come up with something else.
Right. So you've just thrown a different argument at me just to win the argument, which is disingenuous. And I feel like, in general, I feel like arguing anything.
I think that characterizing what I did that way is disingenuous.
All walls of your entire argument, Alex.
I just took your presupposition out, which you needed to make that claim of refraction.
I'll explain why it's disingenuous. So it's ironic because you're using a containment theory of gases, right, as your argument, and the point of my point is I'm containing my own theory within its own self in its own system. This is what limiting systems means. If you understand how systems work, you have limiting systems and you have systems which have multiple inputs, right? I'm choosing to contain my theory within the confines.
Yes, but the problem is, Alex, when you apply this to reality, it doesn't work because you can't just have one thing and isolate everything else and then move to the next thing and isolate everything else because they're all combined.
I can.
So if you want your terrestrial refraction, you need air.
Right.
In order for you to have air, guess what? You must have containment, because if it's not contained, it'll fuck off and we all drop dead.
Yeah, and the globe doesn't have that. And the globe doesn't have that. Therefore, it can't have refraction. It necessarily follows that it can't have refraction. I'm sorry.
So the reason why I'm answering that is because I got set a premise against me about these oil rigs. So I'm replying to that specific example, which is your guys' example, not mine, right? Yeah, to combat it.
So then you
now you're shifting the goalposts.
You appealed to something that already shattered the geometry of your globe, right? You appealed to refraction, something that can't even happen on the globe anyway. So that was another self-defeating premise.
Well, it can. Yeah, and it does.
Well, where do you get the air from on the globe?
It's like you get... Okay, I think like anti-globists...
Your globe in the first place, remember, Alex. Stop begging the question.
I feel like but you guys won't give an inch.
Looks like you got no globe to refract because you couldn't show any measurement for that, and you got no refraction because you wouldn't have any air on the globe for any light to refract through either. So
what do you think we're breathing in then? What do you?
Yeah, no shit. Yeah,
no
exactly.
Air?
There you go.
Right. So there's air.
You got it.
So we've established there's air.
Yeah, you can't have air.
That air is a different
air on the globe.
The air is a different temperature.
That defeats your premise of refraction right there.
Okay, but your premise of refraction is being used to defend other arguments against flat Earth.
That was yours. Sorry.
Well, okay,
I don't have a premise of refraction. You're the one who brought it up.
So anti-global... Okay, so I'll ask you directly. What about things going over the horizon? When we literally see a boat sailing on the ocean and it disappears over the horizon, what do you think it is?
Yeah, that distance is much less than those
don't ask me to make a claim.
He gave you that are 30.
What do you mean? No, tell me.
Don't ask me to make a claim. It was you who made the claim about that.
The boat disappears. Yeah, I've been sailing. The boat disappears behind the horizon, which means the Earth is
behind the horizon.
It means it's a little Earth, little bitty Earth.
If the Earth were curved, then it would be a geometric horizon of 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet, and it also can't be refracted to appear somewhere else because there's no air on the globe. Because then the air would disperse in outer space.
No, it wouldn't because it's density.
Explain.
Yeah.
How's that follow? Because it's density, the air will not disperse into the available volume. Explain.
Yeah, because gravity. So we have
because of gravity.
Particles. Yeah.
Do you have an experiment which shows gravity containing gas?
What do you mean? Do you mean like just dense? Like you get particles? You do. You get more dense particles, and you place them above less dense particles, and the gas, more dense particles, will float to the bottom.
Would that be in a container by any chance? Would that be in a container by any chance?
Well, you have to contain the gas, but
we're not looking for a bomb.
Okay. So gravity's not the container. The container is okay.
Okay, but you can observe it.
That was my point.
You can observe that without
in the wrong category.
Well.
You're in the wrong category, young man.
Where, Alex?
Okay. So for example, we see it in weather patterns, right? Where hot air and cold air.
Are you saying that the air, the atmo, is uncontained?
The hot air and cold air, right, will move because the hot air, right, is let me remember. Cold air goes
not separate volumes.
Hot goes to cold. That's entropy. That's what you're reaching for, and that's one system.
No, I know.
That's dynamics happening. That's dynamics happening within an already pressurized system.
Heat expands, right?
They're not separate volumes.
So the particles, right? The hot air goes up and the cold air goes down. That's why we get weather patterns. So
that's our point.
So you're saying that entire system is uncontained.
Right, but I'm saying that you said you asked me before that it was in a container, and I said yes, and then you said okay to prove it's not a container, and I said just the globe.
Are you saying that the so-called atmosphere outside is uncontained?
I'm saying that we can observe the gases and how dense they are, and the denser the gas shifts down.
A higher pressure area moving to a lower pressure area in an already pressurized system. Are you saying that entire system is uncontained?
Right, but it's contained by the density. Right? It's contained by the. It's just an English.
So density is a container now.
But the right thing you guys keep picking up.
So density is a container now.
It's just an English.
So density is a container for air now.
Right. Yeah. So
not gravity, because gravity is not density, right?
Well, that's why helium. So not gravity.
If gravity is not density, right? So now density is your gas container.
Helium, right?
Hello. Are you going to answer any clarifying questions?
What's your question?
Your container, yeah, I know, I've said it 5 times and you don't even know. So, is density the container for gas?
You'd be better, come on.
Okay, yeah, because you don't listen to anything anybody says, you talk through it, you don't know what the fuck it is you're supposed to be responding to, so you do better. Okay, you're doing it again. Okay, I'll ask for a 7th time. Is density, not gravity, your container for gas now?
The density of the particles.
It's just a yes or a no, man.
Okay, I need to make sure. So I apologize. Just one more time. Yeah. One more time. And then I'll...
What do you mean one more time? Okay, is density, not gravity, like you said before, your container for gas now?
Good question. Well...
You just said it. Yes or no?
We can see... No, they're both. It's both.
It's both.
Yeah.
Really? So, okay, we'll start with density then. Do you have an experiment which shows that density is a container for gas?
Yeah, so we know density because we can do that in a controlled environment.
Okay, what's the name of the experiment?
I don't know, but I did it in chemistry.
What's the hypothesis for the experiment?
Of the density experiment?
Yeah, density I'm going to use density now to contain some gas. I'm not going to use a pressure, a canister or a container or anything like that. I'm just going to use density as a mechanism for containing some gas. What's the hypothesis?
You need a controlled environment, right? So you do need
some more bullshit incoming. Got it.
No, do you know how that works?
No, you didn't give me a hypothesis, so I know that you're tap dancing already.
No, I'm explaining a scientific
It would have just been a simple if-then statement. It would have been really easy to.
Sorry, I'm not. I don't lay things out that way. I apologize.
Yeah, I know you don't have a hypothesis. I got that.
Have you seen a balloon before?
You have a controlled environment, right? And you make sure all of the same. The hypothesis. Okay, let me try to word the hypothesis. Then it would be.
And here you told us earlier that the globe was a result of Occam's razor.
So the more dense, right? You give all the controlled environments, it would be the more dense gas would shift to the bottom in a controlled environment. That's what the experiment would be. That's what the hypothesis would be. In a controlled environment, all other controls are the same, but the density is different.
So if I vary density...
In containment, we can only manipulate the independent variable being the density of the containment in the... What the fuck is wrong?
So you're talking about a density tower.
Within a container, right?
Well, yeah, but the container is the controlled variable in this sense.
So the density... so the density didn't actually do anything to contain the gas. The container did that.
I'd just like to ask him, is he using gas or liquid in this demonstration?
Well, in this demonstration, we're talking about gases because that's why.
Yeah, because you invoke them with your refraction, right? You're going to need the gas in the first place, and supposedly you got a globe which is open to the vacuum of outer space where the gas should just fill that. Then you said, well, no, density will contain the gas. Never heard that one before. We should probably just ham wave that. You also said gravity.
If you give a controlled environment, why would the pressured control, why is the density not a factor? I don't understand why you can't think that you don't think the density is a factor.
Yeah, tell me how I'm going to use the density of gas to contain it.
Okay, and that's not the question. I'm saying you give a controlled environment.
That is the claim you made.
The only variable you change is the density, and it will shift to a different position. Why?
You're not doing this in a container, right?
Shift to a different position. Are you moving the goalposts, or does shift to a different position mean containment?
Well, it goes to the bottom.
He's saying controlled environment to keep from flames.
Bottom of what?
Propane is denser than air, so just by its very density, I don't need a container for it, right? I can just carry it around because it's just by virtue of its density, right?
Okay, the reason why I'm saying this whole container thing is if I let it out of the container, then it's just in another container called a room, and if I let it out of the room, then it's just in another large container called the globe. Right?
He's proving that point. This is classic.
No, that's not proving your point. That's not proving your point.
That is my
right?
point. That's been my point all along.
No.
And the globe doesn't have one of those.
The whole point is the globe, right, is its own container by the rules that I've set, which is density, right, and gravity.
Now, density is a container again.
Density and gravity.
So we were with you when you said the chamber, and then you said the room, or whatever you said, the container, then you said the room, then you said outside. But then you said for some reason you shifted to when it's outside, now the container all of a sudden isn't an enclosed space, but it's density.
It's density and gravity. That's affecting the gases.
Density and gravity.
Yeah, but you can't disprove that.
Both of them contain gases.
You can't disprove what I'm saying.
What is gravity? Well, can you prove it? That's the point. What is gravity?
Well, I can prove it more than you can. Like,
what is gravity?
What do you mean, what is gravity?
What is it?
Oh, dude, like, to be realistic, that's just a scientific definition I need to Google and then just regurgitate to you. That's not helping you.
You don't even know what it is. You don't even know what it is, yet you somehow know what it does to gas.
That's such a disingenuous thing. Like, what we know that gravity, right, is like it's affected on tonnage, right?
You don't even know what it is. You don't even know what it is. So how do you know what it does?
There's no gravity.
I can describe to you what gravity does.
This is getting good, Alex.
Because we're all experiencing. Like,
what does it
studied it, guys. This is like
it's gravity doing it.
This is like 15.
It's gravity doing it if you don't know what gravity is.
This is 15, 14-year-old chemistry.
So what's the most dense part of a helium balloon? The center, right? Gravity.
Okay, so the force that attracts the definition is the force that attracts
the most dense part of a water ball.
So you're going to be debunking Einstein now, right? Because Einstein didn't say it was a force; he didn't define it that way.
This is in the Oxford Dictionary.
Okay, so the Oxford Dictionary is going against Einstein. So I guess whatever you're going to do here is going to disprove Einstein.
I very highly doubt the Oxford definition disproves Einstein. I think it's just worded differently.
I mean, if you can validate this claim that gravity is actually a force, then I guess you'll be necessarily disproving Einstein because he's again that claim.
We'd be getting a lot of money.
We know that gravity exists, right? We know it exists.
You don't.
Well, you haven't even defined it properly yet. I mean, Einstein, what you just said, Einstein would go against. So now I got to know which one of you is
the only difference between you and me is you think gravity works differently to how I think it works. That's really what
I haven't even made a claim about it, so I don't know why you're mind reading me about it.
Well, I can mind read you pretty easily, considering if the Earth is flat, then obviously gravity would have to work differently. But we know that if you jump in the air, you fall back down.
So we're throwing away black holes. We're throwing away the expanding Big Bang universe.
Why is he still here?
Throwing away the spinning galaxies. We're throwing away dark matter. We're throwing away the solar system because you've gone against Einstein by claiming a force now is containing gas.
That is such a fragile. That's such a fragile argument.
Well, do you know what Einstein says gravity is?
Well, would you like to enlighten me? Because I feel like you're begging.
So a pseudo-force, not a force, so not an actual pull by the curvature of a medium called space-time. And that's not what the Oxford Dictionary is saying, so y'all Globers got to get your shit together.
Okay. Well, obvious. Oh, God. Do I need to
explain? Well, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify. You could proceed with going against Einstein. I'm just saying, you're going to have an uphill battle.
That he had to Google search his explanation for his example.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so you're throwing away the...
Interrupt everyone speaking. It's so rude, sir.
You're throwing away the last 100 years. Okay, Alex, fine. You know what? Fine. Let's let him do it. He's somehow going to go against the last 100 years of general relativity. You're going to prove that a force is containing gas in the vacuum of outer space.
Okay, I would like to make 2 points, right? I'm just going to step back a little bit, right? Number one, you keep accusing me of interrupting when you guys interrupt me way more than I interrupt you. Number two, right?
This sounds like a tap out because you're not addressing anything.
No, it's important. Number two, as a person, when the way you act in all things is representative of your
Now you're talking about me. All right, GG. Thanks.
Your feelings are hurt. I mean, it sounds like you're doing a lot of whining about your feelings and how they're hurt.
And then you're proving my point by replying, I'm not hurt.
Sounds like you're whining a lot.
No. I haven't whined during the whole conversation. I have not
well,
whined a single time.
You're deflecting at the very least.
And I criticize you as a person, which you've done the whole time.
You're absolutely whining now.
Wait a second. No, I'm trying to have a real conversation. This is not me trolling.
You're trying to divert from the real conversation, Alex. Everybody sees it.
No. Everyone sees you're diverting and dodging me.
I'm diverting.
You guys have 100%. You admitted you diverted.
No, I'm trying to keep it on point. You said that gravity's a container. I asked you what the hell it is. Then you went against Einstein, which is the current pseudoscience lore. So I thought that was kind of strange. But then I went, okay, fine, go against Einstein, proceed with your proof, and then you started talking about me.
We were all there when I tried to make a claim, and you shifted the goalpost and said you have to prove this before you prove this, which was completely irrelevant to my point.
Because it's a necessary antecedent, dude. It's a necessary antecedent. You know what they are?
Not a closed environment, not in closed environment situation, right? Like when you take a hypothesis and you just assume like the closed environment, which is what I was doing because I was given a thesis against me, so I need to disprove that thesis. I don't need to prove your thesis; it's a different thesis. It's completely, it's literally
thesis, man. What the fuck?
What do you mean?
It's as simple as this, right? The necessary antecedent for your refraction is gas pressure, and the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container.
Cool. I just, it's ridiculous. Like every time I bring a point up, you just change the topic on something else.
Alex, stop. Same topic. Why did you not answer or reply to what T-Dub... Ranger, hold on. Alex, why did you not answer or reply to what T-Dub just said?
What did he just say?
Exactly. There's our fucking point.
Well, I gave up. I gave up a little bit, and I just wanted to divert and step back and just point out.
He was the only one speaking, Alex.
Yeah.
And you still didn't want to address it. It's just all about your feelings. So how about we get back to the point, Alex?
Hell, he didn't even hear it.
Proof of curvature? Yes or no?
He lied. Repeat. It's my headphones. Sorry, I moved.
Yeah, he has a fucking problem listening. It's hard for him to absorb.
Again, insulting my character. Insulting my character
and
again.
Be able to respond without interruption is very difficult for him.
Insult my character more, please, by all means.
Well, you do complain about us cutting you off, and the reason I'm doing that is because most of your responses actually don't address anything I'm saying. So I'm just like, why listen to this?
You're missing the point about the thesis, okay? The thesis is why does your ideas violate natural law, but you still think you're inside the scope of science?
Okay, well, look. What do you want me to talk about? And we'll talk about it.
It sounds like he didn't hear a word you said, Crit.
No.
The most necessary and fundamental aspect for any of your claims, which would be a curving surface of Earth.
Okay. But like that's like the whole topic, right? Like if you take any topic like mental arithmetic and you go prove me mental arithmetic, you have to go in the details of mental arithmetic. You can't just be like boom, curvature of the Earth, which I'm trying to go on the details, and then you're
just assume everyone here has exactly the same education level as you.
Yeah.
And start and go and.
Crit, that's what we've been doing. That's what we've been doing this whole time. I've been going into.
You're fine then. Just keep doing what you're doing.
No, because what? Okay, do you want to go back to the gas thing? I need specificities because otherwise I'm just going to say the same thing I've been saying like the whole time. I don't want to do that. We need to go back to like whatever you want to talk about because the goalposts keep getting moved on me, right? So you're going to set the goalposts and then we're going to talk about what you want to talk about. You do set the goalposts.
No. He told you already, T-Dub did, that the necessary antecedent for refraction is going to be the gas pressure, and the antecedent for that's going to be a container. So you've got all these things, these prerequisites that need to be demonstrated first.
Okay, so the density and the gravity, right? So let's address the gravity thing first, right? Gravity has not been proven as a factual thing, right?
Well, thanks for that.
Yeah, 100%. It's a theory, right? Like even for example, you take black hole theory. It's based on very very shallow, weak assumptions actually, which is why I'm not an atheist, right? Because it constantly gets changed. It got updated 5 years ago. I'm agnostic because of that reason. Because we keep disproving what we find out, right? But the point is
we've been screaming to God an awful lot.
Oh yeah, well that's because I'm not religious. If I was devout Christian, I probably wouldn't scream to God. So gravity is. We can go ahead.
No. First of all, we're going to be discussing the effects of something. An effect we observe in nature, matter, right? So we're looking at how matter behaves, all right, in certain different conditions. Understand that liquids and solids within an environment that would be a surrounding medium, which it is more dense than, the propensity to move downwards. When it's in an environment which it's less dense than, it has a propensity to move upwards. But that's a lot liquids and solids. Gases, on the other hand, don't display any of that. They have no bias up or down. They move randomly and freely in all directions to fill available volume. And that is a well understood foundational principle of the behavior of gas. And it's within all, it's in kinetic theory. Okay.
Yeah. So what we can do is we can take different sized, right, containers, right, different sized containers, and we can change the density of the gas within those containers to the same amount, with the same amount of gas in them. And we can observe that the gas, right, which has a more dense amount, because we can change the temperature, this is the way we do it, we have to do it with temperature, will actually shift to the bottom faster, right? Even though the amount of gas and the shape of the containers are different, we can compare these and go, okay, well, you know, the density clearly making a factor, not just the pressure.
So you're going to need a container for this, right?
Oh, you don't understand what I mean. But I feel like this is definitely
You don't understand what he means.
This is the moment.
Yes or no? Answer the question. It was a yes or no question.
Yes, you need a container, but you're changing the shape of the container based on the different gases, so you can prove that density is the factor, not the pressure of the container.
What? Not the container?
Yeah.
But you've got to put it in the container to do this.
Yeah, but you change the shape of the container, and then you have multiple containers, and then you take.
But you've just proven our point. It needs to be contained.
Okay.
Excellent. We're now learning. So after all this, you were shown an image, probably also known as a black swan image, and you've called refraction as the reason why we see too far.
Yeah.
Well, how about we nail this straight away? Do you know what an infrared camera is?
Okay, I have a point to make.
Yeah, no, it's a yes or no. It was a closed-ended question.
Why didn't he answer your question? You're very direct.
I don't know. I know what infrared camera is.
You know what infrared cameras are? Awesome. Most of us do. It's great. Right.
You sound defeated, Alex.
Yeah,
when you use infrared, Alex, it reduces refraction. So the only problem we've got with this is when we go out with infrared cameras, and if you jump onto YouTube, check out Jay Tolan Media, and you can look at this in your own time.
Yep.
Infrared technology reduces refraction, yeah? So we are seeing further again with infrared. So, yeah, you claiming refraction makes us see too far, we're just going to drop kick that straight across the floor. All right,
okay,
so that was pretty quick.
Okay.
Awesome. So no more refraction. So you know you can't use that for the we to see too far discussions. So
well, I just disagree
have you got
with
any other reasoning to believe you live on a ball tard?
Well, I'm not gonna. I'm just. Firstly, I don't concede my point, but I'm not gonna argue anymore with the fraction thing because I've given up. But yeah, okay, cool. Let's agree.
Well, you brought it up. Yeah, because as long as you guys keep arguing reality, I'm going to ignore it and believe my fairy tale land because everybody else believe it. I don't want to be called a dumb flat earther like everybody else who's a dumb flat earther because flat earthers are dumb. What's wrong with this clown shoes? Tell him to get the fuck out of here. Why he's still here?
Yeah, I'm done talking.
Yeah, why the hell did you bring up refraction in the first place?
Because I believe in it.
Well, Alex, you can believe in it.
We don't disagree.
Alex, if you're talking about terrestrial refraction, then in the first instance you acquire the curve or the ball for the light to take the curved path around, and we know that light doesn't take that curved path. So in the first instance, we're back to square one.
No.
Can you show curvature drop over distance? Otherwise, you don't have terrestrial refraction.
No, dude. Like we know refraction exists, right, as a basis.
Why did we not answer your very direct question?
No, guys. Look. Listen.
Because we also know refraction exists. He wasn't listening the first 4 times we said it, so he has to keep repeating that he knows refraction exists.
Well, it's difficult because you let me have 4 seconds.
He asked you how you. He asked you how you know the curve exists, and then you started asking how you know refraction exists. So you started answering the wrong question. Okay,
I never asked anything.
This is why we cut you off.
It was a statement, and it was leading on to other things, right?
Well, you started talking about how you know refraction exists. His question was how you know the curve exists.
Yeah.
So right away you started answering some other question besides what was asked.
Right. But obviously the premise of the thing is I'm using refraction in this example.
What's refraction?
It's the bending
I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
It's the bending of light through different.
That's a really ambiguous description.
Hang on, he had it there. He said the bending of light through
is ambiguous.
Mediums.
There's loads of different types of refractions.
Alex.
Yeah, what's up?
You just answered the question, and you stated that it was the bending of the path of light through 2 different mediums. So, where are the 2 different mediums in the atmosphere?
Could be more than 2 different mediums. Could be as many as you want.
Correct, it can, but it needs to be different atmospheres, different mediums with a boundary between the 2 for the light to pass at that boundary. So we don't have that in terrestrial refraction. What you're claiming is terrestrial refraction. Now, for terrestrial refraction, the first requirement you need is the ball with a radius for the light to follow the path.
What do you believe in air particles? Do you believe in air particles?
No. I'm not going to go into what I believe. I'm telling you, the first requirement of terrestrial refraction that you're claiming is the ball. Do you have that ball in the first instance? Where is the measured drop-over distance to show this?
You're telling me my premise. My premise is that the ocean evaporates, particles in the air make it more dense, meaning that light refracts through it at a greater rate. Especially on water. Water happens very specifically a lot over bodies of water because of evaporation. And the temperature of the water is always higher or lower because of the warming of the oceans and how water retains more heat. Right? So I would love to see that oil rig thing done over multiple days because I'm completely confident that you will get different readings every single day. So if you go do that and come back with the exact same
things. Yeah, we've got examples of that.
Every single day, the exact same measurements, scientifically proven.
There's been not every day, multiple days, different observations made from the same location.
What if they're extremely similar but not exact? Is that close enough?
No. That's the whole point. Like, extremely similar doesn't cut that point.
The horizon moves. Yeah, the horizon moves around. It's not geometric.
The refraction of light, guys. The refraction of light.
Lex's claim here is that the refraction is pushing the horizon back 10 times further than where we should be seeing it. What type of refraction is that, Alex?
Well, you obviously see that the horizon is a very long way away, right? So a small amount of refraction builds up over time, and it moves it by quite a lot.
Yeah, and why your refraction is not curving the horizon at left and right? Are you a cylindrical earther? You are just a failure. You are a failed glober. You are a cylindrical earther. Okay? Your refraction, I can show you in the Black Swan, your refraction is not there. You know? Yeah. I'm going to show it to you. Okay? Let's see this.
Yeah, precisely, Miguel. He says the horizon curves. At what point does the horizon curve on your globe?
Let's see that. Okay, just a second. Let me find it. Okay, this is the Black Swan. I'm gonna post it. You see that red heart? At the bottom of that red heart are those 2 oil rigs. Now explain to me why the horizon spreads at left and right, and you can see more farther away 2 oil rigs there at left and 3 at the right. You see the problem? Your refraction is not curving the horizon.
I'll be genuine.
Do you want to go up? Do you want to go up? And do you want to go up? And you want to show me why your refraction is not there, curving the horizon?
I don't understand your accent. I can't understand what you're saying.
Sorry, it's not a problem of accent. It's not a problem of accent. Your refraction is not there to curving the horizon. So thank you. You are failed Glover. You are cylindrical.
He already has a listening problem, Miguel. He won't understand because he already has a problem.
Sorry, I can't understand the loss of what you're saying.
People incessantly. He can't help it. Can't help himself, so he won't understand you.
I interrupt you specifically because you don't actually. In recent times you've talked, you haven't actually given me anything. All you've done is
look at this. Let's go up.
Talk over you,
let's go up.
Why would I let you talk?
Let's go up. See your curve. Is there? Let's see your curve. Is that your curve? Where is your refraction now? Where is your refraction now?
What am I looking at? Which one? You posted a lot of things. Which one?
Last one. Are you blind? Are you
only 1,000 feet?
How high do I have to be to see the curve?
Yeah. Okay. Are you blind now?
Yeah.
Where is your refraction? Where is your refraction? Why is the horizon still horizontal?
Okay. Well, clearly higher than that. And number two, I don't even know the legitimate that photo. You just posted a random photo.
Are you watching the horizon?
Dude,
now tell me what. Don't over talking. Now tell me why the horizon is still horizontal. Explain to me.
Okay, there's two problems. Number one.
No, that's your problem. Okay. You believe in refraction, but you are not showing curvature.
Are you going to let me
see
talk,
the problem,
or are you just going to talk over me like everyone else is doing? Like,
Explain.
Miguel, you have to remember, this is a guy who thinks he sees the moon spinning.
Again, another interruption to tell me that I'm an idiot. Appreciate that. That's great.
No,
explain this, please.
Your own words.
Okay, so we're going to use your guy's logic, which you've been using against me, to debunk whatever this guy's just sent. He sent an image with no
a photo.
Okay, that lasted 7 seconds before you interrupted me. That was good, right?
That's your logic.
No, we're going to use your logic. Your logic was that I provided. We talked about the different planets, and you said, "Oh, they're fabricated." Right? That was your argument.
No, that's your logic.
Did I talk about planets? Did I talk about planets, or you are just running away?
Okay. Again, your logic.
Stay focused.
3 seconds.
Give him 15 seconds to say something.
Generous, right? Okay. So the whole planet thing, which I was trying to say, you rightfully argued that some of it could be fabricated. I was like, yeah, valid. Okay, cool. This guy has posted an image with no source, with no context.
This is from a video, by the way. This is from a video. You are making assumptions. You are making lies. You are making lies from something that you don't know.
No lie. You just posted a photo.
Alex.
No, guys, calm down.
How about, instead of being a douche and trying to call him out on it, why don't you ask him to source his information?
Well, I'm getting to it, obviously.
No, you're not. You've been an arrogant fuckwit. Why don't you just ask for the source? It's not hard. Hey, bro, can you cite the source for me? That's it.
Well, I'm pointing. Are you serious?
No, you're not. You're being an arrogant prick.
About it.
You think I'm being an arrogant prick? That's disappointing. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm obviously getting to the source thing, so I would like
to being recorded.
Why don't you just ask him for the source instead of complaining about your feelings?
I didn't even know there was a source, Matt. I didn't even know there was a source.
Well, you're pretty quick to fucking shoot it down.
Well, it's a photo with words on it, so I'm going to criticize it because it's been given to me. Why are you having a go at me?
Instead of that, why don't you just ask for the source?
That's clown.
Okay, I mean, like...
Yeah, that sounds like what a bigot.
We don't even need the photo, yeah? We don't even need the photo. I'm going to attempt one more time.
Yeah, the photo is stupid. Thank you.
Snell's law of refraction states we need two isotropic media. Now, what you described with heat near the surface and the atmospheric effects occurring in the air is what's called atmospheric refraction. Now, atmospheric refraction or terrestrial refraction does have nothing to do with Snell's law because we don't have the boundaries, correct? We have the different density. We have the different density gradients in the atmosphere. So what you're claiming there is atmospheric refraction or terrestrial refraction, not refraction itself, which is Snell's law. And again, for this atmospheric refraction to occur, we need some specific requirements. One would be the atmosphere, which is an oxymoron. We know that air doesn't take any inherent shape. It takes the shape of its container. Two, you require the radius of the Earth for the path of light to follow to allow us to see beyond the horizon, the geometric horizon. So, to claim refraction in this image, you're first going to have to show that we are, in fact, living on a globe with a radius of 3959 miles for this to occur. It's one of the requirements of atmospheric refraction.
Okay,
so
cool.
Can you show us the measurements that have been taken, who's done it, how they done it, to show a drop from horizontal over a distance? It's very simple. If you can do that, you've got terrestrial refraction.
Okay, so we're trying to figure out whether it's a container, right? Is that basically what we're trying to say? Like the gas is contained and it's not?
No, that's not what we said. That was nothing. Hang on. Alex,
sorry, I'm a little bit tired. It's 3 a.m. now. Okay.
That is not what I said. You need to stop talking. We're talking about the refraction claim in the Black Swan image. That is what's called atmospheric refraction because it doesn't meet Snell's law of isotropic media with a boundary. Now, for that type of refraction to occur, there's some specific requirements. The main one is a radius value of 3959 miles for the air and the light to take the path closest to the surface of the Earth to bend that light. So without that radius value, you don't have any atmospheric refraction. So, again, can you tell me who's measured this drop over distance from horizontal? What did they do? How did they do it to show the requirement of the radius value in terrestrial refraction?
Oh, God. Okay.
I can't save you. Quit calling on him. Just answer the question.
This is like, to be fair, like, this is just information. This is like a lot of information. I just don't have the answer for you.
This is the definition of refraction and atmospheric refraction that you have just claimed. And you require an atmosphere or sphere-shaped air. You require a radius value, and you require horizontal rays of light, which is called the horizontal ray paradox, because these are a mental construct. So first, if we're going to talk about refraction affecting the Black Swan, the first instance, we need the globe. We need the radius value. So you need to show who's actually measured the Earth to be curving from horizontal. Who was it? What did they do? How did they do it?
So why does the distance? Because refraction can work at any distance, in my opinion. But why are you saying it can't?
You can have your opinion all you want. You don't actually have refraction at the moment because you don't have the requirements of Snell's law. And so far, you haven't demonstrated the requirements of terrestrial refraction being curvature of the Earth.
Okay, but surely the density of the particles has a high relevance to the distance of which refraction happens.
What has the relevance to what you're claiming in terrestrial refraction is the radius value.
Because you're asking us to beg the question with you that the Earth is a sphere in order for the light to curve around it in the first instance. You need to justify that fundamental.
Oh, wait, this is moving the goalposts. I just realised this is moving the goalposts again. Oh my god, dude.
It's not moving the goalposts, it's the original fundamental aspect to your claim.
Okay.
It's asking you to support your claim of atmospheric refraction in the Black Swan image. Very simple.
So I'm proving the claim is, right, light travels through dense particles and refracts at any distance. Right,
which can happen irrelevant, right? Regardless of the shape of the ground. You need to show how it has a relationship to the shape of the ground.
Right? No. You're using
yes.
You're using the image to prove the Earth is flat. About the measurements of where the oil rigs are. I'm saying
wrong. It's a falsification of the radius value.
I'm saying that you can't trust the measurements you're doing because of refraction. So you're trying to get me to prove your theory when your theory is the thing I'm trying to disprove.
You don't have refraction because you haven't satisfied the conditions yet. All you've said is light bending in air. Yeah, this is not the definition of refraction or the requirements of refraction. And what you're claiming is that the light is taking a curved path. You're claiming the light is taking a curved path around the surface of this globe for us to be able to see that horizon.
No, that's not what I'm claiming. That's not what I'm claiming.
Hang on. Beyond where it should be, because this is a falsification of the horizon. Yeah?
That's not what I'm claiming. That's not what I'm claiming.
That's what you're insinuating. It's all day circular reasoning from you, bro.
That's not what I'm insinuating. It's not what I'm insinuating.
Refraction
I'm saying
in the atmosphere is going to create an angle, not a curve.
Okay, it's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that refraction is happening because there is dense particles on the surface of the water that the light is going through, right?
Right. What does that tell us about the shape of the Earth?
Now, hang on. So what I'm saying is, our eyes with light, because that's obviously done from anything with light, like whatever.
Dude, you're not answering the question.
Video camera, eyes, whatever the test is for this oil rig thing, right? The refraction of the light is going to distort.
You haven't proven refraction in the first instance, Alex. You're ignoring that. Secondly, you don't have the conditions of the day. You don't have the temperatures of the day. You know nothing about the image to be claiming what you're claiming. All you're doing is throwing it out there as a repeat. Oh, refraction.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ! Are you saying refraction doesn't work?
One of those dolls where you pull the string out of the back and it just goes refraction.
Well, you don't think refraction
doesn't work?
Like, you don't think it exists? Like, what are we saying?
We do think it exists.
Phenomena.
Right, okay, so if you
problem
think it
is,
exists...
you need a specific set of conditions for it to happen. This is not there. You have to...
In the way that you're describing, because...
Sorry, T-Dub. Wasn't aimed at you.
Sorry. Nobody disputes that refraction is a phenomenon, right? Light passes through changing mediums and is measured at... The change is measured in angles. It's dependent on the surface boundary, right? The boundary surface and the angle at which the light passes through it.
Right.
That will determine the angle at which the light changes direction.
Yeah.
Right. So that's not in dispute. But the way you're saying it works in the single isotropic media of air is being challenged by AJ, and you're not addressing his points.
Oh, I see. So he's saying that other requirements need to be proven, right? So the refraction is valid. Okay.
Right, the way you're saying it works.
Okay, but if we say it works the way...
you need the Earth to be a ball in the first place.
No. If the Earth's flat...
Yeah.
If the Earth is flat, you would still get refraction because there would still be particles. The light would still bend.
Fine. Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, that's the only way you can get it, is on a flat Earth. You can't get it on a globe, because I've already explained to you, you got no mechanism for containing gas on a globe, which you would need for it.
Oh my God, this one again? Seriously? Yeah. Are you crazy?
Yeah, okay. You can only get it on a flat Earth, so thanks.
No, you can get it on a spherical Earth.
Okay, how do you contain gas on a globe?
This is dodging. You dodged my question. You dodged the whole thing. You moved the goalpost again. This is like
you're just exposing the assumptions that are necessary for your conclusion to follow, and they're faulty.
No. Because again,
you can't be this dense out.
Why can't you just answer his question?
Well, this is a new question. This is not the question that AJ.
Well, just answer it. Well, just answer it.
I'm feeling sorry for him at the moment.
This is like ridiculous. Like you.
It's not a different topic. We're all in the same context.
You brought it up.
No, I didn't bring it up. You just brought it up.
Yeah, you brought up refraction in the first place.
Yeah, and now you're talking about something else again, which isn't refraction. Like I want to talk about refraction, which I've literally explained. You don't need the Earth to be flat.
Okay, so how do you know? Listen, how do you know it's refraction?
That's my point. Because your premise is the oil rig.
Give us the ball. Give us the 3959 mile radius ball. Substantiate that now.
Yeah, why wouldn't you want to talk about the physical geometry? Why do you want to talk about something
because you gave me the fucking premise.
Air and light.
Why don't you want to talk about the geometry?
You gave me the premise of the conversation.
Bending underwater
stuff. These oil rigs, right? And you said
they're not underwater.
This is
Is the boat or building falling off the edge of your view, yes or no?
You gave me the premise of these oil rigs. Stop giving me ultimatums. You gave me the premise of these oil rigs, and I said to you, the refraction of the light will give an inconclusive... It will give an inconclusive diagnosis.
We're looking for the refraction.
And your response was, well, now you've got to prove the Earth's round. And it's just like, that has nothing to do with my point.
Your response was that it wasn't a physical geometric obstruction. You want to talk about light phenomena. And we're like, yeah, fuck yeah. Now you're arguing for our point. The minute you concede that it isn't a physical geometric obstruction, that boats and buildings are falling off the edge of your view, the minute you're a flat earther. Now you're arguing for us. Talk about how many light phenomenons you need for it to make the boats and buildings fall off your geometric edge of view matter.
If you get a weak beam of light and you shine it across a body of water,
and not the physical like boats and buildings falling off like the edge of a mountain, like a cliff.
It refracts, right?
Like when they're past that hill.
Are we in agreement? If you shine a beam of light across,
you can use a mirror to look around the corner
of again. Does it refract or does it not refract? It refracts, right? It refracts.
Yeah, you can use a mirror to look around the corner of a door.
So it refracts. Okay, so my point is the oil rig experiment.
That's reflection.
What the fuck? You being in reflection now? Like, come on, dude. Be real. Like, be real.
We're being precise.
There's no reflection in what I'm talking about. You shine a light.
When you shine light through air and it enters the medium of water, it'll pass through a surface boundary and it will change direction.
No, if you shine it above the water, above the top of the water, where you get evaporation.
This is talking about the type of refraction that you're appealing to, which AJ detailed has specific criteria and requirements.
Okay. But we know it
exists.
No, but we already know.
No, this is the challenge. AJ's challenging you to demonstrate that is the case. That all the conditions are met. In order for it to be working the way you say it's working. And if you're appealing to terrestrial refraction, then it must be working that way and it must meet those conditions and criteria. He specified. Do you remember what those were?
Okay, so this is let's be transparent here. AJ is bringing up things, right, which are not in my area of expertise of knowledge to understand, right? So I'm using my knowledge of what I understand.
You shouldn't be arguing for it.
No, because it's not necessary for me to argue to prove what I'm proving.
Yes, it is.
No, if he's bringing up details of your argument that you don't have any knowledge of,
he's asking
then
me.
You should not be bringing up like, hey, I have this to prove something. Oh, how does that function? How does it prove anything? You don't know. No, you're dodging it. It's specifically you dodging.
If you got a pot of water and you boil water and steam comes up and you shine light through it.
No one's talking about boiling water, dude. You'd have to have a hypothesis first.
That is what's
before
happening.
boiling water to think that you're doing science when boiling water. You know that too, right?
That's what's happening.
Alex.
The ocean is a different temperature again to the air, whatever you want to call it. And evaporation occurs, right? And by the way, during the day, it is always warmer than the air, right? During the night, sorry. And then it evaporates.
That's not necessarily true.
No, yeah, you're right. If it's in like the poles, right?
Yeah, you can have cold fronts. All kinds.
Yeah. You're right.
All kinds of weather.
Right.
So weather.
So my point is, right?
Weather, yeah, we got weather.
We know refraction happens on a small scale because again, like if I boil water and you shine light through it, the steam distorts the light, right? It shines through the steam. So all I'm saying is that happens across a body of water which is larger than the pot of water, right? Now
you're saying there's steam on a stove, so you can't see the edges somehow. And then, like, here's like a large body of water that's flat. I'm just saying, flat for over 10 miles.
You can test.
Okay,
refraction.
Yeah, sure.
You can test refraction.
Yeah, hold on, Alex, hold on.
This guy is still talking about refraction that can exist on his ball. Weird.
Oh my God! That is definition.
Or are you just lost in this whole thing, Alex?
No, I think actually. Irrelevant.
Let's let this Robert clown off the leash for a little while, because this Alex guy has just been coping with this.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done talking to you guys. I'll listen. I'm done.
Well, you don't have to be done, but I mean, just, it's just the same old cope for like an hour.
No. You just don't understand how frames work, which has nothing to do with flat earthing. You need to just look up what framing is, like framing in conversation, because you'll realize that you guys are changing the frame of the conversation all the time.
I'm just pointing out your presuppositions, and they don't. Yeah.
No, you're changing the frame. Sorry, this is.
No, I'm just pointing out the necessary
No. You're changing the frame
that are inherent within the things that you're saying, and just showing how they're flawed and faulty, and
you're choosing other.
You can't follow from them.
Yeah, exactly. You're changing the frame of the conversation.
You've got assumptions inherent in the things that you claim. I'm just pointing those out. That's all. I know. Yeah. And then you just get really frustrated because it's like, your whole claim falls apart at that point. I get it. I get the frustration. Yes, it does. Now we got the denial. I know, dude. It's really getting boring. You've been doing this for hours.
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
It's sad, dude.
Coping and denying for hours, dude. And I just want to hear somebody else. I just want to hear a new voice cope and be in denial a little bit. That's all.
Done. Why are you talking to me?
We don't have to be done. You don't have to be outright done. I just want to add another coper into the mix. That's all.
Yeah. Okay.
I can. You can add me into the mix. I've got a question.
All right.
Can someone post up? I can't post pictures yet. But could someone post up the picture of the Black Swan image? I just have a question about it.
Yeah.
Good job, Alex.
Yeah, hey, Rick.
Good job doing what?
Nice dancing. Give Greg Hines a run for its money. Have you ever made your own long-distance observations, Rick?
Sorry, I'll start this question and then I'm happy to answer that.
No, I was just asking, have you ever taken the time to make your own long-distance observations?
Yeah, quite a lot.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Rick.
Appreciate it. In this picture,
anytime.
I was just looking at the picture before, and I'm looking at the cranes, and the cranes look all distorted.
That's cool.
Can you see past the end of your nose, Rick?
Oh my god, thank you, Rick. I love you. I fucking love you, dude.
And I'm just wondering, like, if
why is your nose wavy? Why is your nose wavy?
Yeah, Rick. If you're sitting in your car, it'll look wavy off the hood of your car.
Sure. So I'm just wondering if you think.
Okay, there you go. Mystery solved. Mystery solved, Rick.
Rick, where's the horizon in that image?
That's not my image. I don't really want to talk to it. I haven't looked at it.
Where is the horizon in that image?
Rick, can you see past your wavy nose?
Yeah, but
he doesn't want to talk about the thing that he brought up.
That was a pretty reasonable question, but if you guys don't want to talk about it, that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, we answered it.
Where's the horizon, Rick? In that image, is it in front of the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
What you can say is it's at least 10 miles. That would be an appropriate answer.
Your name's not Rick.
Sorry.
Hello.
Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth, whoever that was.
Those images have been falsified, brother. That's it.
Oh, they've been falsified, brother. How about you show me where that was falsified from?
Teach me how to zoom.
Oh, I will teach you. Learn spectrometry. Now, let's move on. So what we do.
The actual video is debunked now.
Yeah, learn spectrometry. Okay, learn.
Is it CGI?
Yeah, cool.
Learn spectrometry.
Like that. Oh well, someone else got him.
Telling people to learn stuff isn't really an argument.
I asked him to teach me, not tell me to learn it. What
Robert,
the fuck?
Robert, you let me down, dude. We just got you back in the channel, and you just went into a broken record.
So, as for Rick, those oil rigs are for demarcation only. Personally, I'd prefer if they were a set of traffic cones. Now, no one gives a shit about bendy cranes. Shit, they could be doing a hula dance for all I care. All we're interested in is where they are in relation to the horizon. The horizon is way the shit up the back, which is a little bit beyond the 1.22 miles that it should be. That's all. They are for demarcation only. So if you come in here and say, oh no, the bendy cranes, which we've never heard before, we're probably just going to point and laugh at you.
Yeah, because then they're refuting their they're refuting. Hold on.
Oh, I missed both of those, though, so how about Rick goes first?
I mean, you just said you've had that a lot before. Presumably you'd have a good answer for it, right?
Yeah, we don't care, because the bendy cranes have nothing to do with what we're talking about. So a bendy crane on top of an oil rig means absolutely nothing in relationship to Horizon to where oil rig is.
Well, it does.
Yeah, well, the fact that Rick won't answer where the horizon is, that shows why he's completely confused about the point of the entire observation.
Wait a minute, distorted because there's a medium of air?
Apparently.
I mean,
you can't have that on a globe. You can't have that on a globe. So that's another globe. You're dunking on your globe again.
I'm just pointing out distortion, man. You disagree the image is distorted?
Well, you can't have that on a globe.
Okay.
But it requires air, right? You can't have the air because it's in a near-perfect vacuum. So just disperse and fill that vacuum. So thanks.
You're welcome.
And Rick, the reason for the inclusion of the oil rigs is because what?
Sorry, the inclusion of the oil rigs?
Yeah, you are sorry, aren't you? I said the reason for the inclusion of the oil... Oh, no need to apologize. The reason for the inclusion of the oil rigs is what?
The inclusion of the oil rigs? The inclusion of the oil rigs in what?
In the observation. The reason is...
On my observation, I don't know. You'd have to ask whoever took it.
Distance demarcations. You were just told that 45 seconds ago.
If you took the oil rigs off that photo, does it change where the horizon is?
I took the oil rigs off the photo.
Yeah, you photoshopped them off. Where would the horizon be?
I suspect it to be in a similar location.
Okay, so that's the only reason for the oil rigs to be... He could have panned the camera over just a little bit to the left and left the oil rigs completely out of the photo. The only reason to include them is that they're mile markers. They help distance how far the horizon is away. Without the oil rigs, it could just be anyone's guess. There's no way to measure it. But since you know exactly how far they are, you can say, hey, is it before, in the middle, or after? And then you can say before would mean closer than, in the middle would be in between, and the further would be farther than. Check or hold?
Is there a question? Sorry, I wasn't really following. If there was a question in there.
Do you check? Do you understand or you don't?
No, I understand what you're saying, but I was just wanting to, I'm not here to make it. I'm not here to debate anything. I was just curious if we thought that distorted images were useful in determining curvature or flatness. And
well, the last guy told us that. Yeah, the last guy told us that refraction's everywhere. So yeah, distortion's inevitable.
Yeah, you think you can get a photo from the surface of the Earth at any distance and not get any distortion? A completely clear, crisp photo with zero effects from the atmosphere. Do you think that's what happens up in this motherfucker?
I don't recall saying that, but...
Okay, so why does it matter if there's some distortion on your mile markers?
Well, to me, an image that's distorted means that if one element of the image is distorted, other elements of the image could also be distorted.
Like what? What else would be distorted? Like the boat?
I don't know, but I don't like making assumptions.
That's funny. That's funny. If you think, listen, it's funny that you think any element of it could be distorted, but when you were asked to just give the simple answer of where the horizon was, you wouldn't answer. That's weird.
Is it? Okay. I mean, look, I don't know why I'm getting hounded here. Jeez.
Well, you asked, but now it's good. You understand the reason for the oil rigs. And like you said, you've made your own. You've backpacked yourself with your own long-distance observations, so good on you, Rick.
Thanks, man. my question wasn't why are the oil rigs there. My question is why do the oil rigs appear distorted?
You know what a 6th generation photograph is?
No.
It's gone through 6 generations of rendering through a digital. It went through the camera first, then somebody made that into a video. Then that video was uploaded to YouTube, another generation. Then someone captured an image of that photo. It's a 4th generation. Then they modified that image. That's a 5th generation. Then they uploaded it here to this Discord. That's a 6th generation photograph. Information's lost every generation. It distorts.
You could go right to the first source in the YouTube. Just look at it.
Even the YouTube one is at least a 3rd generation.
The 2nd?
Because the Ken was first, then he puts it through a program to cut it, and then you upload it to YouTube. YouTube puts its own compression on it.
So just go out to Santa Barbara and just check it out.
Kind of a long ways from me.
Then do
I was
it
going
local.
to say, his accent to me says that's going to be a bit of a bastard.
Do it local. Do it live. Local.
Since no one's talking, I'm just gonna say it's I just find it insane that you guys. I mean, I didn't see the wave of the air. No, like the wave of the air. Come on, like you could literally see the refraction. I didn't even look at the image properly.
Wait,
Alex,
we need air for that, right?
Oh god, guys, not again. Okay, no, sorry. I'm sorry I spoke. I apologize, dude. I apologize.
So desperate,
I take it all back, but I just the crane thing had me cracking up. But it's fine. It's fine. It's
okay, Alex.
We
what is
care
the
about
purpose? Let me ask you, Alex. What's the purpose of the crane's inclusion in the observation?
It proves that the image is distorted, so therefore you can't trust the
bro.
Yes, dude.
You know, if the rigs were in operation, they'd be putting off heat. Even if they weren't in operation, they'd be reflecting the sun and putting off heat. Yeah. So, what was the reason for the oil rigs' inclusion in the observation?
Can you prove any of the things you just said?
Dude.
No, you can't.
Alex?
You don't know why it's distorted.
Alex,
you're coping hard, bro.
Stupid red herrings.
That's not a red herring.
Yes, it is, because it's got no relevance to the story. The fact of the matter is, the oil rigs are there for demarcation only. So we can gauge distance.
Listen to him.
Nothing more.
Yeah,
anything beyond that is a red herring. We do not care. So you can have 6 bendy cranes. We still don't care because the horizon is behind the oil rigs. That's it.
No.
And Alex,
yes.
Alex, you can go make your own long distance observations like Rick did. You don't hear Rick complaining about anything of his own long distance observations. So you can go make your own.
That's because Rick obliterated you in like 4 seconds.
No, Rick flat smacked himself.
No, he did not. He did not.
He actually did.
That was a KO, and I'm so upset that I didn't see it.
Rick wasn't. Listen, Rick wasn't able to answer the simple question as to where the horizon was. Do you want to answer it?
Right, but the whole image is invalid.
Right?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, Rick didn't KO anything. He wouldn't answer a simple question, right?
I like the right thing.
Do you want to answer it?
You can't trust the image because it's distorted.
Yeah, he won't answer it.
Go make your own long distance observations, then, you goober.
So he mentioned the bendy cranes. So tell us exactly the effect on the cranes, how much that's affecting the distance to the horizon. Tell us that.
It delegitimizes the whole image.
That be the core?
What was your answer?
Wouldn't the observation that there is distortion, wouldn't having that distortion factor be the core element in determining how much, if any, distortion there is of the long distance observation? Without knowing that exactly.
Tell us right now then how much the distortion on those cranes,
how much that effect is affecting the distance to the horizon. Tell us right now.
Let's break it down.
Not my image. And like
on
you
the
said
image,
before,
which you told us to look up, Rick, you told us to look this image up. We've done it for you.
To post
on
it.
that, yep, cool. On that, you've now pointed out that there's a bendy crane. That's awesome. Is that the only part that's distorted? A band across the middle of it?
I have no idea.
No, looking at the image,
I do not trust the image as a result.
Everything is distorted.
So the whole image is distorted, or is it just the crane?
No, we can see other aspects that are distorted as well.
Those distortions, are they following a band across the center of the image, which, mind you, is above the horizon?
It delegitimizes everything because it's distorted. So therefore,
one little crane doesn't justify throwing out a whole fucking picture. Now, where is the distortion on the image, Alex? Since you want to pipe up now.
Well, I piped up because I've realised that I am definitively correct.
No, you realise how much of a dumbass you are, and you think you've got some kind of gotcha moment when you've got nothing. Because what you don't know is we've got a whole pile of these Black Swan images, not just these ones.
It would be funny if they were all distorted, though, like a little bit.
Yeah, it would be funny if they were too, but guess what? They're not.
Well,
yeah, but why is the air still? Why is there air still there?
So let's get back to the picture, Alex.
Yeah, and what's weird is why would that even be funny? Because you need refraction, not distortion.
I was hoping you'd find it funny too. I mean, it would be pretty funny. But like, I just find it funny how
it would be funny if you weren't so sad and pathetic, Alex.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Right. But anyway, like, I'm just saying that you guys showed me I'm laughing because you showed me the one photo with distortion. And apparently, you got a stack of these like. Ready to unload a leash upon us.
Alex,
you can. Alex, if you're going to have a big session about it, you can go make your own observations.
Alex, remember the conversation about the infrared cameras? Do you remember that?
No, he's got amnesia.
What? Sorry,
Do you remember yourself and myself talking about the infrared camera? You were listening intently.
Oh yeah, the infrared thing.
Excellent. Mm-hmm. So now do you understand, or what do you think I'm going to say to you when you go, refraction?
I mean, you've given me an image.
I mean what?
You're going to go, the image.
Oh shit, it doesn't mean fuck all.
Your image means fuck all. That is correct. Your image does mean fuck all.
Alex.
Your image doesn't mean anything.
Sounds like you're coping there, son.
I mean, you could just say whatever you want, but like the image is not.
I can say whatever I want.
You've been doing that for the last 2 hours.
Justifying it's another thing. So
it's
your claimant of refraction is making the horizon 10 times further than it should be. I think not. That's a pretty steep claim.
The funny thing is, right, is that you argued with me.
Sorry.
No, the funny thing is, your argument is refraction and not geometric globe curve that boats and buildings fall off the edge of.
If you were going to take an image like this and intend on using it for a determination of lack or amount
Rick, just to fill you in so you know, that is a one frame out of video footage.
Sure. If you were going to take that video and use it for like you said, the purpose is to determine that there is, a lack of curvature that is expected. Don't you think it would be prudent to also record at the same time over the same observation?
It sounds like you might want to answer that horizon question, Rick. Where is the horizon in relation to the rigs?
Is that what it sounded like? Because it sounded to me like I was asking.
No, you avoided it earlier. You said, I don't want to talk about that.
What's the argument?
I don't want to talk about that.
What's the argument for the Black Swan? It's written right there. Repost it.
I'm sorry, do these guys think that the horizon is Earth curve still?
No, we're proving that the image is not valid.
They think Keynes is water ball.
No, I'm asking you, do you think that the horizon is Earth curve?
All I was wanting to ask about is if, and I just asked the question, I'm happy to rephrase it, is if you were going to take a photograph where there is some distortion, it's irrefutable, would it not be prudent to determine whether that distortion was having an impact on the intent of the observation?
Well, common sense can tell you that, Rick.
Intent?
The image, you can see the band where the distortion is. It is not near the horizon. It is not near the bottom of the rigs. So we can nail that straight to the floor now.
So Donald C.
What's
just
the
posted an
intent
interesting
of an
photograph.
observation? What do you mean by intent
Posted
of the
another black
observation?
swan.
Yeah,
Donald,
C's
don't worry about Donald.
because that's another black swan.
Well, the interesting thing about that is that there's no distortion, and the second crane appears to be blocked by.
It's still a black swan. The horizon is still not at the distance it's meant to be geometrically.
But it's not the same distance. So all of a sudden,
it's blocked by a fucking 6-foot wave at 1 foot above the surface, you numpties.
Yeah, that's still beyond the geometric limitations of the 39-59 ball, guys.
That's a silly thing to say. Whoever said it.
Yeah, do you think the argument is that the globe hump is getting in the way of the background?
No, I think the argument
is that your argument? No, is that your argument? There's a physical geometric hump obstructing things, so that's not your argument.
That's not my argument. My argument is.
Well, what's your argument?
Well, I mean, I've said I was literally halfway through the sentence, but I'll start again. My argument is that these photographs appear unreliable, and we should not be using.
Wait, why are they unreliable? Hold on. No, I'm
because they can give two different answers to the same question.
I was asking you: is there a geometric hump obstructing the view?
I don't know. I didn't take the photograph.
You don't know.
However,
if these type of images are unreliable, then we should never expect you, right? I'll appeal to you, your statement that they're unreliable, when anybody ever says, just watch a boat go over the horizon.
Sure, yeah, it's unreliable. Photographs of the horizon.
Okay, so Rick, what's your best? Listen. So what's your best evidence that the Earth is a ball?
I don't recall saying I had any.
Well, now you've told the whole class you have none. I was just asking if you did.
No, you weren't. You were saying, what is my best evidence?
Yeah, and you said you don't recall you had any.
Oh, I said I don't recall saying I had any. I haven't made any claims.
That's why I asked.
I don't claim to have any evidence. No.
Because whatever
you just came and conceded the ball.
Yeah, is it whatever muddying the water, belly aching session you're doing now? What's that? What's to what end? Is this your best evidence of ball?
I saw a photograph and I thought it appeared unreliable. I was just pointing that out. Best? What do you mean the best I've got?
You saw a photograph. Where did you, for National Geographic? Where are you seeing photographs from? That I'm supposed to
still from
take it seriously. Was it with you and Mr. McDonald? The hamburger?
What's going on now? Rick, are you going to pretend that you don't believe that you're on a spinning ball hurtling through outer space? Is that what you're going to do now?
Sorry, what are you trying to ask me?
I didn't try. I did. I asked you if you were about to pretend that you're not within this water ball hurtling through outer space ideology.
Are you asking if I believe that the Earth is not?
If you're a globe-tard, you don't want to think of the possibilities of Mork-Mindy, then I don't want to know you.
Yeah.
My answer to your question is no.
It's fine. You basically you're saying we can't use the horizon to determine any surface geometry, right? We can't conclude anything about the surface geometry by looking at the horizon. That's what you're saying, right?
I'm not saying we can't. I just think we need to be really careful when there's distortion in the image.
When would there not be distortion? Because the distortion that you guys are appealing to has to do with the air. Is there a day on Earth where there's no air?
That I'm aware of.
Okay, so no images of the horizon are reliable because there's always air on Earth. Thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, I just asked you a clarifying question about that very statement, and you agreed. So welcome to Flat Earth.
No, I didn't agree.
Oh, so there is a day on Earth where there's no air, and therefore no distortion.
I didn't say no distortion. I said we need to be cautious when there is distortion.
Okay, Rick.
And when is there no distortion, by the way? Just a second. What day is there no distortion? What day is there no distortion? What day is there no distortion, Rick? Rick,
if there's
what day is there no distortion, Rick? I don't know why you're talking through me like this because I'm asking you a very specific question. What day is there no distortion?
A I don't have a day that there's no distortion. I never claimed.
Okay, so you agree that there is not going to be a day where we have no distortion?
I can't predict the future. I don't agree with that. No.
Okay, so what day was it that they measured to the horizon to get the dip angle, to get the geometric Earth curve? What day was that? Was there no air that day, Rick?
That was no. I wouldn't have a clue. Could have been a Tuesday.
You wouldn't have a clue. So you're not making any claims about the horizon or of its ability to determine whether or not the Earth is curved, right? So the horizon is not Earth curved, right?
You're asking a lot of questions and then you're saying statements and then saying right. I'm not sure what your actual question is.
The question is right. So we are not going to be using the horizon as a determination as to whether or not the Earth is a ball or if it's Earth curve or a sagitta or a tangent point, because we always have air on Earth, and you don't know whether or not somebody on a day when there was no air and no distortion measured a distance to the horizon. You don't know anything about that, do you?
Again, you do this whole thing where you make a really long statement.
I'm asking you a very simple question because you made this more convoluted. You keep saying these little caveats, these little nuances about the observation of the horizon and the distortion. So I'm trying to be very precise about what I ask you. I've had to stack all this up because you just won't make a definitive statement. No, there's not a day where we can actually determine whether or not there's going to be no distortion, and therefore we can't determine whether or not the horizon is Earth curve. It's pretty concise.
What I said was, if there is distortion, it is prudent to be very cautious.
Is there distortion?
In that picture, in my opinion, yes. There is distortion.
Okay, why? Why?
Because that's not how cranes look.
Oh, so the argument is about the cranes or the horizon? Is the horizon distorted?
The picture is distorted.
Okay,
so what?
What's distorted? The crane, and how far away is the crane that's distorted?
You're sort of getting off topic here. The point is that there is distortion.
No. You said the crane. You said the image is distorted.
It is.
So, what is the distance of the distorted crane?
I haven't measured it. I don't know.
Well, why are you belly aching about the black swan? Why'd you even bring it up when you don't know jack shit about it?
Well, it was the topic of conversation.
It was the topic of conversation. I was looking at the video on YouTube.
Yeah, you brought it up.
Oh, damn, that's a lot of distortion.
So you don't know the distances. You don't know the distances of these distorted cranes.
No, I've never measured them.
That's awkward.
Have you?
It's only been posted about 35 times in the chat in the last half hour.
Uh-huh. But you asked if I knew it, not if I'd read it. Like, I could look up what someone else has said what it was. I don't know it.
Brick, is there a reason you're being this obtuse? Brick, why are you being so obtuse?
I'm not being obtuse. I'm looking desperate. All I asked a question about distortion.
Hello, Fun. Brick, why are you being so disingenuous?
No, he wasn't being disingenuous. He was being
I believe I'm just asking a question.
How's it going? Brick.
How's it going, guys?
If you don't measure it yourself, are you not going to go ahead and take it as knowledge?
What are you guys talking about?
I'm not going to take it as gospel.
He's desperately grasping at straws to save his water ball ideology.
So yeah, he pretty much threw out the entire
he's playing
thing.
stupid, and he's also laying down a critique of something that he doesn't know anything about. So it's.
Are you living stupid because you think the Earth is flat?
English, please.
We have a new player. Brick is going to go on mute because he's useless. Okay, new player. Do you think you live on a spinning water ball?
Yeah, I think I live on a spinning water ball.
Try to use full sentences and enunciate your verbs.
Because gravity is 9.81 meters per second.
See, that was an incomplete thought.
So that means you would have curvature on the surface then. So when was that curvature on the surface measured?
I could do it. I don't know. I don't freaking 30 feet rulers at Home Depot or something.
You don't fucking know?
Well, if you use, imagine you go to the Antarctica 24-hour sun.
Imagine. So now we're imagining? No, we're not imagining here.
Well, I don't have enough money yet.
We're asking you for the proof of curvature of Earth. That would be the foundation.
Wait.
NASA pictures. You know the pictures
you're another one that just can't help but interrupt somebody in the middle of their sentence. So the foundational claim of the globe Earth would be it's a ball, so that means it would have to have curvature on the surface. And you just exclaimed to us, you don't know when that was ever measured.
When they go into space and they look at it.
When's that?
Oh, really?
They
Quick
do
question.
Yeah.
Sorry. I just want to know what would be the incentive for, I guess, like NASA or I guess like
sorry, there's another guy that's talking. You just like kind of broke up a conversation that was happening.
He can speak.
I can do it.
Infurious can speak.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just sort of breaking up a conversation that was happening.
I think
as long as
I think all of the freaking you guys, you have like 8 people talking. We should let 2 of us talk.
I mean, I'm sorry. I wish there was like a better way of managing it. Maybe I guess I should have waited longer. But
yeah, there's an easy way of doing it. Really easy.
Yeah. Okay. But going back to my main question, right? Well, what would be the incentive?
No, we got this other guy going. What was it?
Wait,
3?
Why did he?
Crab boy. Go ahead. Try again.
Wait, I wanted to hear his side.
No,
we wanted to hear your side.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you've got this golden opportunity to enlighten us all. Please step up. Go for it.
If you want to hear his side and he can't talk, you probably would go to another room.
I just need a teammate because
go to another. Yeah, go to another room.
I want to talk about flat earthing.
Well, if you want to do that, you'll do that. If you don't want to do that, you won't do that.
Why do you guys get 8 flat earther people to talk to one glober?
SEPA boy, you realize that both of you were asking 2 entirely different questions? If you want to team up with somebody, stick on one topic. Otherwise, you guys are going to be ruining each other's actual discussion. So do you want to pick one topic and then we'll go that direction?
I'll pick one topic.
You think you can do that? Okay.
Yes. How long is the Earth? Where is the edge?
Long? Well, I'm sorry.
It's got to be finite, right?
Well, I don't know. Do you think it is?
Well, I think we would. I don't know if it was too big.
Would there be like? Would there be a measured globetard?
So you think the Earth is flat, SEPA boy? Is that right?
No, I'm just asking from the perspective because like disprove the contradiction or whatever.
You said the Earth is hold on, you said the Earth's finite. So where's the edge?
The edge. That's what I'm saying. Like on your standard, where's
that's what I'm saying. Oh.
Nobody here brought up anything about an edge. It was you, SEPA boy. Nobody here brought up an edge except for you. So why did you bring up an edge?
Because
do you think there's an edge to the Earth, SEPA boy?
No, it's you. You say the opposite and try to prove the opposite. And if you can't do that,
no. What are you talking about? You brought up an edge. So where do you think the edge is at?
It's called proving the contradiction or something. I don't know. I did it in school.
You don't even know what it's called?
I don't think you did.
I did it in math or something of the sort, and I it was actually in discrete mathematics, where you make everything, you do the opposite of what you think, and then if you can prove that to be true,
what do you mean, like Steelman?
Your initial thing is wrong, then you would prove it's flat if you can show me where the hedge is.
Well, no, the only thing that is required for the Earth to be flat is for it to not have any curvature measured. So, do you have any curvature that we could measure?
So, I haven't been in a rocket ship before, but I think other people have, and they.
No, sir. I'm sorry. You're a little bit confused. You see, the Earth curve was supposed to be measured on surface level. So, where was that measured at? And could you show me how they did it?
I think there's like something about. I remember there's like a YouTube video where they go out very long and they like look and they're standing pretty tall up, and then they look and it curves. Something along those lines. You feel me?
Oh, so the horizon is Earth curve.
It could be. I think so. I can't remember, but I didn't go up there. It was on a YouTube video, and YouTube videos sometimes lie to me.
Well, did the YouTube video make a measurement?
I think so. It was a while ago that I watched this YouTube video.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't watch the YouTube videos super often, but I look at the NASA pictures pretty frequently, I think. The Hubble telescope.
Oh, and the NASA pictures, those are measurements.
Well, it just shows that it's a ball. Like when they're out there looking at it, it just looks like a ball in my eye.
The fuck?
Oh, okay. So if the Earth looks like a ball from the second law of thermodynamics violation called space, then we should be able to measure it at surface level, yes?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so where is that measurement at, and how do we do it?
When they're in space.
No, I'm not saying anything about an illusion. I'm asking you, is there any Earth curve to be measured on surface level? And how do we do that?
Probably like walk in a straight line and try to end up where you were at.
Well, straight lines, those are straight, not curved. So you're saying that the Earth is flat then?
Well, I guess if there was like a teleporter that put me forward and then brought me back to where I started, but I think if it was circular.
Oh, so you've done this. So you actually walked in a straight line one time and ended up back where you started? Tell me all about it.
No, I've never measured the Earth. You just asked me how I could.
Yeah, and then you told me that this is what you would do, so I want to know who's been walking straight and then ended up where they started. Who did that?
Who fell off the edge?
No one said anything about falling off an edge. I'm asking you about your claim.
Well, I don't have the time. I'm in school, and then they
you don't have the time? No, I'm sure someone else has done it. You brought it up as a hypothetical, so certainly it must have happened at some point. Who walked straight and ended up where they started?
Well, if we can claim like things that have happened, I'm pretty sure they went to Antarctica and saw the 24-hour sun recently.
Did they see the sun above the horizon?
They saw it a lot of like 24 hours, though. I don't know.
Did they see the sun above the horizon?
I don't know if they saw it above the horizon. I wasn't there.
So why'd you bring it up? What does it have to do with anything if you don't even know where they saw the sun?
Because I wasn't
They don't
there.
even know why they're supposed to bring that up. It's funny.
I know.
It's kind of weird.
It's hilarious.
Is it?
Do you know,
Superboy,
you know what a horizon is?
Yeah, it's where the sun goes up and down.
Holy cow. That's
this
not
guy
right.
sounds like life is like a box of chocolates.
Thank you very much. I like Forrest Gump.
Yeah, you sound like him.
That's
one day he just started running.
See, what if he ran and ended up in a straight line? And that's still where he's going today, because it would probably take a really long time to do.
Holy
when he stopped running, he had to turn around and remember.
But wait, where is the edge? Can we just ask where is the edge? I just want to know.
What edge? The edge that you brought up? Where is the edge? I didn't bring up any edges.
I'm asking just like, how does the flatness work? Because
remember, I told you this already. Flatness has to do with whether or not there's curvature. So we don't have any curvature to be measured. So I guess the flatness is right underneath your feet.
The flatness?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Can we let Inferius back here? I don't have enough good claims to make. And he's my friend.
All right, so you're going to go on mute now, and we're going to talk to the other guy, okay?
Okay, I'll mute that.
Inferius, your time to shine. So, do you know about this edge that Sipa Boy was talking about? Where's this edge at?
So I'm not too knowledgeable regarding the whole topic of flat Earth. I'm just generally curious, and I wanted to propose a question and get it enlightened.
Well, that's no problem. Do you know Sipa Boy?
Yes. I
okay. So then you know about his claim about this edge. Where's this edge at that he was talking about?
I don't know him in that regard, but I do have a relation, like a social relation, in terms of that.
Has he ever brought up this edge to you before?
No, we found the server, so we were interested,
okay. I figured maybe you guys knew something about the edge that he was talking about. But okay, that's fine. Go ahead. You got a question? Hit it.
Yeah, so my question was regarding the incentive of why would all these space companies lie to the general population? What would be the incentive, right? Because
you're asking a question about motive,
right? Yeah. The motive,
how would I know? So you agree that these companies are lying, but you want to know why they're lying? I have no idea.
Oh, well, that's perfectly fine. If you guys don't know, I was just curious if you guys had any questions, because
Sure,
yeah.
but you and I totally agree. Yes, all the space agencies are, of course, lying because there's no curvature of the Earth. Why they're lying, I have no idea. But I'm with you on that, man. They're lying for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree that.
Did you have any questions? Did you have any questions?
That was just my only question for now. Yeah, that's basically it, though.
Oh, so not much of a question. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, I mean, the current class of people who are perpetuating this lie, they just inherited it.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you lie if you've got a bunch of people that just blindly go along with whatever you say? So why wouldn't they lie? You believe what they've told you, right?
What happened?
Without checking, and without backing it up, without validation. Isn't that what we all learned?
School taught me to always trust .gov links, and NASA's a .gov.
And you just do what they say.
Yeah, because school is how I know everything that I know. They taught me.
Oh, you don't have a unique thought of your own?
Yeah, the .edus told you not to believe the .govs?
Yeah.
Yeah, guess what? A .edu is a
is the GOV.
It's a government agency.
Might as well be
Congratulations.
GOV.
Yeah,
are you guys open to your minds being changed, or do you just try to prove everything?
Yeah, I've had lots of minds. They've been everywhere. What about your mind? Is your mind up for it?
How do you think we got here?
I have a question.
Dude.
Why do you guys care to argue their opinion? Why do you? Huh?
How do you think we got here? We all learned this at school.
Wait, I have a question though. Why do you guys argue?
This one first.
But do you listen to answers that you ask the questions?
Yeah.
You ask a question that you don't listen to the answer?
I do listen to the answer.
What kind of school are you in?
What do you mean?
.gov.
.gov, edu,
Obama's Common Core.
Wait, but even say the Earth is flat or the Earth is round, why do we have to argue? What does it change if we find out it's one or the other? Why are we arguing?
This is my favorite question. You want to know why? Because if you're asking the question, it must mean something to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here.
Well, I just joined. This is like my first time here.
Yeah, so you're here and you're asking that question, so it must mean something to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't ask.
But you guys are always here.
Yeah, we hang out.
Well, unless you ask meaningless questions.
Well, I'm saying, like, say the Earth is flat, say the Earth is globe. What does it change? Like, what has changed? Like, what happened?
Well, if you're asking the question, you must know. Tell us why you think it would be important.
I don't. Like, I'm wondering why there's 80 people in this call.
You wouldn't have asked the question.
No, I'm asking why it's a. Well, I'm just wondering
Currently, you've convinced yourself you're a complicated outer space dust rock that's enrolled in a school.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Wait, do we believe
the school teaches sociology?
So a lot of things that won't change, right? You're just your general maneuvering through reality won't change, right? But it might change the way you think about things, right?
Maybe. Like what?
I don't think he's ready for that.
Wait, no, I am ready for it because I'm curious as to why.
You're hiding God, brother.
You're curious doesn't mean you're ready for it.
Yeah, here's the deal. If Earth is actually how we measure it, flat, stationary, and contained, that means you're at the center of all of creation. That means if those three premises are correct, then it has to have been created by an intelligent being. That's what they're trying to hide.
Yeah, they're lying to you to make sure you don't believe in God.
There's the ontological primitive aspect to it, yeah, for sure. I mean, you're going to reflect on what you've been taught and now what you understand to be actually true. right? There's going to be a contrast there. So that's going to change. There's going to be, well, once upon a time, I used to just accept this thing that I was told as being fact. Now I've found out it's not true, right? That's a change. That's going to reflect, like you're going to reflect on that, and it's going to change the way you perceive your world.
But there's nothing to say that it couldn't have been created if we are a ball or if we're flat.
No worries. Let me make it a lot more simple. So if it's not true that the folks, at .edu, what they told you about the Earth is not true, what do you think the other things that they told you are that aren't true?
I don't know.
I think it's pretty important to know the truth, unless you don't think so. If you think it's just no problem to have other people kind of jerk your chain the entire course of your life, and then you act by that bad information, then I guess we're done here. But if you think it's important to know things that are true and beneficial to you, then maybe this topic is important.
But if you argue it like all day, every day, then they're like eating up all your time.
Who's eating up whose time?
The government's eating up your time.
Yeah,
we're going to trick all these people, then they're going to question it, and we're going to have them argue. And we're going to waste their time.
Who's wasting their time? I already know the truth, so I don't have to bother myself with any of the other things that.
Are you positive that it is flat?
Huh? Oh, 100%, yeah.
Yep.
100%?
100%.
Yep.
So you're just here to teach others?
Flat,
you're like spread it. You're like a missionary?
No. I'm more interested.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Sonny.
I was going to say it's partly out of altruism. You know what that word means, right?
No.
Wait, I'm a flat
we want to help mankind come to reality. So we're helping spread the word about the reality that you actually already experience.
That's crazy.
Go ahead.
This is bonkers.
Well, you experience the Earth as flat and stationary, and you're breathing gas pressure, so it has to be contained. So that means everything they told you about this Narniaville outer space can't exist, or it would violate the second law of thermodynamics. And they call it a law of thermodynamics because it's never been violated in any circumstances. So either the globe Earth is violating natural law or somebody lied. You have the choice.
So is it that if you believe the Earth is flat, then you are religious? It's like that the only...
Holy cow, that doesn't even make sense, dude.
Because you said that it had to be created by an external being.
What does that have to do with religion?
Well, then you believe that there's the external being.
No, it's a necessity. There's no belief involved in the idea.
What just happened?
Let's get this part straight. What happened was, no matter what background we all came from, whether we were religious or not, we took the metrics that they gave us. We went out and looked for ourselves, and we found there's no curvature on Earth. Large bodies of water do not curve. And we've looked for these three things that I mentioned: curvature of Earth, detection of motion, and gas pressure without a container. And we were not able to find any of those three things that are required, absolutely required, for the globe to be true. So, no, we found out the Earth was flat. We came to other conclusions after the fact.
I see.
Yep.
What? Ooh. Oh, okay. I'm good. I'm good, guys. I'm a flat earther now.
Well, you don't need to just believe us.
No.
We don't want you to believe us. Go out and check for yourself. They told us how large the Earth was supposed to be, 3,959 mile radius. That means at the surface, just go get an Earth curve calculator. It tells you how much drop there should be over distance. Go look over water, and see if that curvature is there, because in 5 miles it should be 16 feet, 10 miles should be 66 feet, so forth and so on exponentially.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
It doesn't exist.
I'm gonna get going now.
All right, Forrest.
Go on, get, boy.
Good day.
Go on, get.
Goodbye, fellas.
Run, Forrest.
Hi, Chris.
Seats taken.
Run along the flat earth, yep.
Okay, where's this Hoopy Fruit Muppet?
That was funny. He just left.
Who said seats taken?
That shit was funny.
I mean, you guys did tell him he wasn't ready, and he said he was ready, but apparently not.
Hoopy Fruit?
Definitely wasn't ready.
What's going
on? You had some kind of a question about Australia existing? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think you guys exist.
Yeah, you don't think I exist? What the fuck, dude?
I don't think you are where you think you are.
Oh, well, if you don't think I are where you think I are, where are
I? You're probably like in like Japan or something, to be honest.
Well, he doesn't sound
I don't think I'd be speaking like this if I was in fucking Japan.
And he's not talking like he's upside down either, so it doesn't mean Australia doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist on the bottom of a globe.
I don't know. I need some convincing.
Yeah, when I think Japanese tennis players, I think Leighton Hewitt.
You need some convincing that. So you think airplanes are cruising along, going to Australia, and all of a sudden they're going down along the ball, and then they're going upside down, and you believe the airplanes are landing in Australia upside down? Is that what you believe?
I think Australia is real, brother. I don't think so.
So you don't think it's real? Why? Because you haven't been there directly?
I've heard people say it's not real, so I'm skeptical.
Who are these people that say that? Because we banned them from our server.
Yeah, he's trolling.
Yeah, those people are retarded, and if you're believing retarded people saying that certain continents don't exist, then you're retarded as well by proxy.
Yeah, we don't think your brain's real.
Let it all out, though. This is a fine place for you to cope, though. Get it all out.
Let it out. Let it out, headphones.
I'm just bored. I'm not trying to derail or offend anyone.
Okay, helmet.
I thought you might have gone, prove it. I want you to say and insert stupid comment here. G'day, mate. Throw another shrimp on the barbie. Some stupid shit like that.
Dude, I love the Onar. There's this it's a very small rapper. He made a song called Onar, and it's like the funniest thing ever.
Yeah, okay.
I'll link it inside.
Is he small? Like he's like 4'8" or something?
Is he? No, I don't think he's small. Oh, I'm about to.
Oh, not small that way. Oh, okay.
No, he looks like a big dude. His name is Young.
So not that funny.
No, it's funny. You'd have to watch it. Like he didn't watch it yet. It's only 1 minute long.
Young skirt.
Yeah, young skirt.
Is it slapstick humor? I'm not into slapstick humor.
I mean, it's a rap. It's like a song humor. It's kind of slapsticky.
Then yeah, no, not my genre.
Okay, I know someone here will find it fun.
Does it have anything to do with Australia?
Yes, no, 100. It's all about Australia.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Well, I mean, it's not. You're right.
It seems to be more about your biases and your like slapstick humor and fart jokes.
It's based on. Well, you didn't watch it. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's not what I consider funny.
Yeah, there's got to be a channel in here with like there's an option to watch cartoons with people. Cartoon Friends or something.
I'm thinking any channel you could just start the YouTube app and then people could join.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's sort of like what happened, and then we were like saying that how lame the cartoons were, and so now they don't play the cartoons anymore.
You want a good cartoon? Listen to the 1994 Iron Man intro song.
Is that following? Is that's that's the prequel to the '96 Olympics? Okay.
Well, Hoopy Fruit, I'm about to go and mow the lawn, but this is for you. I see you've played Knifey Spoony before.
Knifey Spoony. I gotta Google it. There's a shirt. Oh wait, okay, it's a meme I'm not getting. It's from Simpsons?
Yes, it's from The Simpsons. Anyways, I'll be back later, guys. So we go and hit this yard. Alright, cool. Peace.
What's with you, Hoopy? You're just all like sort of upset about Australia. Like, you didn't like the Crocodile Dundee movies?
Yeah,
No, I love them.
The opposite. He loves the way that Aussie. He's fascinated by Aussies.
Actually, yeah, I do. I was like recently, thinking about how cool it would be to live there and stuff.
Oh, so you're just like astounded, like, oh, they're not underneath me. So for some reason, you think it's not like that big of a trip now that they're like not below you, or they're not above you. You like to place them at a position above you in your life.
No.
It's
Way far.
It's good for you to find out that you're on an even playing field.
Yeah, we're all on the same planet. We're in the same place.
Plane.
Yeah.
Relatively.
We're all on the same plane.
Yeah, exactly.
A really big plane.
Yeah. There's no side of the ball or underside of the ball. There's no ball. Water doesn't do that. But, if you find an instance of water sticking to the outside of any object, let us know.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Yeah, that would be crazy. That's what we're saying.
Crazy.
Crazy ball.
Crazy spinning balls.
That would be psycho.
That would be loco. A lot of people in here, man. Pretty quiet. What's going on? What happened? Pretty cool.
You showed up and we all wanted to hear you talk.
We were just waiting. Yeah, we were waiting for you.
You got shit to say. Usually everybody leaves when I get here. What the hell happened?
We're recovering from is Australia real? That's the last 10 minutes here. So
yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
Well, you guys know I wasn't serious.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
I always loved that one. That's one of my favorites.
I mean,
did you know he wasn't serious? But he was serious.
Yeah,
I was super serious.
Wow.
He wasn't serious.
I was seriously not serious.
He's a revisionist as to how serious he was at the time. Yeah, it turns out he might want to move there. So yeah, I'm kind of confused actually. He was unsure if it exists, but he's thinking of moving there.
Just think about what a weird world that would be. If water stuck to the outside of an object, you could carry water around on the outside of the bucket.
Flat earthers are under the impression that the earth is an open system. Why are you guys under that impression?
Yeah, instead of carrying the bucket of water on your head, you would just carry the bucket of water on your feet.
Yeah, why are you guys under the impression that the earth is an open system? Why did you?
We're not.
I think it's a closed system.
It's a dynamic system.
The globe Earth is what thinks it's an open system. We don't think that.
No, the Earth, the globe is not an open system.
Then how are they going in and out, supposedly?
Because the air is thin enough for you to penetrate.
Let me ask you this question, sir. Oh, you penetrate, so matter can leave the system.
I'll penetrate your mom, bro.
Well, if it's denser than the air, yes.
Okay, so that's an open system, Goofy.
No, brother. If something,
brother.
Yeah, you're goofy.
System. Define
you don't
open
know the
system.
Difference.
Why are you cutting me off, guys? Why are you cutting me off?
Define open system. Let's get this straight.
If your dome can be penetrated by something harder than it.
Come on, brother.
No, it's not a definition of an open system, and that's what she said.
Yeah, I think you think actually.
You see, you guys don't understand. The air is dense.
Okay. Do you want to stop coping so we can tell you what an open system is? Because it's a waste of time, dude. An open system is one. Yeah, that can exchange matter and energy with its surroundings. You just said it can do that, so that's what that is.
It's a waste of time if you keep cutting me off, boss.
Yeah, well, it's a waste of time when you keep cutting me off to just say incorrect things while I'm trying to correct you.
You are saying incorrect things.
Which one?
Well, you're talking about open system, right? You're talking about transferring, right? That's what you're going to get into this thermodynamic garbage.
Yeah, what is an open system transfer?
You're talking about your transfer of stuff. You're speaking incorrect.
What stuff?
The ear. We're talking about the ear.
What?
We're talking about the ear. Focus.
Air? So that'd be matter. That'd be matter, right?
That's a question for you. Do you know that air is matter?
Yeah, it's matter. So that's an open system. Because an open system is one that can exchange matter and energy with its surroundings.
No. Air is matter. Air is matter.
Yeah, okay. Shit.
Air is matter. Therefore, it's not an open system.
Oh, it's exchanging matter with its surroundings, which is air. Therefore, it's not an open system, even though that's the definition of an open system.
Focus, brother. We're talking about what's an open system versus a closed system.
What's an open system?
Well, an open system means there is nothing up there. Nothing.
No, that's not what it means. You're in a complete
Nothing is nothing.
Meaning. Hold on.
That's not what an open system is. Okay. Just stop.
Okay.
What does nothing look like?
Everything is everything.
Tell us what a closed system is. Try that. See if you can take a crack at that.
Let's do this. Is your cup top open?
Yeah, it's open.
Perfect. Very good. Now, check this out. Now, guess what? Your cup top is not open.
Oh shit.
Oh, really?
Oh, fuck. Really?
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's not
crazy. Cool
it's
story.
Not, it has air. It has air over it. It's not open.
It's open to the air.
It has air in it.
No, the denser stuff.
Wow, this is stupid. Why don't you just Google open system definition and closed system definition? Because this is getting
because they have specific. So systems, open, closed, and isolated systems are specific definitions within physics, right? So they understand these systems have specific conditionals, right?
Oh, really? You're going to go with that. You're going to put conditions. You're putting conditions on air, brother.
We're not interested in your arbitrary definitions of what you think open and closed systems mean.
Brother,
they have specific definitions.
Nothing in your definition eliminates air. Come on now, let's go.
All right. So in physics, an open system would be one system in which both matter and energy can pass through from one system to another. A closed system is a system in which only energy can be exchanged between two systems, right? Between that system and another system. An isolated system would be one where neither matter or energy can escape from that system, cannot be shared or interact with energy or matter from another system. That's the definitions of open, closed, and isolated system, man.
He's supposed to have gravity holding stuff down. Air isn't supposed to be its own gravity, is it?
Yeah, if we get energy from the sun, that means we're open because that energy's coming all the way from the sun, right? So we're
not necessarily. No, that's energy. So energy. Closed system can share energy between itself and another system. Energy can pass through. Matter can't.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Okay, Mr. Robert, why don't you read those citations in the chat? Read them out for the class.
We're looking for the thing that's holding the air.
No, I'm sorry. I'm doing something here. I'm multitasking. I apologize.
All right.
Too busy to learn.
Is reading outside of your capacity?
No, I'm busy making money while I'm talking.
I'm sorry. I asked you to do something that I knew that you couldn't do.
No, I'm doing coding. I apologize.
I want him to comprehend something that's real.
Let's jump off of the laptop here. Also, let's get back to what you guys.
Hey, go back to doing your coding, man. That'd be great. Yeah.
Hey, that'd be great. Hey, yes, my coding actually is to deal with engineering and aerospace engineering. Actually.
Excellent, man.
Yeah, right. Stupid.
So what? Oh,
more like imitating ears.
So ad humming is your thing now.
Playing with your computer. Playing on your computer, little Elon.
Ad humming doesn't help you. Ad humming doesn't help you.
Put on a helmet, little metaverse.
Oh, look at that guy.
Yeah, little Elon.
That's right. Baby Lon.
Oh, look at that. Stop crying, guys. Come on.
Okay,
ad humming. We're celebrating you making money, brother.
I want you to make air hold itself, brother. Brother, can you make some spectroscopy for me, brother?
Hey, brother, you don't understand it. Don't cry. Stop.
Hey, brother, you don't even know what the fuck it is, brother.
I told you, you just don't understand.
Shut the fuck up. So demonstrate air holding itself in the middle of nothing, dip fucking wad.
Did you read those definitions in the chat about open and closed systems?
I didn't hear when you requested that. Let's get to it. Let's get to it, brothers.